Space Marine in Star Wars, Warhammer X Star Wars. By greenbaypitbull. 192 to 187. The Ring. Maximus. The moment the docking clamps engaged, Maximus felt the impact resonate through the hull beneath his boots. He turned toward the nearest viewing port, drawn by curiosity as though some part of him needed to see what kind of construct would be used to connect the two universes. He stepped close enough for the void beyond to fill his vision. The sight that greeted him held his attention in a way few things ever had. The ring hung in space like an artificial moon, vast beyond comprehension, its immense circular structure stretching outward in a seamless arc that seemed to dwarf even the stars behind it. It was not a single material, nor the work of any one discipline, but a fusion of the Imperium's brutal engineering and Mandalorian resilience, layers of adamantium forming its skeletal core, reinforced by vast segments of Beskar that gleamed faintly even in the cold light of space, while ceramite plating bound it all together. A smaller inner ring sat inside, almost insignificant in scale compared to the colossal structure that housed it, yet infinitely more important, as that was where the portal itself would be born when activated. It could only be used once in an entire year, and if anything went wrong on the other side, there would be no second attempt. The ramp began to lower behind him, breaking the moment as his duty reasserted itself. Maximus turned and joined the others as they disembarked. Nera led the procession, while Bo-Katan Kryze walked alongside her. Behind them came a mixture of Imperial officers, Mandalorian warriors, technicians, and soldiers. The interior of the ring station was no less imposing than its exterior. The corridors stretched wide and high, built to accommodate both machinery and personnel, its walls lined with conduits and armored plating that pulsed faintly with energy, and as the group advanced deeper within, the low hum of the station's systems grew more pronounced, a constant vibration that seemed to echo through every surface. They were met part-way by a contingent of scientists, their robes and uniforms marked with the insignias of both Imperium and Mandalorian design. And though they moved quickly, there was a visible tension in them, the kind that came from overseeing something that could not be allowed to fail. One of them stepped forward, immediately launching into his report as he addressed Nera. "The ring is fully operational within the active sector," he explained, gesturing toward the deeper structure as data began to scroll across a nearby display. "We are only engaging the segment currently aligned with this station, as a full activation would exceed sustainable output. But all systems within this section are stable. Power reserves are within acceptable limits, and the focusing arrays are properly calibrated." He paused only briefly before continuing. "The system is ready for activation at your command." "Good," Nera said, her voice cutting cleanly through the ambient hum of the station. She turned slightly, her gaze sweeping across the assembled personnel. "All hands, move to your stations. Begin final preparations immediately." The response was immediate as the chamber shifted into motion as every individual dispersed, moving to consoles, control arrays, and monitoring stations as the ring began its final sequence of checks. The hum of the structure deepened, subtle at first, then steadily growing as dormant systems awakened in layers, each one feeding into the next as the massive construct prepared to perform its singular function. Maximus followed Nera and the others into the command bridge, the central nerve center of the active segment, where the full scope of the operation came into focus. Vast displays lined the walls, projecting streams of data, energy readings, and structural integrity reports, while the central viewport offered a direct line of sight toward the inner ring where the breach would soon be formed. Without needing instruction, Maximus moved to his assigned station opposite Nera, the control panel before him shifting as he approached, its surface unfolding to reveal a recessed interface designed specifically for direct biological input. He removed his right gauntlet, the armored plates retracting just enough to free his hand, and as the panel extended slightly toward him, he placed his palm against its surface. Across the chamber, Nera did the same. Their eyes met briefly, and a silent confirmation passed between them. Then the system engaged. Maximus felt the sharp prick against his skin as a microneedle drew a sample of his blood. The ring systems verified not just identity, but authority, confirming that those who stood at its controls had the right to command it. Authorization was granted, and the ring awakened. Power surged through its immense structure, conduits lighting in rapid succession as energy began to flow through the network of systems that spanned its vast circumference. The hum deepened, a vibration that could be felt through the floor itself, as though the station had drawn breath for the first time. Maximus withdrew his hand and resealed his gauntlet before moving toward the central console alongside Nera, where the final stage awaited them. The interface responded to their approach, revealing two recessed controls that required simultaneous activation, a final safeguard against accidental engagement. They took their positions. The energy levels continued to climb, displayed in precise increments across the surrounding monitors as the ring drew deeper from its reserves, each percentage point bringing it closer to the threshold required to tear open the boundary between realities. The air itself seemed to thrum with the build-up, the structure around them alive with power, and as the final systems aligned, a new indicator appeared on the central display. The counterpart structure in the other universe was ready. The link could be made. Maximus glanced toward Nera, and she met his gaze with the same steady resolve that had carried them this far. No words were needed, because there was nothing left to say that had not already been understood. When the system reached full capacity, they moved as one. Their hands pressed down on the controls simultaneously. The entire ring shuddered as if something immense had just awakened within its core, the carefully controlled flow of energy surging to its peak as the central mechanism engaged. Deep beneath them, within the heart of the inner ring, light erupted into existence as a concentrated mass of power began being forced into a single point where space itself began to warp under the strain. The vibration intensified, rolling through the structure in waves as the ring pushed beyond conventional limits, bending reality with sheer force, and at the center of it all, the forming breach began to take shape, a growing distortion where the fabric of the universe itself was being torn open. Maximus walked beside Nera as they moved through the final corridor and into the chamber that housed the Singularity Ring, the heart of the entire construct where the breach between realities would open. The space was immense, far larger than the control bridge above, its walls lined with layered machinery and stabilization pylons that hummed with energy, all of it focused inward toward the circular structure suspended at the chamber's center, where the inner ring now glowed with a deep, building blue light that pulsed intermittently. The 4 grey knights stood around the ring, each one standing at a cardinal points. 2 stood elevated along the upper arc, one to the left and one to the right, their boots locked into reinforced platforms as they extended their gauntleted hands toward the construct, while the other 2 mirrored them below, anchoring the formation from beneath. They began to channel their will into the machine, their psychic might flowing outward in visible currents that merged with the energy already coursing through the ring systems. The glow intensified, shifting from a steady illumination into something far more volatile as arcs of energy began to crawl along the inner circumference, coiling and spiraling. The air itself seemed to distort under the pressure as the power being drawn into the chamber continued to rise. The connection began to take hold. At the center of the ring, space itself seemed to fold inward, the light compressing into a single point before expanding outward again in a violent surge. And from that distortion, the first signs of the portal began to form. It did not appear all at once, but rather grew from that central point, a swirling mass of energy that stretched outward, its edges unstable, rippling and shifting as it fought to stabilize against the immense forces being applied to it. The Grey Knight's power surged in unison, reinforcing the breach. Slowly, steadily, the distortion began to settle into something more defined, its surface smoothing even as it continued to ripple with energy. The portal was opening. Its surface shimmered with a liquid-like texture, energy coursing along its edges as the breach fully took shape, and for a brief moment nothing happened. Then something moved within it. A single Astartes stepped through the portal, his golden armored form crossing the threshold as though he had done so 100 times before, his power axe mortalis already raised in readiness as he took in his surroundings. He turned his golden head towards Maximus, and the Ultramarine recognized one of the Imperium's greatest heroes who wore Sanguinius's own face as his helm. And slowly, the tension in his stance eased. Another figure followed close behind. A second Astartes stepped through the portal, his psychic aura rolling outward the moment he crossed into this reality, sweeping across the chamber like a tide as he tested the space around him. His expression was composed for only a fraction of a second before it changed, something flickering behind his gaze as it locked onto Nera. His eyes widened ever so slightly, his breath catching in a way that would have gone unnoticed by any but those closest to him. And without realizing it, his hand reached out, gripping Commander Dante's forearm with a force that spoke of something deeply unsettling. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, Mephiston withdrew. He released his grip, stepping back without a word, his gaze lingering only a moment longer before he turned and moved back toward the portal, returning to the other side to fulfill the task that now mattered above all else. Dante remained. He lowered his weapon fully now, stepping forward as he approached Maximus and Nera. Behind her, a soft golden radiance began to bloom, subtle at first, then growing in intensity as it spread outward, illuminating the chamber in a warmth that stood in stark contrast to the cold energy of the ring. Sanguinius stepped forward, his presence manifesting in radiant clarity as the golden glow coalesced into the shape of the angel, his wings unfurling slightly behind him as he regarded the figure before him with a quiet, profound emotion. Dante froze. For a moment he did not move at all, his mind struggling to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he had known, everything he had believed for more than a millennium. And slowly, almost reverently, he reached up and removed his helmet, revealing a face marked by age, by war, by the passage of time that even an Astartes could not fully escape. His eyes locked onto Sanguinius, and then he dropped to his knees before his gene-father, as though the strength that had carried him through centuries had finally faltered under the weight of what stood before him. "My lord," Dante's voice broke, the words barely holding together as they left him. "Is it truly you?" Sanguinius stepped forward, lowering himself to meet his son where he knelt, his expression softening in a way that carried both sorrow and immense, enduring love. "It is," he said gently. That was all it took. Whatever composure Dante had maintained for centuries shattered in that instant, the dam breaking as the weight of 1,500 years of duty, of loss, of unending war and quiet suffering finally gave way. His shoulders trembled as he bowed his head, the tears coming freely now, as the warrior who had endured more than most ever could wept openly before the father he had thought lost forever. 193, 188. Reality check. Clone Commando, CC-2856. The interior of the Star Destroyer thrummed with a constant vibration as it tore through hyperspace, the sound settling into something that most of the men and women aboard had already begun to tune out. Though for CC-2856, it was just another reminder of how many times he had done this, how many insertions had begun exactly like this, with the same hum, the same tension in the air, the same false sense of anticipation that always came before the reality of what waited on the other side. He stood near the rear of the compartment, helmet clipped to his side, his hollowed eyes drifting over the squad that now filled the benches before him, and as he watched them talk, laugh and jostle each other in barely contained excitement, something in his expression hardened further. They were young, too young, not in years necessarily, but in experience, in the brutal truth of what war actually was beyond the hollows and the speeches and the polished armor handed to them before deployment. Their armor still looked new, unscarred, unmarked by the things that would inevitably carve themselves into it and into them, and as they loaded into the troop transport, securing weapons and checking gear with more enthusiasm than discipline, their voices overlapped in a constant stream of chatter that filled the compartment. Cade was the loudest of them, already recounting some imagined version of what their first real engagement would look like, his hands moving as he spoke, as though he could already see himself in the middle of it, cutting down enemies with ease. Vera sat across from him, rolling her eyes at his exaggerations even as she smiled, her own rifle resting comfortably across her lap, while Dalen leaned back beside her, offering occasional comments that only seemed to fuel the conversation further. Near the ramp, Juno and Harrix checked their gear with a bit more focus, though even they could not fully hide the edge of anticipation that ran through the entire group. They had named CC-2856 the Reaper, spoken with admiration, almost reverence, as though it were something to aspire to, something that made him larger than life in their eyes. When they looked at him, they saw a veteran, a survivor, someone who had stood in the fire of war and walked away from it, and they thought that made him something to admire. They did not see what it had taken or what it had left behind. Reaper watched them for a long moment, saying nothing, his gaze moving from one to the next as their voices filled the space, and though he could hear every word, none of it felt real to him, not anymore. Not after everything he had seen over the past years of war. What they spoke of was not war, not truly, but a version of it that existed only in stories told by those who had never stood in the mud with blaster fire cutting the air apart around them. Reaper! The name pulled his attention back. Vera leaned forward slightly, her expression curious now rather than amused as she looked at him. "You think we'll be on the front lines?" she asked. "Maybe even Mandalore itself?" For a moment he just looked at her, then at the others. They had quieted slightly, not entirely, but enough that they were listening now, their attention shifting toward him. He let out a heavy sigh. "I hope not," he said. Confusion flickered across Vera's face, and Cade frowned slightly, the easy confidence that had defined his tone moments ago faltering just a bit. "What?" Cade asked. "Why wouldn't you want—" "Because then you might live," Reaper cut in. "Look," he said, pushing himself off the wall as he stepped forward just enough to make sure they were all listening, his gaze moving between them slowly. "War isn't what you think it is." He gestured vaguely toward them, toward their armor, their weapons, the barely contained anticipation that still lingered beneath the surface. "You see the hollows," he went on. "You see the soldiers coming back, getting medals, getting their names called out like they did something worth celebrating." His jaw tightened slightly. "They don't show you what it looks like in the trenches," he continued, his voice lowering just enough to draw them in. "They don't show you what it's like when you're standing next to someone 1 second, talking like this, and the next." He paused briefly. "The next you're covered in what's left of them, and you don't even remember when it happened." No one spoke. Even Cade had gone still now. "You think this is glory," Reaper said, his gaze hardening as he looked at them. "You think you're going to charge in, kill the enemy, and come out the other side as heroes." He shook his head slowly. "You're fools. That thing they're calling an emperor now," he went on, the bitterness in his voice surfacing just enough to be felt. "He's filled your heads with stories, with valor, with purpose." His lip curled slightly. "None of that survives first contact." He took another step forward, closing the distance just enough to make sure they couldn't look away. "You ever seen a Mandalorian up close?" he asked. "Not on a screen, not in a briefing. I mean really seen one, in the middle of a fight?" No one answered. "You haven't," he said, answering for them, "and you haven't seen what happens when they're led by an Astartes." That name alone carried weight. "They don't move like people," he continued, his voice quieter now. "They walk through fire like it's nothing. Their armor doesn't break. Their weapons don't miss. And when they get close enough to see you—" He stopped there for a moment, his gaze drifting slightly, as though seeing something else entirely. "You feel it," he said finally. "You feel it before they even touch you. That moment where you realize—" His voice tightened just slightly. "You were dead the second they stepped into that trench." The silence in the compartment was deafening now. "You don't think about tactics then," he added. "You don't think about the mission. You don't think about the Empire." His eyes flicked back to them. "You think about how fast you can die." The speakers crackled to life. "Attention all personnel," a voice announced over the internal comms of the Star Destroyer. "We will be exiting hyperspace momentarily. All units prepare for deployment." A brief pause. "Primary objective: surface insertion on Mandalore." The tension shattered as the squad erupted into cheers, the earlier excitement flooding back in full force as though nothing had been said. Cade let out a whoop, slapping Dalen on the shoulder, while Vera shook her head with a grin that carried more adrenaline than doubt, and even Juno and Harrix seemed pulled into it. the energy of the moment overwhelming whatever hesitation had been there before. Reaper watched them for a second longer. Then he turned away. He moved to one of the side benches and sat down heavily, resting his forearms on his knees as he stared at the deck plating beneath his boots, the noise of their excitement washing over him without meaning. "Fools," he muttered under his breath. They didn't hear him, or if they did, they didn't care. They were already talking again, already building themselves up, already imagining the battle to come as something they would conquer, something they would survive, something that would make them into something greater. The transition out of hyperspace shook the entire Star Destroyer violently as reality snapped back into place around it, the hum of the engines shifting as inertial dampeners fought to compensate. CC-2856 felt the jolt travel through the deck and into his bones as he brought his helmet up, locking it into place with a sharp hiss. He had lived too long, seen too much. Mandalore drew closer with every passing second, and there was a part of him that already understood how this would end. He rose to his feet anyway. "Move!" he barked, his voice cutting through the compartment as he turned toward the squad. "Get to the dropships now!" They obeyed. The bay doors ahead groaned open, revealing the vast expanse beyond as rows of troop transports detached in rapid succession, engines flaring to life as they were launched into the void. A harsh, wailing alarm drowned out everything else as red warning lights flooded the hangar, and beyond the open bay, the first flashes of incoming fire lit the darkness as Mandalore answered their arrival with overwhelming force. The sky erupted into motion, dozens of Star Destroyers spilling into orbit, only to be met immediately by a storm of defensive fire rising from the surface below. Streaks of energy tearing upward in relentless waves as hundreds of thousands of ships flooded the space between, clashing in a chaotic storm of metal and fire. Reaper shoved the squad forward into the transport, following them in as the hatch sealed behind them before the craft lurched violently as it was launched from the hangar into open space. The interior lighting dimmed to a harsh red, casting long shadows across the compartment as the ship accelerated, the distant flashes of battle visible through the narrow viewport as they angled toward the planet below. Reaper turned his head slightly, his gaze moving across the squad as he saw it in their posture, in the way their movements had slowed, in the way their breathing had changed. The excitement was gone now, burned away in an instant by the sheer scale of what they had just witnessed, and in its place was something far more honest. Fear. The ship began to shake as it hit the upper atmosphere, the hull groaning under the stress as streaks of fire tore past the viewport. And then the first impacts came. The entire craft lurched, throwing several of them against their restraints as the pilot fought to maintain control, alarms blaring as systems strained under the barrage. Reaper braced himself, one hand gripping the overhead support as the shaking intensified, his body moving with the motion of the ship rather than against it as they punched through the atmosphere and into the storm below. The transport slammed into the ground with enough force to jolt every bone in his body, the side door blowing open almost immediately as the pilot shouted something incoherent over the comms, and without hesitation, Reaper moved. He hit the ground running, and the world outside was chaos. Blaster fire streaked through the air in every direction, the crack of bolter rounds tearing through the battlefield with explosive force as the barren, jagged landscape of Mandalore stretched out before them, already littered with the wreckage of downed ships and the bodies of those who had not made it out alive. Reaper dove for cover behind a fractured slab of stone, his rifle already up as he began returning fire, the disciplined rhythm of his shots cutting through the noise as the rest of the squad poured out behind him. They barely had time to react. Harrick stepped off the ramp, shouting as he did. Then he ceased to exist. A bolter round struck his chest and detonated instantly, the explosion tearing him apart in a violent spray of gore that splattered across those nearest to him, the force of it sending several of them stumbling as what remained of him hit the ground in pieces. The battlefield surged forward without pause as the squad scattered, scrambling for whatever cover they could find as fire rained down around them, and then the transport behind them erupted in a deafening explosion, the force of it throwing them all forward as the shockwave rolled across the ground. Reaper hit the ground hard, the breath driven from his lungs as he rolled with the impact, his training taking over before his mind could catch up, and as he forced himself back up, he saw them. or what was left of them. Vera stumbled to her feet nearby, her hands shaking as she wiped at the lenses of her helmet, her breathing ragged and uneven as she turned and saw Juno and Dalen where they had fallen. One lay twisted and broken from the blast, unmoving, while the other had been thrown onto a jagged outcrop, the rock driven clean through his torso as he hung there, still alive for a few terrible seconds as a strangled scream tore from him before his body finally went limp. She froze, and Reaper knew what was happening immediately. The hesitation, the shock, the exact moment she stopped being a soldier and became just another person caught in something far too big for her to understand. Reaper slammed into her, driving her down into the dirt as a line of fire tore through the space where her head had been a fraction of a second before. "Get down!" he roared, his voice raw as he rolled over her and began firing, his shots forcing back the incoming fire just enough to give them a chance. She was shaking, he could feel it through the contact, her entire body trembling as she looked around, really looked for the first time, and saw the battlefield for what it was. The wounded screaming, the dying reaching for help that would never come, the ground itself soaked in blood and ash. This was what he had tried to tell them. This was what they had not understood. He struck her across the side of the helmet, hard enough to snap her focus back. "Pick up your weapon," he shouted, "or you're dead." Her hands moved, clumsy at first, then more controlled as she grabbed her rifle and brought it up. Firing blindly at first, before correcting, her training fighting its way back through the panic. For a moment it looked like she might hold. Then she saw Cade. He was standing in the open, his rifle hanging loosely at his side, his body locked in place as he stared at the carnage around him, completely frozen. "Cade," she screamed, "move!" Before she knew it, his body simply separated, cut cleanly in half at the waist, as though it had never been whole to begin with, the upper half collapsing to the ground a heartbeat after the lower. Vera's scream turned into something else entirely as she looked up, seeing the monster. A massive black and white Astartes moved through the battlefield like a force of nature, his massive form clad in blackened armor as he carved a path through the advancing troops, the dark saber in his grasp cutting through armor and flesh with effortless precision. His storm shield intercepted incoming fire without slowing his advance as he stepped over the dead and dying alike, his red optics burning through the chaos as they locked onto the two figures still standing. On them. Vera's mind broke. She opened fire, her rifle bucking wildly in her hands as she poured everything she had toward him. Reaper doing the same beside her, though he knew even as he fired that it would not be enough. A speeder roared into view from the Astartes' flank, its pilot screaming as it accelerated toward the Black Templar in a desperate attempt to break his advance. The Astartes turned. With a single brutal motion, he drove his shield into it. The impact was catastrophic. The speeder crumpled like paper, its forward section collapsing inward as it was deflected off course, the wreckage tumbling across the ground in a violent cascade of fire and twisted metal. That was the moment Reaper needed. He grabbed Vera by the arm and hauled her to her feet, his grip unyielding as he dragged her back from the edge of collapse. "Run!" he shouted, his voice cutting through everything else. "Now!" They ran. CC-2856 did not look back at first, because he did not need to. The sound alone was enough. The thunder of bolter fire, the screams cut short mid-breath, the heavy, unstoppable cadence of something far larger than any man crashing through the lines behind them like a force of nature given form. The Astartes was not simply pursuing them, he was carving a path through everything that stood in his way, and the battlefield itself seemed to buckle beneath that advance as men and women died in droves just to slow him for fractions of a second. An explosion tore through the ground to their right without warning. Reaper barely registered the flash before the shockwave caught him, lifting him from his feet and hurling him forward into the dirt, his helmet slamming hard enough to fracture his vision into static for a brief, disorienting moment, as the world dissolved into ringing silence and blurred motion. He did not know how long he was down, whether it was seconds or hours, because when awareness returned, it did so in fragments, sound bleeding back into existence in a warped, distant way, as though he were hearing it through water, the roar of battle muted. Something was screaming. It took him a moment to realize it was close. He forced himself onto his hands, every movement heavy and sluggish, his limbs responding a fraction too late as he pushed himself upright, the battlefield spinning around him as he turned toward the sound. Vera lay a short distance away, twisted on the ground, her body racked with violent, uncontrollable movement as she screamed, the sound raw and broken, tearing from her throat. Reaper's chest tightened. He stumbled toward her, his boots dragging for a step before catching, his balance returning just enough to close the distance, and when he reached her, he saw her leg was gone. Simply gone, taken by the blast. The wound was ragged and catastrophic as blood poured out in a steady, unstoppable flow that soaked into the dirt beneath her. He dropped beside her, hands already moving, reaching for what little equipment he still had, trying to stem the bleeding, trying to do something, anything, even as a part of him already understood that she wasn't going to make it. I want to go home. The words came between gasps, broken and uneven, her voice trembling as her hands clawed weakly at his armor, her grip lacking the strength to hold as her body began to fail her. I want to go home. I want to go home. Reaper said nothing. There was nothing to say. He kept working anyway, his hands moving even as they were already too late. They always said it, no matter where they came from, no matter what they believed. I want to go home. Her voice grew weaker, the words trailing off as her grip loosened, her head tilting slightly as the tension left her body in a slow final release. Then she was still. Reaper remained where he was for a moment longer, his hands slick with her blood. He reached down, pulled her rifle from where it had fallen, and rose unsteadily to his feet, his body still not entirely his own as he turned. A shadow fell over him like a weight, cutting him off from the light as something vast stepped into his space. Something that did not belong among men. Reaper looked up, and the Black Templar stood over him. The black armor was scarred now, marked by the battle, yet none of it had slowed him. The dark saber hung at his side, its dark blade humming faintly. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Then the Astartes spoke. "Die well," he said. "It is the only thing left for you now. Meet it on your feet, as a warrior should." Reaper did not hesitate as he raised the rifle and began to fire. The dark saber drove forward in a single motion, the dark blade punching through armor and flesh as though neither existed, burying itself deep into Reaper's chest. Then suddenly, Sebastian ripped the blade free, allowing Reaper's body to collapse. He hit the ground hard, the world already fading as whatever remained of him slipped away into the noise and fire of the battlefield, just another life claimed by a war that would not remember his name. The Black Templar did not linger. He turned from the fallen without a second glance, his focus already shifting to the next enemy that dared stand before him as he stepped forward once more into the storm. Bolter fire roared to life again, the thunder of it echoing across the battlefield as he advanced, his voice rising now. "For the Emperor," he intoned, the words almost reverent, even as his blade cut men down without mercy. "Let none stand before his will." 194, 189, The Golden Warrior. Maximus. Lat. The chamber surrounding the Singularity Ring had transformed in the span of minutes from a place of tense anticipation into a room full of motion. Maximus's gaze sweeping across the growing ranks of Astartes as they emerged one after another from the swirling threshold before him. They came in waves, their armor bearing the heraldry of different chapters. Blood angels in crimson and gold, followed closely by the dark angels. New Ultramarine brothers stepped through the portal as well, while the unyielding sons of Dawn, the Imperial Fists, took their place among them. Next, the green-armored warriors of the Salamanders stood like living embers, having heard their Primarch was on this side of the gate. Then the portal flared again as a single figure stepped through the threshold, and in that instant the atmosphere changed. Clad in radiant golden armor that seemed to drink in the light around it and return it tenfold, the figure moved with a grace that spoke of absolute certainty. The long haft of his guardian spear struck the metal beneath him with a resonant, ringing note as he came to a stop before nearer. The weapon held upright in a posture that was both ceremonial and unmistakably ready. When he removed his helm, it was not done for comfort or familiarity, but as an act of acknowledgement, revealing a face that was carved by the hands of the Emperor himself, stern and unyielding, untouched by doubt or hesitation. "I am Atheon," he said, "of the 10,000, custodian guard of the Emperor of mankind." Atheon's gaze moved between Nera and Maximus, as though measuring them against a standard known only to him, before he continued. "I have been dispatched with a singular directive," he said, "to locate and protect the children known as Luke and Leia." Nera did not seem surprised, not in the way many others might have been, though there was a faint narrowing of her eyes as she studied him. "Is that your only priority?" she asked, her voice steady. "Or have you been sent to help us win this war as well?" "My duty is clear," the custodian answered. "The protection of the children is absolute." His grip on the guardian's spear tightened just slightly. "Should this war threaten that duty in any capacity, I will act swiftly and without hesitation, without mercy." Nera held his gaze for a moment longer, then gave a small nod, accepting the answer for what it was. "Then we understand each other," she said simply. Atheon inclined his head once, then walked to the side of the room to stand as a lone sentinel. The portal flared once more, brighter than before, the energy within it surging as something far greater began to pass through. The entire chamber seemed to still in response as the first of the Blood Angels re-emerged, their movement slower now as they dragged a heavy slab forward through the portal. Between them, born with a care that bordered on sacred, came the form that had defined their existence for 10,000 years as the body of Sanguinius was brought into the chamber. The wings, though still, seemed almost as though they might stir at any moment, the golden form unmarred by time as the body had been healed. The Blood Angels moved as one, lowering him with care as they set the massive stone slab to the ground. The chamber seemed to draw in on itself as the moment approached, the noise and movement that had filled it only minutes before giving way to stillness as all attention settled upon the figure laid out upon the slab and the woman who now walked to stand at the head of the slab. Sanguinius's spirit lingered at Nera's side, luminous. "Are you ready?" he asked, Nera lifting her gaze to meet his. She gave a small nod and answered him simply, "I am." She stepped forward, closing the final distance to the slab, positioning herself near his head. For a brief moment, the two of them stood together in a silence that felt almost intimate, despite the hundreds of warriors watching. When she looked up at him again, there was something sad in her expression. "I will miss you." Sanguinius regarded her for a moment, and then he smiled before his form began to dissolve into light, that radiance folding inward as it sank into the still form upon the slab. Nera drew in a slow breath as the presence at her side vanished before pulling back her hood, revealing pale, near-white skin marked with intricate black tattoos that seemed to shift faintly as power stirred beneath them. She did not hesitate after that. Her right hand rose first, fingers curling slightly as she drew upon the warp, and the air around it twisted in response, a sickly green and violet energy coiling into existence, writhing and alive with a dangerous, barely contained intensity. Her left hand followed, and where the warp was chaotic and devouring, the force answered her with a far more fluid, deep luminous blue that flowed into her palm like a current of living light. For a brief moment, she held both, the opposing energies casting shifting shadows across her face, before she extended them outward, placing each hand to either side of Sanguinius's head. The ritual began. At first it was subtle, a low hum that seemed to resonate through the very structure of the chamber as the energies responded to her will, threading into the Primarch's body. The warp writhed as it was forced into alignment, its chaotic nature bending under her control, while the force flowed in tandem, stabilizing, guiding, shaping what might otherwise have torn itself apart. Those closest to the slab felt a pressure building in the air, as though reality itself were being pulled taut around a single impossible point. Nera began to sway. Her breathing grew strained as more power poured through her, the glow intensifying in both hands as the energies fed into Sanguinius's form. The chamber dimmed, as though the light itself were being drawn into the ritual, shadows stretching and bending unnaturally across the walls as the hum deepened into something almost thunderous. The Astartes did not move as they watched, some with reverence, some with disbelief. but all with an understanding that they were witnessing something that defied even the boundaries of their long, war-scarred existence. A surge of golden light erupted from Sanguinius's body, bursting outward in a radiant wave that flooded the chamber, washing over everything in its path as the energies collapsed inward in a single blinding instant. The force of it drove Neera back a step, her connection snapping as the ritual completed, the glow in her hands vanishing as the power she had channeled found its final purpose. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, Sanguinius drew in a deep breath, his chest rising as life returned to his once broken body. His eyes snapping open as he surged upward, pushing himself from the slab in a single motion. He sat upright first, his gaze sweeping the chamber as though taking in the world anew, before rising fully to his feet, the sheer presence of him filling the space. Every Astartes in the chamber dropped to one knee, the sound of ceramides striking metal echoing in unison as voices rose, some in prayer, some in praise, all directed toward the Emperor and the miracle that had just unfolded before them. The Blood Angels didn't hold themselves with the same restraint, their composure breaking as many of them bowed their heads, shoulders trembling, as the weight of 10,000 years of loss and longing finally gave way, tears falling freely as they beheld their Gene Father restored to them. Sanguinius stood at the center of it all. He looked down at his hands first, turning them slightly as though reacquainting himself with the physicality of existence, his fingers flexing slowly before his gaze lifted, his awareness expanding outward as he drew power into himself. The air shifted around him, then his wings unfurled. They spread wide in a single powerful motion, golden and immense, catching the light that still lingered in the chamber and reflecting it outward in a radiant display that seemed to banish the shadows entirely. The force of it stirred the air, a rush of displaced energy that rippled outward as he stood to his full height. "I have returned," he declared, his voice carrying across the chamber. 195. 190. Crippling blow. Pilot D-16. The void above Mandalore burned with motion and violence so dense that the stars themselves seemed to vanish behind the storm of ships, weapons fire, and debris that churned endlessly across the battlefield. Pilot D-16 cut through it like a blade, his craft screaming as he pushed it beyond what it was meant to endure, engines howling in protest as he rolled hard, a missile streaking past his canopy so close he felt the shockwave ripple across his hull. His targeting reticle snapped onto a pursuing fighter, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, twin lances of energy spearing forward and tearing the enemy ship apart in a burst of light that briefly illuminated the chaos around him, before being swallowed once more by the endless storm. He twisted the controls, diving beneath a formation of incoming bombers as their payloads dropped past him, detonations blooming in chains behind him as the void lit up in violent flashes. Above and below, the fleets clashed in overwhelming numbers, massive warships trading fire in barrages that could shatter continents, while swarms of smaller craft darted between them like insects caught in the middle of giants tearing each other apart. He caught glimpses of Mandalorian fighters being obliterated mid-flight, their wreckage tumbling into the void. But for every one that fell, he saw 10 more Empire vessels breaking apart under the relentless fire of the surrounding defense network. Far beyond Mandalore itself, distant points of light flared again and again as the outer planets unleashed their fire, specialized weapons designed for impossible range, hurling devastation across millions of miles, their beams and projectiles cutting through the void with terrifying precision. The pilot saw them strike, entire sections of the Empire fleet vanishing in catastrophic detonations, capital ships breaking apart under impacts they could not defend against, their shields collapsing under the sustained barrage as Mandalore's defenses reached out across the system. A rupture in reality split the battlefield apart as something massive forced its way into existence, the very fabric of space distorting around it as it emerged, its presence so overwhelming that it seemed to drag the eye whether one wished to look or not. The Sun Eater had arrived, a construct of impossible scale, its form dominating the battlefield the moment it appeared, its core already blazing with a terrible concentrated light that pulsed with annihilation. There was no delay, no hesitation, no warning beyond its presence alone as the weapon at its heart reached its apex and fired. The beam erupted outward in a single blinding surge of blue-white energy, a column of destruction that seemed to stretch endlessly as it lanced across the system, and for a fraction of a second, everything it touched simply ceased to exist. Then it split. It divided into multiple streams that arced outward toward the distant planets that had been feeding Mandalore its strength, each beam striking with the same catastrophic force as the original. The pilot watched it happen. Worlds that had stood for millennia vanished in moments, their surfaces cracking apart under the impact before erupting into expanding clouds of fire and debris, entire planetary bodies breaking open as though they had never been whole, their destruction rippling outward in silent, apocalyptic waves that swallowed everything around them. For a brief, terrible instant, the battlefield seemed to falter, the loss of those distant guns creating a gap that could be felt even in the chaos of war, and the pilot's hands tightened on the controls as the reality of what had just happened threatened to drag him under. Suddenly, his ship screamed as proximity alarms flared, snapping him back into the present just in time to wrench the controls hard to the side, his craft rolling violently as a massive chunk of wreckage tore past where he had been flying a heartbeat before. The maneuver nearly sent him spinning, his engines straining as he fought to stabilize, breath coming hard as the world narrowed once more. The Sun Eater's hull split open, and from it poured an endless tide of ships, hundreds of thousands of them spilling into the battlefield in waves, descending toward Mandalore. Transports, fighters, gunships, all flying as they flooded the space that had just been cleared for them, their numbers blotting out what little remained of the stars. The pilot banked hard, engines screaming once more as he drove his ship back into the fight. Sebastian. The surface of Mandalore had become a furnace of war, its barren plains torn open by bombardment and choked with smoke, fire, and the constant thunder of clashing armies as Sebastian moved through it all. The dark saber hissed as it tore free from the chest of a clone commando, the man's body collapsing even before the weapon had fully cleared him, and in the same motion Sebastian turned, his gauntleted hand snapping outward to seize a jet trooper mid-flight, fingers crushing into the trooper's armor with such force that the man's scream never fully formed before Sebastian wrenched him from the sky and hurled him downward. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, but Sebastian did not stop there, his massive shield coming down a heartbeat later, crushing the trooper into the stone in a violent burst that sprayed gore outward across the battlefield. Blaster fire converged on him, dozens of shots screaming through the smoke, but the iron halo mounted upon his armor flared to life in a radiant shimmer, a barrier of crackling energy that absorbed the worst of the incoming fire as though it were nothing more than rain striking a fortress wall. What slipped through glanced harmlessly from his ceramite plating, and Sebastian answered in kind, his heavy bolt pistol roaring to life with thunderous reports that drowned out the lesser weapons around him, each shot detonating within their targets and reducing them to ruin in sprays of blood and shattered armor. He advanced through it all without hesitation, a black-clad force that could not be slowed, could not be reasoned with, and would not stop. His helm tilted upward, red optics locking onto the heavens just in time to witness the arrival of the Sun Eater, its immense form blotting out what little remained of the sky beyond the storm of ships. He watched as its core ignited, as that terrible blue light gathered and then unleashed itself across the void, splitting into countless beams that reached out toward the distant worlds that had stood as Mandalore's defense grid. The Black Templar did not look away as the planets were torn apart, their destruction visible even from the surface of Mandalore as distant flashes bloomed and faded, entire celestial bodies erased in moments beneath the weapon's power. Anger rose within him, hot and absolute, burning through his veins as his grip tightened around the hilt of the darksaber, the blade humming louder as though responding to the fury of its wielder. Sebastian turned back to the battlefield with a renewed ferocity that bordered on savagery, throwing himself into the enemy ranks with a violence that eclipsed even what had come before. Clones and stormtroopers alike fell before him in rapid succession, their formations breaking as he tore through them, shield-smashing bodies aside, blade cutting through armor and bone, while his pistol barked death into anything that dared remain at range. The sky darkened further as hundreds upon hundreds of drop pods and transport ships descended through the atmosphere, their engines blazing as they burned toward the surface in tightly packed formations. a rain of steel and soldiers meant to overwhelm through sheer weight of numbers. Sebastian saw it all in an instant, his mind already moving beyond the immediate slaughter as he reached out through the command net. "Redirect artillery batteries," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for delay or doubt. "Target the descending pods. Do not allow them to make planetfall in force." Across the battlefield, the great guns of Mandalore shifted, their barrels angling skyward as targeting arrays recalibrated, and a moment later the heavens erupted once more. Shells and beams screamed upward in devastating volleys, tearing into the descending formations, detonating pods mid-descent, and ripping transport ships apart before they could disgorge their payloads. Burning wreckage rained from the sky, crashing into the already devastated ground in explosive impacts that only added to the chaos below. Sebastian did not remain to watch the results. He turned sharply, his gaze locking onto a nearby Ultramarine who was directing a defensive line, and strode toward him through the wreckage and bodies. "Hold this line, cousin," he ordered, his voice carrying over the din of battle as he pointed toward the advancing enemy forces. "Do not yield a single meter of ground. Reinforcements will come shortly." The Ultramarine gave a sharp nod. Sebastian moved on without waiting for further confirmation, his path now set toward the outskirts of the battlefield, where the command structure rose amidst the destruction. Holographic displays flickered with real-time data, officers and warriors alike moving with urgent purpose as orders were relayed and countermeasures enacted. And at the center of it all stood Vulcan. His voice carried across the chamber as he issued commands, repositioning forces, reinforcing weak points, and adapting to the rapidly shifting battlefield with a clarity that spoke of both experience and instinct. Sebastian approached, stopping just short of the Primarch as the last of the current orders were given. Then Vulcan turned, his focus shifting from the broader battle to Agamemnon. "To Agamemnon," he said, his voice resonating through the chamber as he handed over direct command of the defenses. "You have command of the field. Show me why the 13th Legion pride themselves on strategy and battlefield coordination." Agamemnon stepped forward at once, his exosuit wiring softly, taking control without question as Vulcan reached for the weapon resting nearby, his massive hand closing around the haft of Udracula, the great hammer seeming almost alive as it was lifted once more into his grasp. His gaze settled on Sebastian. "Come," Vulcan said, "there is work yet to be done." Sebastian inclined his head once, tightening his grip on his weapons as he fell into step behind the Primarch, the two of them moving toward the exit as the sounds of battle swelled once more to meet them. 196. 191. Primarch of the Salamanders. Ahsoka. Consciousness returned to Ahsoka gently, dragging her upward from darkness into a body that no longer felt like her own. Pain greeted her first, followed by the hollow churn of her stomach as she lurched forward, barely managing to turn before she retched violently onto the side of the bed. The motion sent a spike of agony through her ribs and shoulder, her breath hitching into panicked gasps as the world swam in and out of focus. Light too bright, sound too loud, everything wrong all at once. Shapes moved around her, voices distant and muffled, until a pair of hands steadied her, guiding her back just enough to keep her from collapsing entirely. "Hey, it's all right, you're safe," a voice said calmly. "Easy now. Breathe." Ahsoka tried, but the air felt thin, her lungs unwilling to obey as her mind raced ahead of her body, clawing for answers that refused to come. Her eyes snapped toward the speaker, focusing on the figure of a medical personnel kneeling beside her, their expression worried in a way that only made the dread rising in her chest worse. "Where am I?" she demanded, her voice raw and unsteady, driven by fear. "Where is this?" "You are under Imperium care," the Medicae replied. "You were brought in with critical injuries. You've been unconscious for several days." The words barely registered before Ahsoka pushed past them, her thoughts snapping to the one thing that mattered above all else, as her gaze sharpened with sudden urgency. "Padme," she said, the name catching in her throat. "Where is she? What happened to her?" The Medici hesitated. Ahsoka saw it in the woman's eyes, in the way her posture shifted almost imperceptibly, And in that moment, she already knew the answer before it was spoken. The Medicae pulled a chair closer, sitting across from her, so that they were level, so that there would be no distance between them when she spoke the hard truth that has unraveled days before. "We did everything we could," the woman began quietly. "She was brought in critical condition, and the strain of the birth, it was too much for her body to endure. Padme did not survive." For a moment, the world simply stopped, as though everything around her had lost its connection to her entirely, the words echoing in her mind without fully taking root, without fully becoming real. She did not react, did not speak, did not even seem to breathe as the truth hovered just beyond her acceptance. The Medicae continued gently, as though afraid that silence might be worse. "She gave birth before she passed," she said, "a boy and a girl, both healthy. She named them Luke and Leia." Ahsoka's shoulders sank back against the bed as though whatever had been holding her upright had finally given way, her gaze drifting somewhere distant, unfocused, as the weight of it all settled over her in full. The Medicae watched her for a moment longer, recognizing the look. She recognized the quiet collapse of someone's world, and after a time she stood slowly from her chair. "You should get some rest," the woman said softly. "Your body needs time to recover." Ahsoka did not respond, and the Medicae did not press. With a final glance, the woman turned and left the room, the door sliding shut behind her with a muted hiss that left Ahsoka alone with the quiet hum of machinery and the soft presence of the two droids at her side that had stayed silent until then. Eventually, her eyes shifted, focusing at last on the droid beside her. "C-3PO." Her voice was quieter now, stripped of its earlier urgency. "Where are the children?" The droid straightened slightly, his photoreceptors flickering as he processed the question. "Oh, Miss Ahsoka," he began, his tone tinged with that familiar anxious cadence. "The twins are being kept under constant guard. The Imperium has taken considerable precautions regarding their safety." Without another word, Ahsoka pushed herself upright, ignoring the protest of her body as she reached for the lines still attached to her arm and pulled them free with a wince. C-3PO recoiled slightly. "Oh dear, I really don't think that's advisable. You've only just regained consciousness, and given the number of guards stationed—" A sharp series of beeps cut him off. "Oh, don't start with me," C-3PO snapped, turning toward the astromech. "This is not cowardice, it is basic self-preservation. The Imperium is hardly known for its fondness toward droids, particularly the Astartes, and I, for one, would prefer not to be dismantled in a hallway." R2-D2 responded with an indignant chirp, then shocked him. C-3PO jerked violently, letting out a metallic yelp before kicking weakly at the smaller droid. "Stop that. That is entirely unnecessary." While they argued, Ahsoka had already moved on. Her eyes scanned the room until they landed on a maintenance panel along the wall. Without hesitation, she crossed the space and tore it free, the metal bending under the force as she pulled it aside and leaned in just enough to peer into the narrow passage beyond. She turned back to the droids, who were still mid-argument. "Are you coming?" she asked, her tone leaving little room for hesitation, or not. She didn't wait for an answer. She slipped into the vent, pulling herself forward despite the strain it put on her still healing body, the metal cool beneath her hands as she crawled deeper into the passage. R2-D2 chirped once and followed immediately. C-3PO hesitated for all of 2 seconds. "Oh, this is a terrible idea," he muttered to himself before awkwardly climbing in after them, his limbs scraping loudly against the confines of the duct as he struggled to keep up. It took a long time to find what she was looking for, much longer than she would have liked. Eventually, the passage opened into a vertical shaft, and beyond it she could see the hangar below, vast and alive with movement as ships were prepped, launched and repaired in a constant cycle, fueled by the war raging outside. Without hesitation, she began her descent. She dropped the final stretch, landing harder than she intended as pain flared through her side, but she forced herself upright, scanning the hangar as R2 rolled up beside her. Moments later, C-3PO came crashing down behind them in a clatter of metal that made her close her eyes briefly in irritation. R2, she said, already moving toward one of the nearby ships. Can you get us in one of these? The droid beeped affirmatively and rolled ahead, extending a probe into a nearby control panel as he began interfacing with the system. Ahsoka glanced around, noting the tension in the air, the heightened activity, the distant tremor of bombardment that echoed even within the hangar walls. Then the ramp lowered. Good, she murmured, moving immediately for the ship, the droids close behind as they boarded. She slid into the pilot's seat, hands moving across unfamiliar controls as systems flickered to life as the engines began to hum beneath her. But through the viewport, something massive stepped into view. A dreadnought. A voice followed, amplified and thunderous. Power down the vessel. Return to your quarters. You are not authorized to depart. Ahsoka didn't respond. Her jaw tightened as her hands moved faster, pushing the ship to life as the engines roared, the craft lurching forward as she gunned the thrusters and drove it straight toward the exit, toward the dreadnought itself. If she couldn't slip past it, then she would go through it. Or so she thought. The distance closed rapidly, the massive machine bracing itself as she committed fully, intent on turning the ship into a weapon if that was what it took. But at the last moment, the dreadnought moved. Its massive arm slamming into the side of the vessel, the ship spun out of control, smashing into the ground just outside the hangar in a violent crash that sent Ahsoka slamming forward, her vision exploding into white as her head struck the console. For a moment, everything blurred, sound distorting into a dull roar as she struggled to remain conscious, her hand coming away from her forehead, slick with blood. R2. 3PO. She managed, forcing herself to focus. I am entirely intact. C-3PO replied immediately, though his voice trembled. Though I must say, I strongly object to this method of travel. The dreadnought's voice came again, closer now. Exit the vessel. This is your final warning. Ahsoka's eyes flicked upward. Then something else happened. An Empire ship screamed overhead, flying far too close, its trajectory forcing the dreadnought to turn, its weapons firing in a sudden burst that obliterated the vessel in a blinding explosion. Ahsoka didn't hesitate as she slammed the controls forward, engines flaring as the ship roared back to life, tearing itself from the ground and launching upward in a desperate surge, clearing the wreckage and blasting toward the sky before the dreadnought could react. Vulcan. Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war, Vulcan roared as he descended into the battlefield. The first line of resistance did not even understand what it faced. Clone troopers turned, rifles snapping up as targeting systems locked, volleys of blaster fire streaking toward the Primarch in bursts that would have cut down lesser warriors in seconds. Yet Vulcan did not so much as slow. The iron halo above him flared like a furnace, its radiant shield catching the incoming fire in a storm of crackling energy that washed harmlessly across its surface, while what little slipped through shattered against the impossibility of his armor. Vulcan lifted his plasma pistol, and when he fired, the weapon did not merely discharge, it roared. A sphere of incandescent fury tearing across the distance and slamming into the lead gunship, bearing down on him. The cockpit vaporized in an instant, the craft lurching violently before spiraling out of control and crashing into the advancing lines behind it, the explosion blooming outward in a chain reaction that tore apart everything caught in its wake. A squad of stormtroopers broke formation and charged, desperation overtaking discipline as they closed the distance, perhaps believing that proximity might give them a chance, that numbers might mean something against a being of flesh and blood. Vulcan met them without hesitation, Urdrakul rising in his grasp before coming down in a single devastating slam that annihilated everything around it. The hammer connected with the ground between them, and the impact detonated outward in a concussive wave that shattered armor, broke bodies, and hurled the survivors through the air like discarded husks. Those who still lived tried to rise, tried to aim, tried to fight, but Vulcan was already among them, crushing one beneath his boot while his gauntleted hand seized another and tore him from the ground before hurling him into his fellows. Behind him, Sebastian followed like a shadow of wrath, the darksaber carving through anything that slipped past the Primarch's immediate reach, his shield smashing aside enemies as his bolt pistol thundered, yet for all his fury, for all his skill, there was no denying the truth of the moment. Beside Vulcan, even a Black Templar looked weak. The ground shook again. Heavy walkers advanced through the smoke, their armored frames shrugging off small arms fire as they brought their weapons to bear, cannons rotating toward the Primarch as targeting systems locked onto him. They fired in unison, a barrage of destructive force that tore the ground apart where Vulcan stood, the explosions engulfing him in fire and debris as the earth itself was ripped open beneath the assault. For a heartbeat, he vanished. Then he stepped out of the fire. His armor was scorched, his form wreathed in the dying flames of the barrage. Vulcan advanced once more, his pace unchanged, his gaze fixed upon the machines that had dared to challenge him. The first walker tried to adjust, to bring its weapons to bear again, but it was too slow. Vulcan closed the distance in a blur of motion that belied his immense size, Urdracule rising high before crashing down upon the walker's chassis with catastrophic force. The impact split the machine apart, its armor buckling inward as its core detonated, the explosion tearing it open like a fragile shell. The second walker fared no better. Vulcan turned, his plasma pistol firing again, the shot punching clean through the cockpit before the pilot could even comprehend what was happening, the machine staggering before collapsing in on itself as its systems failed. The third attempted to retreat, to reposition, but Sebastian was already there, his blade cutting deep into its joints as Vulcan closed in once more, the hammer falling again and reducing it to ruin in a single thunderous strike. Above them, the sky churned with descending transports, waves of reinforcements pouring into the battlefield in an unending tide, their numbers meant to overwhelm, to drown Mandalore in sheer force. They came screaming through the atmosphere, engines blazing as they deployed their payloads, soldiers spilling from their hulls in coordinated drops meant to encircle and crush what remained of the defenders. Vulcan strode directly into the landing zone, placing himself at the point where the enemy would strike hardest, where their numbers would be greatest, where the weight of their assault would break against him. The first transports touched down, ramps slamming open as troops surged forward, their weapons already firing, their voices lost in the roar of battle as they threw themselves into the fray with all the force they could muster. Vulcan met them with a wrath that bordered on the divine, his hammer rising and falling in relentless rhythm, each strike sending bodies flying, each impact reshaping the ground beneath him as though the planet itself recoiled from the force of his blows. Blaster fire raked across him, explosions detonated at his feet, yet he advanced through it all as though it were nothing more than wind against a mountain, his presence unyielding, his will absolute. A gunship swooped low, cannons blazing as it attempted to bring him down from above, its pilot committing fully to the attack as it poured everything it had into a single decisive strike. Vulcan answered with a single shot. The plasma bolt struck true, tearing through the cockpit and igniting the fuel reserves in a violent chain reaction that reduced the craft to a fireball in the sky, its wreckage crashing down behind him in a blazing ruin that added only more chaos to the battlefield. And still nothing the Empire threw at him could slow him, could shake him, could force him back even a single step. For Vulcan, Primarch of the Salamanders, fought against them like a god among men. 197, 192. Dark Lord of the Sith. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan walked through the endless corridors of the Sun Eater, the Force flowing uneasily around him like a current warning of unseen danger. The stolen officer's uniform rested awkwardly across his shoulders, foreign in a way Jedi robes had never been. Yet it concealed him well enough among the sea of officers, technicians, stormtroopers, and clone veterans flooding through the Sun Eater's interior. Beside him walked Rex in his old armor, the aging clone blending naturally among the countless soldiers preparing for deployment, though Obi-Wan could feel the bitterness radiating from him every time another regiment marched past. Everywhere they looked, war preparations consumed the ship. Entire formations of clone troopers moved in perfect synchronization toward massive embarkation bays, while newly recruited Imperial stormtroopers followed in enormous columns behind them, their armor still pristine, their posture still carrying traces of eagerness rather than exhaustion. Officers barked orders from elevated walkways, while supply servitors dragged ammunition crates large enough to crush a man beneath their weight. Through enormous viewports lining sections of the corridors, Obi-Wan could see Mandalore hanging in the void, half consumed by fire, countless ships swarming around it as orbital bombardments flashed across its atmosphere in violent bursts of orange and white. Rex finally broke the silence between them as another wave of young stormtroopers hurried past. "They don't even know what they're walking into," he muttered quietly, his voice edged with disgust. Obi-Wan glanced toward him briefly. War has always sold itself as glory to those who have never fought in it. Rex gave a low grunt beneath his helmet. Yeah. Then the first artillery shell lands, and suddenly everybody remembers they're mortal. Before Obi-Wan could respond, the entire corridor vibrated beneath their feet as a loud warning alarm echoed through the nearby hangar sectors. A moment later, the shriek of damaged engines tore through the air, loud enough to overpower even the noise of the massive warship itself. Both men instinctively turned toward the nearest hangar opening, just as a heavily damaged ship came screaming through the magnetic barrier, sparks and fire pouring from its hull as it slammed violently against the deck. The vessel skidded sideways across the durasteel floor, nearly clipping a line of parked starfighters before finally crashing into a maintenance platform hard enough to collapse part of it. Smoke immediately began pouring from the ruined craft as emergency crews and nearby troopers rushed toward it. The scene itself was not unusual aboard a ship engaged in open warfare. Damaged fighters and transports were returning constantly from the battle over Mandalore, many in far worse condition than this one. But the moment Obi-Wan felt the presence inside the ship through the Force, his stomach tightened. The hatch burst open under the efforts of several stormtroopers, and a struggling figure was dragged from the interior. "Ahsoka," Obi-Wan whispered. She looked terrible. Her clothes were stained with blood and ash, one side of her face bruised from the crash, and exhaustion clung to her so heavily that she could barely stay upright as the troopers restrained her. Behind her stumbled C-3PO, waving his arms frantically while protesting at maximum volume about improper handling, while R2-D2 rolled out after him, angrily beeping at anyone who got too close. Rex immediately started moving. "Come on!" The two of them pushed through the growing crowd. Obi-Wan straightened his posture as they approached, slipping fully into the role of an Imperial officer while letting irritation sharpen his voice. "What is happening here?" he barked sharply. The nearby troopers snapped to attention instantly. One of them gestured toward Ahsoka. "Sir, this individual isn't a pilot. We have placed her under arrest, and she is attempting to escape from Imperial custody." "And now you're clogging an active hangar during wartime," Obi-Wan interrupted coldly. "Do you intend to stand around gawking while ships are trying to land?" The trooper immediately stiffened. "No, sir. I'll handle the prisoner personally," Obi-Wan continued without missing a beat. "Return to your duties immediately and get this wreckage out of the way." Years of conditioning took over. The troopers obeyed almost instantly, dispersing back into the organized chaos of the hangar, while mechanics and crews resumed rushing between damaged ships. Within moments, only Obi-Wan, Rex, Ahsoka, and the two droids remained near the wreck. Ahsoka stared at Obi-Wan in complete disbelief. "Obi-Wan?" Obi-Wan moved closer and lowered his voice. "We need to leave. Now." Her confusion only deepened as she looked between him and Rex. "How are you here? What are you doing on this ship?" "The Force guided us here," Obi-Wan answered quietly. "We came to find Anakin." At the mention of his name, something dark crossed Ahsoka's face. "No," she said immediately, shaking her head. "No, you don't understand." "Ahsoka." "He's gone," she interrupted, her voice tightening painfully. "Whatever part of Anakin Skywalker still existed died on Mustafar." Obi-Wan held her gaze steadily. "What are you talking about?" "You can't save him," she whispered. "Master Qui-Gon, Dooku, and I fought him, and he toyed with us like we were children." Her breathing became uneven as memories surfaced. The dark side has consumed him completely, and now... She swallowed hard. Now it's crowning him, feeding him, making him stronger every second. Rex folded his arms across his chest. "Then we need to stop him." Ahsoka turned toward him sharply. "He can't be stopped. We need to leave now." Obi-Wan shook his head slowly. "If Anakin continues down this path, there may not be a galaxy left to survive in." Before Ahsoka could answer, Rex suddenly went still. The old clone's posture changed instantly, decades of battlefield instinct surfacing as his hand subtly lowered toward the blasters at his hips. "That may be more difficult now," he said quietly. Obi-Wan turned and saw they were surrounded. Hundreds of troopers had silently formed a massive perimeter around them while they spoke. Clone troopers and stormtroopers alike stood shoulder to shoulder with weapons raised, their formation airtight. Ahsoka's hand slowly drifted toward her empty belt before she remembered her lightsabers were gone. Then the crowd parted. A single figure in crimson armor stepped forward from the formation, his polished plating gleaming beneath the harsh hangar lights as his black visor settled upon the three of them. "General Kenobi, Captain Rex, Commander Tano." His voice was calm, almost courteous. "The Emperor is expecting you." Neither Obi-Wan nor Rex moved. The Crimson Trooper approached another few steps before extending one armored hand outward expectantly. "If you would surrender your weapons," he continued evenly, "I will escort you to Lord Vader." Ahsoka looked toward Obi-Wan anxiously. "This is a trap." Obi-Wan gave the smallest nod imaginable. "Yes," he admitted quietly, "but I suspect we were always meant to walk into it." Rex let out a tired breath before slowly removing his blaster and handing it over. Never liked subtle missions anyway. The Crimson Trooper accepted the weapon without reaction. Obi-Wan hesitated only briefly before surrendering his lightsaber as well, feeling its absence immediately through the Force like the loss of a limb. Once the weapons had been collected, the Crimson Soldier turned smoothly toward the corridor beyond the hangar. "Follow me," he ordered. The sea of troopers parted as the four of them began walking deeper into the heart of the Sun Eater, toward the waiting presence Obi-Wan could already feel, watching them from somewhere ahead in the darkness. The deeper they were taken into the vessel, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Massive banners bearing the newly forged sigil of the Empire hung from vaulted ceilings. Draped between towering statues of armored clone troopers and hooded figures that looked almost Sith in design. Everything about the place radiated power and fear, as though Anakin or someone else had sought to forge not merely a government, but a monument to domination itself. The darkness here was suffocating. It pressed against his senses, thick and poisonous, clinging to every corridor and every passing trooper. Eventually, the Crimson Guard stopped before an enormous pair of obsidian doors nearly 3 stories tall. Ancient-looking symbols had been carved into the metal, glowing faintly red between seams of black iron. Obi-Wan felt Ahsoka tense beside him as the doors slowly began to part with a grinding groan that reverberated through the corridor. Beyond them waited darkness. The throne room was colossal, large enough to house entire gunships, its distant ceiling lost in shadow while rivers of crimson light illuminated the chamber in jagged lines across the floor. Massive windows overlooked the void of space where fleets of star destroyers drifted over Mandalore. At the center of it all stood a solitary figure upon a raised dais. Darth Vader. His back remained turned to them as they were shoved forward into the chamber. The doors thundered shut behind them, sealing the room and leaving only the heavy mechanical rhythm of Vader's breathing filling the silence. The Crimson Trooper approached the dais first, kneeling before extending Obi-Wan's confiscated lightsaber upward in both hands. "My Emperor," the trooper said respectfully. "The prisoners." Vader took the weapon slowly, turning it over in one gloved hand while remaining facing away from them all. For several long moments he said nothing at all. He simply examined the lightsaber in silence, thumb brushing against the worn metal casing as though studying a relic from another life. Then he finally spoke. "I knew you would come." The voice that emerged was deep and slightly distorted. "Even now, after everything, you cannot accept failure." He slowly lowered the lightsaber to his side. Obi-Wan's jaw tightened, though he forced himself to remain calm. Vader finally began to turn. The sight of him fully facing them sent a chill through the room. Black armor gleamed beneath the crimson lighting, while the lenses of his mask stared at them like the eyes of some ancient predator. The cape hanging from his shoulders swept across the floor behind him, and at his belt hung 3 familiar hilts. His own lightsaber, and next to it were Ahsoka's lightsabers. "Your guilt brought you here," Vader said, looking directly at Obi-Wan. just as I knew it would. Then his gaze shifted toward Ahsoka. And you. For the briefest moment, something almost human flickered beneath the mask. After Mustafar, I allowed you to live, Vader said. You fought well. You are stronger than the others, stronger than the Jedi. His mechanical breathing deepened slightly. I thought perhaps you would understand. I thought perhaps you would join me willingly once you saw the truth. Ahsoka stared at him in disbelief, grief and fury warring openly across her face. You murdered children, she spat. You slaughtered the Order. You murdered Padme. Vader said nothing for a moment, though Ahsoka saw his fist clench at the accusation. Watch your words, apprentice, he said coldly, watching as Ahsoka recoiled at the words. Silence settled again before Vader took several slow steps down from the dais, his armored boots striking the floor with crushing weight. The dark presence surrounding him intensified with every step, until even breathing felt difficult. Then he stopped. I will offer this once more, Vader said. Kneel, serve me, help me bring order to this galaxy, and I will spare your lives. Ahsoka was the first to answer. Her eyes dropped briefly toward the hilt hanging from Vader's belt before rising back to his helmeted face mask. No, she said firmly, I would rather die. Vader regarded her silently for a moment before turning toward Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan looked at the thing Anakin had become and felt his heart ache. He remembered the reckless young man on Tatooine, the gifted Padawan on Coruscant, the brother who had laughed beside him through impossible battles and terrible wars. That man was gone. Obi-Wan slowly shook his head. I failed you once, he said quietly. I will not fail the galaxy by helping you destroy it. Vader turned toward Rex. The clone removed his helmet slowly, revealing the aged, scarred face beneath. Exhaustion and sorrow lined every inch of him now, yet he still stood tall before the man he had once followed across 100 battlefields. General Skywalker, Rex said carefully. Vader said nothing. Rex took another hesitant step forward. Please, he continued, this isn't you. Whatever Palpatine did to you, whatever the dark side is telling you, this isn't the man we followed. His voice cracked slightly. You fought for people. You protected people. Still, Vader remained silent. Rex mistook that silence for hesitation. You can stop this, Rex pressed desperately. You can still... The red blade ignited so fast that none of them had time to react. A violent crimson flash illuminated the chamber as the lightsaber punched clean through Rex's chest. The clone froze. Shock spread slowly across his face as he looked downward at the blade protruding from his armor. Anakin. Vader stared at him without emotion. Then he ripped the blade free. Rex collapsed hard onto the black floor, looking back up at the man he once trusted beyond all others. Why? He asked quietly before going limp. Rex, Ahsoka screamed. Vader casually deactivated the blade and let the clone's body lie where it fell. Anakin Skywalker is dead, Vader said coldly. Something inside Ahsoka shattered. With a furious cry, she lunged forward, ripping one of her lightsabers from Vader's belt in a blur of motion with the Force before igniting the Hreen blade and slashing directly for his head. Vader met the attack effortlessly. His crimson blade exploded to life again as he caught her strike one-handed, the impact sending sparks showering across the chamber while the surrounding troopers hurried backward to avoid the fight. Ahsoka attacked again immediately, rage consuming all restraint as she unleashed strike after strike toward him. You killed him, she shouted between blows. You killed all of them. Vader blocked every attack with terrifying ease. I knew you would refuse, he said almost calmly, parrying another slash before backhanding her hard enough to send her skidding across the floor. Then, without even looking, he tossed Obi-Wan's lightsaber behind him. The weapon clattered across the floor before stopping at Obi-Wan's feet. Vader slowly raised his own blade into a ready stance. The crimson glow of his lightsaber reflected across the black armor as his cape billowed behind him, the dark side swirling violently around him like a storm given flesh. Prepare yourselves, Darth Vader said. You will not enjoy this. 198, 193. The Imperium strikes back. Darth Vader, Ahsoka's green blade screamed against Vader's crimson one as sparks exploded between them, but Vader did not even appear strained. One massive black-gloved hand held his weapon steady, while the other hung loosely at his side, his stance utterly immovable despite the fury behind Ahsoka's assault. She struck again and again in rapid succession, her movements fast enough that most beings would have been carved apart within seconds. Yet Vader seemed to see every strike before it came. His blade shifted only inches at a time, each movement perfectly intercepting her attacks, while Obi-Wan came at him from the opposite side. Obi-Wan lunged for Vader's helmet, aiming a thrust directly through the black lenses, but before the strike could land, Vader's free hand suddenly clenched. Obi-Wan's lightsaber froze in mid-air. The Jedi Master's eyes widened as the weapon halted mere inches from Vader's face, held completely motionless by the Force alone. Vader slowly turned his head toward him, the crimson glow reflecting across the polished black surface of his mask. Then he moved. With contemptuous ease, Vader batted Ahsoka's blade aside hard enough to nearly wrench the weapon from her grip, before spinning and smashing his own lightsaber downward into Obi-Wan's. The impact rang through the room like artillery fire. Obi-Wan barely managed to hold the strike, his boots screeching backward across the metal floor as the sheer strength behind the blow nearly collapsed his guard entirely. Vader pressed immediately. Another strike crashed into Obi-Wan's blade, then another, and another. Each blow came heavier than the last, fueled by monstrous strength and bottomless hatred. Obi-Wan found himself giving ground rapidly, his arms trembling from the force of the impacts, while sparks burst violently around them each time their sabers collided. Ahsoka came at Vader again from behind, leaping high into the air and bringing her blade down toward his shoulder. Vader twisted at the last possible second. Her blade skimmed harmlessly across his armor while Vader slammed his own saber brutally into her guard, knocking her completely off balance before driving a devastating kick into her chest. Ahsoka was thrown backward down an entire flight of black metal stairs, crashing hard against the landing below before rolling violently across the floor. "Ahsoka!" Obi-Wan shouted. Vader ignored him. The Dark Lord simply raised one hand again as Obi-Wan attempted another strike, stopping the Jedi's blade entirely through raw telekinetic force. Obi-Wan strained against it with both hands, but the lightsaber would not move even an inch. For a long moment, Vader simply stood there staring at him. Then the crimson blade came crashing down again. Obi-Wan barely managed to break free in time to block, but Vader was relentless now, driving him backward out of the throne chamber entirely and into the adjoining corridors of the Sun Eater. Their blades became streaks of blue and red, flashing through the darkness as Vader advanced with terrifying momentum. The corridor itself became part of the battle. Lightsabers carved molten scars through walls and floors as both men struck with increasing ferocity. Sparks cascaded endlessly from shattered pipes and severed conduits, while alarms began blaring throughout the section. Obi-Wan fought defensively, relying on precision and endurance to survive the storm battering against him, but Vader's attacks were overwhelming. Every strike carried enough force to break bones. "You are weak," Vader roared as he hammered another crushing blow downward. "You always were." Obi-Wan ducked beneath the strike before slashing low toward Vader's side, but Vader caught the attack and drove his shoulder directly into Obi-Wan's chest, sending the Jedi stumbling backward into the wall hard enough to crack the metal behind him. Before Vader could finish him, Ahsoka returned. She came sprinting down the corridor at full speed, vaulting off the wall and slashing simultaneously toward Vader's neck and spine with both recovered blades. Vader spun between them with astonishing speed for someone so massive, one saber intercepting her attack while his armored fist slammed directly into Obi-Wan's jaw. The fight became chaos. Vader moved between them effortlessly, his crimson blade constantly shifting from one opponent to the other, while Obi-Wan and Ahsoka struggled desperately to maintain pressure together. At times, Vader appeared almost bored, casually redirecting their attacks while forcing them backward through corridor after corridor. "You cannot defeat me," Vader said coldly, while locking blades with Obi-Wan. "The dark side has made me far beyond either of you." Ahsoka thrust toward his side. Without even looking, Vader caught her wrist mid-strike. The bones immediately began to creak beneath the pressure of his grip. Ahsoka gasped in pain as Vader squeezed harder, his mechanical hand crushing her wrist until her fingers spasmed and her lightsaber clattered uselessly across the floor. Obi-Wan lunged to save her. Vader's hand that still gripped his lightsaber exploded outward. Crimson Force lightning erupted from his fingertips. The blast struck Obi-Wan full in the chest and hurled him backward across the room. Agony ripped through his entire body as the dark side lightning coursed through him, forcing him to his knees while smoke rose from his clothing and skin. Vader released Ahsoka suddenly. Both Jedi looked up in confusion as the Sith Lord stepped backward into the center of a massive chamber they had unknowingly entered during the battle. The room was circular and enormous, lined with damaged practice droids, shattered pillars, and old insignias from the Jedi Temple itself. Obi-Wan immediately felt something deeply wrong about the place. The Force here was twisted and sick, like a wound left deliberately open. Vader slowly deactivated his lightsaber. Enormous doors on opposite sides of the chamber suddenly groaned open before figures began to emerge from the darkness. Master Yaddle and Sifo Dyas emerged from one doorway, while battered and beaten Jedi and younglings entered from the other. At first glance, the group appeared alive, but something about them was horribly broken. Their movements twitched unnaturally, as though invisible strings jerked at their limbs. Their eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, while veins darkened the skin around them. Yet beneath the madness, Obi-Wan could still sense fragments of who they once were. "Impossible," Obi-Wan whispered. Ahsoka stared in horror. "They're alive." "Barely," Vader replied. The fallen Jedi slowly ignited their lightsabers. Their hands trembled violently around the hilts. "I found them imprisoned beneath Coruscant," Vader continued, gesturing towards Yaddle and Sifo Dyas. "Palpatine had uses for them." His helmet tilted slightly. "I found better ones, and these are the survivors of Order 66, he said, gesturing towards the other group of knights and younglings. "You wish to save the Jedi Order," he said, looking at Obi-Wan. "Now you may try, but whichever of you survives will become my apprentice." Sebastian, what had once been barren stone and windswept plains, was now a continent-sized graveyard of burning wreckage, shattered walkers, cratered earth, and mountains of corpses that stretched farther than Sebastian could properly comprehend. Smoke rolled endlessly across the horizon in black waves, while artillery thundered so constantly that the planet itself seemed to tremble beneath the violence. The skies above were completely drowned beneath starships, bombers, dropcraft, and burning debris falling like meteors from orbit. Everywhere Sebastian looked, there was war in its purest and ugliest form, and still the enemy came. The Black Templar ripped the darksaber free from the throat of a stormtrooper officer before pivoting and driving his boot into another soldier hard enough to crush the man's chest inward. Blaster fire hammered against his armor from 3 different directions, detonating harmlessly against his black ceramite while he raised his heavy bolt pistol and fired twice. 2 clone troopers exploded apart in sprays of blood and armor fragments as the blessed mass-reactive rounds detonated inside their bodies. Beside him, Vulcan fought like an unstoppable force of nature. The Primarch strode through the battlefield with Dracula in one hand and his plasma pistol in the other. A single swing of the Thunderhammer obliterated an entire squad of advancing stormtroopers, their bodies simply ceasing to exist beneath the impact as the ground erupted around them in a violent shockwave. Another wave of clone troopers charged toward him from behind shattered barricades, only for Vulcan's plasma pistol to roar once. The incandescent blast struck a nearby walker directly in the cockpit, melting through armor plating instantly before the vehicle detonated in a massive fireball that consumed dozens of soldiers around it. Sebastian had long since lost count of how many enemies they had killed together. Thousands, certainly. Perhaps tens of thousands. Yet despite that impossible slaughter, the Empire continued throwing more troops into the meat grinder without hesitation. Fresh landing craft screamed down from orbit constantly while new formations advanced through smoke and fire with grim determination. At last, the latest assault wave broke apart beneath the Primarch's wrath, leaving a brief lull in the fighting. Sebastian stood amid piles of bodies, breathing heavily through his Vox grill while blood, ash, and dirt coated nearly every inch of his armor. His shield was scarred from repeated impacts, and fresh scorch marks covered the black ceramite of his chest plate. Across from him, Vulcan stood amidst the devastation entirely unmoved, his massive frame still radiating terrible strength, as if the battle had barely even begun. Transport ships descended through the clouds endlessly, while walkers marched beside enormous armored columns that stretched for miles. "They have no end," Sebastian growled, tightening his grip on the dark saber. "Every time we break them, more arrive." Vulcan followed his gaze. "Then we continue killing them until they run out of soldiers," the Primarch answered, his deep voice carrying easily over the battlefield. "Or we take the Sun Eater itself and cut the head from this assault." Sebastian looked toward the distant sky, where the monstrous vessel loomed like a second moon above Mandalore. Even from here, its sheer scale was horrifying. Massive guns flashed along its hull, while endless waves of troopships poured from its belly. Vulcan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Though I do not believe that will happen today." Before Sebastian could answer, an enormous explosion thundered nearby. One of the Imperium's artillery batteries vanished in flame as orbital fire slammed into the emplacement, killing several crewmen instantly and sending the massive cannon tilting sideways as its stabilizer supports shattered apart. The surviving operators shouted in panic while trying desperately to keep the gigantic weapon from collapsing entirely. Sebastian sprinted through incoming blaster fire, shoulder-checking a clone trooper hard enough to pulverize the man before reaching the damaged artillery piece. The cannon itself was enormous, easily the length of a small building, its barrel glowing red-hot from continuous firing. One of the operators looked up at the Black Templar in desperation. "My lord, the stabilizers are gone." Sebastian did not answer. He simply slammed his shield down beside the emplacement before stepping beneath the collapsing barrel itself. Metal groaned violently as the massive weight settled onto his armored shoulder. The ground cracked beneath his boots from the strain, while warning sigils flared across his visor. Slowly, the gigantic artillery cannon rose back into firing position atop the Black Templar's shoulder. The nearby crew stared at him in disbelief. Sebastian snarled through gritted teeth, "Keep firing." The artillery team snapped back into motion instantly. Shells the size of an Astartes were loaded into the cannon, while Sebastian physically adjusted the barrel himself, aiming it toward descending troop carriers. The weapon fired with deafening force directly beside his head, the recoil enough to obliterate normal humans outright. Yet Sebastian held firm. Massive shells screamed upward into the sky before detonating among incoming Imperial formations, turning entire squadrons of dropships into burning debris. Again the gun fired. Concentrated fire struck directly through the center of an incoming cruiser, descending too low into the atmosphere. The vessel split apart spectacularly before crashing into the plains beyond in a mushroom cloud of flame. Meanwhile, Vulcan had already returned to battle. The Primarch charged directly into another advancing wave of stormtroopers, and the battlefield seemed to buckle beneath his fury. Draculae swept sideways in a devastating arc that annihilated bodies by the dozens, while his plasma pistol fired thunderous blasts capable of reducing armored vehicles into molten wreckage. Walkers collapsed around him. Gunships exploded from the sky. Entire formations broke apart as panic spread through the enemy lines at the sight of the giant slaughtering his way through them. Yet still the Imperium line was slowly being pushed backward. A massive shockwave rolled through orbit as reality distorted above Mandalore. Sebastian looked upward just in time to see an enormous battle barge tear itself from hyperspace directly above the war zone. The ship was colossal. Black armor plating covered its vast hull, while cathedral-sized weapon batteries immediately began firing the instant the vessel emerged. Gigantic macro shells screamed across the void toward the Imperial fleet, each impact obliterating cruisers outright in explosions bright enough to rival the stars. Lances of energy carved through enemy formations, while entire squadrons of Imperial ships vanished beneath the fury of the newcomer. Then the battle barge opened. Thousands upon thousands of strikecraft erupted from its launch bays like a swarm unleashed. Thunderhawks, storm ravens, interceptors, and boarding craft poured into the battle immediately, slamming into Imperial formations with overwhelming aggression. Even the Sun Eater staggered beneath the sudden assault as several colossal macro rounds smashed directly into its shields. The skies screamed as hundreds of armored capsules slammed into the battlefield around Sebastian with enough force to crater the earth. Imperial troops barely had time to react before the pods exploded open. It seemed like the entire chapter of the Salamanders had come to reinforce the dire battle. The sons of Vulcan entered the war like living fire. Heavy flamers unleashed torrents of burning promethium across enemy lines, while thunderhammers and power fists crushed stormtroopers apart in brutal close-quarters slaughter. The Salamanders advanced, their arrival stabilizing entire sections of the Imperium front almost immediately. One drop pod landed especially close to Sebastian, smashing into the ground hard enough to send debris flying across the battlefield. The doors burst outward. A massive figure strode from the smoke, clad in ornate green armor, blackened by countless wars. In his hands, he carried the enormous Thunderhammer Stormbearer, its head crackling with lightning. The chapter master of the Salamanders stepped fully onto the battlefield and immediately saw Vulcan standing amidst the carnage. For a moment, the chapter master simply stared. Then emotion overwhelmed even his transhuman discipline. Tushan raised Stormbearer high above his head and roared with every ounce of strength in his body. "For the Primarch!" The cry thundered across the battlefield, and the Salamanders answered. Thousands of voices roared as one, shaking the war-torn plains of Mandalore itself, while Vulcan finally turned toward his sons. For the first time since the battle had begun, Sebastian saw something change in the Primarch's expression: pride. Then Vulcan lifted Urdrakul toward the burning skies, and the sons of Nocturne charged into war beside their father for the first time in almost 10,000 years. 199, 194. Darkness rising. Maximus. The battle barge seemed to groan as tens of thousands of serfs, officers, servitors, and Astartes moved through the vessel, every corridor alive with the sounds of preparation. Vox orders echoed endlessly through the ship's cathedral-like halls, while warning alarms pulsed crimson against walls of black iron. Entire companies of Space Marines marched toward drop bays in perfect formation, their heavy footfalls shaking the decking beneath them, while servitors lumbered alongside them, carrying ammunition crates, replacement weaponry, and sacred relics. The air itself smelled of incense, burning oils, ozone, and machine heat, giving the entire vessel the atmosphere of a temple marching to war. Maximus stood near one of the massive armored viewports, overlooking the endless beauty of hyperspace outside, his Thunderhammer resting upright beside him, while he secured the final maglocks on his gauntlets. The glow from the warpless hyperspace corridor washed over the polished blue ceramite of his armor, reflecting across the gold trim of the Ultramarine symbols etched into his pauldrons. Beside him stood two Astartes, clad in green power armor blackened by flame and soot, both Salamanders staring outward with barely restrained amazement. Tushan, chapter master of the Salamanders, looked almost transfixed as the impossible stream of blue light rushed beyond the ship, while Forge Father Vulcan Hastan slowly turned his gaze across the interior mechanisms of the vessel itself, as though trying to comprehend how such a thing could exist. "This still feels unnatural," Hastan admitted quietly, his deep voice rumbling while one armored hand brushed across a nearby bulkhead. No Geller field, no tides of the warp clawing at the hull, no demons scratching at reality, yet we travel faster than light regardless. Maximus gave a faint nod. This universe does not have the warp for travel. Their people discovered another path through the stars long ago. Hyperspace allows them to cross vast distances without ever touching the immaterium. Tushan let out a low breath, almost sounding disbelieving. "An empire built without dependence upon the warp," he muttered before looking toward Maximus again. "If Mars knew such technology existed, entire Forge worlds would wage war to possess it." "They likely still will," Maximus replied dryly. "Only the Emperor and a select few know about the hyperdrive engine." The two Salamanders shared a look before Tushan finally stepped closer, and for the first time since Maximus had met him, the immense warrior seemed almost uncertain. "Are the reports true then?" he asked carefully. "Our father truly lives." For a moment, Maximus simply looked at him. Even through the towering bulk of Terminator-grade armor and the immense authority carried by the chapter master, there was something painfully human in the question. It reminded him less of a commander asking for confirmation and more of a son afraid to hope too strongly. "It is true," Maximus answered at last. "Vulcan lives." The effect those words had on the Salamanders was immediate. Stan closed his eyes briefly, gripping the shaft of his spear tighter as emotion visibly overtook him, while Tushan actually bowed his head, his shoulders lowering beneath the weight of 10,000 years of longing finally being lifted. For centuries uncounted, the Salamanders had waited for their Primarch's return, clinging to prophecies and ancient promises while the Imperium burned around them, and now that impossible hope had become reality. "What is he like?" Tushan asked after a long silence, his voice quieter now. "Truly." The Ultramarine stopped for a moment and thought. "He is larger than life itself," he finally said, a faint smile crossing his scarred face. "You will understand the moment you see him." Stan steadied himself with a hand against Tushan's shoulder, overcome for just a moment before mastering his emotions again. A deep warning alarm suddenly rolled through the deployment deck, followed immediately by a Vox announcement ordering all strike teams to final readiness. The ship was approaching the edge of hyperspace, and the atmosphere aboard the vessel shifted immediately. Maximus picked up his thunderhammer and locked it against his back. "You should prepare yourselves," he told the Salamanders. "The moment we arrive, deployment begins." Tushan straightened immediately, every trace of emotion replaced by absolute focus. "Then we will greet our father in the fires of battle." The two Salamanders departed toward the deployment bays, their heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor while ranks of green-armored warriors parted before them. Maximus watched them go for a moment before turning and making his way deeper into the battle barge itself. The command chamber of the vessel resembled less a bridge and more a cathedral. Massive hololithic displays floated through the darkened chamber, projecting Mandalore, the surrounding fleet formations, and the monstrous shape of the Sun Eater rotating slowly above the battlefield. Hundreds of officers and servitors worked tirelessly beneath the shifting glow of tactical projections, while robed tech priests whispered Binharic prayers to machine spirits hidden within the ship's systems. At the center of it all stood Sanguinius. Even surrounded by Astartes, the Primarch dominated the room entirely. His white-gold wings were partially folded behind him, though their sheer size still cast shadows across the chamber, and his golden armor gleamed beneath the flickering tactical displays like a living star. Dante stood near him, alongside Mephiston and several high-ranking Blood Angels officers, while Nera observed the tactical hololith beside the Primarch. At the edge of the room stood Atheon of the Custodes, motionless and silent in his golden armor, guardian spear planted beside him. Sanguinius was in the middle of explaining hyperspace travel to the gathered commanders when Maximus entered. "The transition itself is stable," the Primarch was saying, gesturing toward the glowing hololith of the hyperspace corridor. "Unlike warp travel, there is no exposure to the immaterium. The danger lies in navigation and collision calculations rather than psychic corruption." "A remarkable system," Dante admitted quietly. "It is efficient," Sanguinius replied, "though not without weaknesses." The Primarch turned as Maximus approached, immediately dismissing the others with a slight motion of his hand. "We will speak more about this later. For now, prepare yourselves." The gathered Blood Angels dispersed to prepare their forces, leaving only Maximus, Nera, Sanguinius, Mephiston, Dante, and the silent Custodes remaining near the tactical display. Sanguinius stepped toward the hololith, and with a movement of his hand, the display shifted to reveal the Sun Eater looming over Mandalore like a mechanical moon. "Our objectives remain unchanged," he said calmly. "The Salamanders will deploy directly to Mandalore's surface and reinforce Vulcan's position. Their arrival should stabilize the ground war. Meanwhile," Sanguinius continued, "we strike here." The hololith zoomed toward the Sun Eater. "My sons and I will board the vessel directly alongside you and Nera. If we can cripple or capture the weapon, the Empire will be forced entirely onto the defensive. Vader cannot afford to lose this station." "And once the Salamanders secure the surface?" Maximus asked. "They will join us aboard the Sun Eater," Sanguinius answered. "At that point we eliminate Darth Vader, secure the system, and proceed immediately toward the Maw." His expression darkened slightly. Abeloth's connection to her world must be severed before she grows any stronger. The Emperor was very clear about that. Neera crossed her arms, her pale skin and black tattoos faintly visible beneath the hood draped over her head. Destroying a planet inside a black hole cluster while fighting cosmic abominations empowered by Tzeentch, she muttered. Simple enough. Dante gave the faintest hint of a smile. Mephiston merely sighed. Before anyone could answer, the entire battle barge suddenly trembled beneath them as warning sirens erupted throughout the command chamber. Red lights flashed across the vaulted ceiling while servitors barked status reports in emotionless monotones. "Approaching re-entry point," one officer called out loudly. "Hyperspace translation in 30 seconds. Sanguinius unfurled his wings slightly and straightened to his full height, his presence alone enough to command every eye in the chamber. "To your positions," he ordered calmly, though his voice carried effortlessly through the entire bridge. "Prepare for battle." All around them, the battle barge began awakening fully for war. Weapons batteries powered to maximum output, void shields intensified, and countless drop pods locked into launch position while thousands of Astartes prepared to descend upon Mandalore like the wrath of the Imperium itself. Karath. The warp portal tore itself open above the dead world, its edges twisting with impossible colors while streams of violet lightning crawled across the blackened sky. For several long moments, the portal remained suspended above the wasteland, pulsing like the eye of some monstrous god, before two figures finally emerged from its depths. Karath stepped onto the cracked volcanic stone first, his massive armored form radiating corruption so intense that the air around him distorted with heatless flame and writhing shadows. Behind him came Palpatine, his hood drawn low over his scarred features, while his yellow eyes scanned the desolate landscape with wary fascination. The portal sealed shut behind them, leaving only silence and the endless howl of volcanic wind sweeping across the plains. The world they had arrived upon looked ancient beyond measure. Rivers of glowing magma cut through the black earth like burning veins, illuminating colossal fields of dead vegetation that stretched for miles in every direction. Twisted forests of petrified trees clawed toward the dark heavens. Everywhere Karath looked, he saw great ruins of ancient temples or collapsed arches covered in ash. Massive statues eroded into faceless mockeries by untold ages of decay. Even the atmosphere itself felt wrong. The planet seemed alive in some hateful, dying way, as though it remembered every atrocity ever committed upon its surface and had never forgiven them. Karath took a single step forward. Instantly the dead flora surrounding him exploded into motion. Thick black vines burst upward from the ash-covered earth with startling speed, their surfaces lined with jagged thorn-like teeth, while enormous flowers unfolded around them, revealing wet crimson mouths filled with grinding fangs. The entire wasteland seemed to awaken at once as mile after mile of corrupted plant life lashed toward the demon prince in a frenzy of hunger. The ground trembled beneath the movement of roots thicker than tanks, while shrieks echoed through the volcanic mist. Palpatine instinctively stepped backward, one hand already gathering dark side lightning. Karath did not even slow his stride. The demon prince merely lifted one clawed hand lazily to the side, and reality itself seemed to recoil from his will. A wave of absolute annihilation spread outward from him in every direction, invisible at first until the landscape began collapsing into dust. The snapping vines disintegrated instantly, the monstrous flowers withered into ash before they could even scream. Entire forests of corrupted growth simply ceased to exist as the wave expanded farther and farther outward, erasing everything organic for miles around them. The devastation was so complete that the ground itself became barren black stone beneath the aftermath, stripped clean of even microscopic life. The wind returned a moment later, carrying nothing now but ash. Palpatine stared silently across the wasteland, visibly unsettled even after all he had witnessed, serving both Sith and Chaos. "Impressive," he muttered quietly. Karath ignored him. The demon prince slowly turned his gaze toward the horizon as the planet suddenly trembled beneath them. A violent earthquake ripped through the volcanic plain, splitting the earth apart while distant mountains collapsed into rivers of magma. Massive plumes of black smoke erupted into the sky, as though the world itself were groaning in agony beneath their presence. Far across the wasteland, partially obscured by storms of volcanic ash, stood the remains of an immense structure. Towering spires stretched toward the heavens, while enormous Gothic arches connected sections of the structure together. It resembled a cathedral built by something ancient and utterly inhuman. Karath's burning eyes narrowed slightly, and without another word, his massive wings unfurled behind him. Warp fire rolled across the demon prince's armor as he launched himself into the air with enough force to crack the volcanic stone beneath him. Palpatine followed shortly after, aboard a surge of dark side energy. Though even at his fastest, he looked insignificant beside Karath's monstrous silhouette, soaring across the burning skies. The ruined cathedral grew larger with every passing moment until its true scale became clear. Entire imperial cities could have fit within its walls. Vast staircases carved from black stone led upward toward shattered entrances lined with statues of forgotten gods, while rivers of magma flowed through cracks running along the structure's foundations. Strange symbols glowed faintly across its surfaces, pulsing like embers beneath layers of ash. Karath descended into the ruins with enough force to shake the surrounding district. Broken pillars collapsed nearby as he landed within what had once been the cathedral's central chamber. The room was impossibly vast, its ceiling lost in darkness high above, while shattered stained glass windows cast dying red light across the ancient floor. Thousands of ruined pews lay scattered around the chamber alongside skeletons so old they crumbled into dust beneath the slightest disturbance. The demon prince slowly walked toward the center of the cathedral. The demon prince eventually stopped near the exact center of the chamber where an enormous circular engraving had been carved into the floor itself. Though worn by time, the ancient runes still pulsed faintly beneath the stone, as though waiting for someone to awaken them once more. At last, the demon prince extended one clawed hand. His staff materialized instantly in a burst of violet warp flame. The weapon was horrific to behold. Twisted black metal spiraled upward around a central core of glowing crystal, while screaming faces constantly shifted beneath its surface as though souls had been trapped within the staff itself. Warp lightning crawled along its length, while reality distorted around it. Karath raised the staff slowly and began chanting in a language older than mankind. The cathedral responded immediately. The runes beneath them ignited one after another, spreading outward across the massive floor in glowing circles of crimson and violet light. Ancient spell formations emerged from beneath layers of dust and stone, expanding farther and farther until the entire cathedral floor had become one enormous ritual array. Karath then slammed the bottom of his staff into the center of the formation, the impact sending a shockwave ripping through the cathedral. Palpatine reached into his robes and withdrew a glowing black orb, no larger than a human skull. Despite its size, the object radiated such concentrated darkness that the air around it seemed to collapse inward unnaturally. Whispering voices leaked from its surface, while cracks of purple energy crawled across the orb like veins. The former Sith Lord handed it over carefully. Even he seemed reluctant to touch it longer than necessary. Karath took the orb and placed it atop the head of his staff. The orb rose from the staff's surface and began floating above it, while streams of black energy erupted outward into the ritual formation below. Every rune within the cathedral exploded into blinding light as the spell activated fully for the first time in untold millennia. A colossal pillar of black energy erupted from the cathedral and shot directly into the heavens, punching through storm clouds and volcanic ash. The beam expanded higher and higher until it vanished beyond the atmosphere. Across the surface of the planet, enormous translucent barriers began forming in the sky. Vast curtains of shimmering black energy spread outward from the cathedral in all directions, slowly encasing the entire world beneath an enormous protective dome. Mountains disappeared beneath its shadow. Volcanic eruptions reflected across its surface. Even the stars above became distorted behind the barrier's impossible power. Karath stood unmoving at the center of the ritual as warp fire swirled around him. At last, after several long moments, the demon prince spoke. "You may leave now," he said to his apprentice, "but if you die once more, I will not bother pulling your soul back from the depths of the crystal labyrinth." 195, Athion's arrival. Darth Vader. The control chamber of the Sun Eater was filled with massive hololithic projections displaying the countless battles raging across Mandalore's surface and throughout the surrounding void. Entire fleet formations shifted constantly across the glowing tactical displays, while alarms blared in overlapping waves from every level of the station. Officers hurried between command consoles with pale, exhausted faces, while rows of technicians struggled desperately to maintain firing speeds, shield integrity, and communications with the collapsing front lines below. Outside the enormous viewport stretching across the front of the chamber, space itself had become a graveyard of burning wreckage. Star destroyers drifted crippled and aflame, while thousands upon thousands of fighters tore across the void in endless streams of green, blue, and red weapons fire. The Dark Lord had only just returned from the arena-like room in the Sun Eater's depths, yet already the war had worsened dramatically in his absence. His black cape hung motionless behind him, while the crimson glow of tactical hololiths reflected faintly across his armor. The officers around him could feel the rage radiating from him, even without looking directly at him. Tarkin stood nearby, with his hands clasped behind his back, though even the Grand Moff looked more strained than usual. The old officer's composure remained intact outwardly, but the battle unfolding around them had clearly shaken even him. "The situation on Mandalore has deteriorated significantly, my lord," Tarkin began carefully, his voice measured despite the chaos around them. "The Imperial front lines continue to collapse sector by sector. The Astartes reinforcements that emerged from hyperspace have completely destabilized our offensive operations." A hololithic display shifted to show the battlefield below. Entire sections of the Empire's forces were simply gone. Where once billions of clone troopers and stormtroopers had pushed toward the capital, now massive gaps scarred the front lines. Burning walkers littered the wastelands, while artillery positions vanished beneath orbital bombardment. In one region alone, Vulcan and the Salamanders were visibly tearing through entire divisions of Imperial armor, leaving only fire and wreckage behind them. "The Primarch Vulcan has become the centerpiece of the enemy counteroffensive," Tarkin continued grimly. "Our troops are routing at the sight of him. Morale degradation is spreading faster than we can contain it. Our casualties have exceeded projections by nearly 400%, Tarkin admitted, and that is only on the surface." Vader said nothing. The Dark Lord simply stared through the massive viewport at the void battle unfolding beyond the station. In the distance, the newly arrived battle barge of the Imperium carved through Imperial formations like a predator among wounded prey. Its colossal weapons batteries unleashed devastating volleys that split Star Destroyers apart with horrifying efficiency, while thousands of Imperial fighters poured from its launch bays in endless waves. Another violent tremor ran through the Sun Eater as warning sirens flared throughout the command chamber. One of the tactical officers turned sharply. "Direct impact against the lower western shield array," he shouted. "Enemy macro batteries continue targeting station infrastructure." The hololith zoomed outward toward the battle barge itself. Its guns were firing directly upon the Sun Eater now. Each shell that struck the station caused entire districts within the massive battle station to shake violently while shield integrity slowly began to drop. "They are attempting to board us," Tarkin said darkly. "Multiple strike craft have already breached the outer defensive perimeter. Internal security teams are responding, but—" He hesitated slightly. "The enemy Astartes appear intent on taking the station itself." Still, Vader remained silent. He slowly stepped closer toward the viewport, looking down upon Mandalore far below. The planet burned beneath the weight of war. Entire continents were scarred with firestorms visible even from orbit, while countless ships descended endlessly into the atmosphere, only to erupt into flames moments later. The Empire had arrived expecting conquest. Instead, they had found annihilation. Vader's gloved hand slowly clenched into a fist. Hairline fractures began to spread across the massive transparasteel viewport with loud cracking sounds, causing nearby officers to recoil in alarm as invisible pressure crushed against the reinforced material. Consoles flickered violently, while several crew members instinctively backed farther away from the Dark Lord. For several long moments, Vader simply stood there, staring at the battlefield as his rage threatened to physically tear the chamber apart around him. Then slowly, he released his fist. "Prepare Reaper unit." Tarkin's eyes narrowed slightly. "For deployment to the surface, my Emperor?" "Yes," Vader answered. At last he turned from the viewport. "The Imperium has hidden my children from me," Vader continued coldly, "but the Force tells me they are alive, and that Reaper Squad will find them down there. Deploy Reaper immediately. They will infiltrate the Imperium sectors surrounding the children and secure them before the enemy can relocate them again." Tarkin gave a short nod. "It will be done." Vader's gaze drifted back toward the stars beyond the viewport. Somewhere aboard the station, the Dark Lord could feel the galaxy spiraling toward a single catastrophic point. Then the entire Sun Eater suddenly lurched violently. The impact was so immense that several officers were thrown from their stations while alarms exploded throughout every deck of the command chamber. One side of the viewport darkened briefly as emergency shields activated, and deep beneath the station came the unmistakable roar of internal detonations. "Multiple hull breaches," a technician screamed. "Enemy boarding torpedoes have penetrated the outer defense grid." Another officer turned pale as data flooded his console. "Astartes boarding parties detected across sectors 14 through 19. Repeat, enemy Astartes have breached the station." Sebastian. The Salamanders advanced beside the Black Templar in fury, their armor blackened by smoke and scorched by blaster fire, but never slowing, never breaking formation as they carved through waves of clone troopers and Imperial stormtroopers. Vulcan was ahead of them like a moving disaster, each swing of his hammer collapsing armored walkers, cratering ground fortifications, and sending entire squads vanishing in bursts of gore. Above them, the sky itself was changing as the Blood Angels' assault on the Sun Eater intensified, distant flashes turning the upper atmosphere into a strobing horizon of fire and rupture. Imperial formations began to shift in response, units breaking off ground engagements and retreating toward orbital assets. And for the first time since the invasion began, Sebastian felt the pressure on Mandalore itself loosen just slightly. A ship descended from orbit and directed itself towards where Vulcan stood. He noticed it, his gaze lifting briefly before he planted his hammer into the ground hard enough to fracture the terrain beneath him. A figure in golden armor stepped out, his armor gleaming against the ash-choked battlefield, his presence alone forcing nearby combat to hesitate for the briefest moment. Atheon of the Custodian Guard lowered his head in respect toward Vulcan before speaking. "Primarch Vulcan, I bring word from Sanguinius. The Blood Angels request your full Legion's immediate support in the assault on the Sun Eater. The engagement in orbit has begun. Coordination between surface and void forces is now critical." Vulcan did not hesitate. His hammer rose again, and his voice carried across the field like the breaking of mountains. "Salamanders, board the transports, we answer my brother's call." The roar that followed was enormous, as warriors who had endured hell itself moved as one toward the descending ships. Engines thundered overhead as vast troop carriers cut through the atmosphere, collecting entire companies in synchronized waves, lifting them toward the greater war waiting above. Atheon watched the mobilization, then turned his attention fully to Vulcan and Sebastian. "I have been dispatched directly by the Emperor," he said, voice unchanged despite the scale of war unfolding around them. "My directive is the protection of 2 children currently under your custody. I require immediate access to their location and escort to their position." The words were not a request. Vulcan turned his gaze towards Sebastian without hesitation, the decision already made before it was spoken. "You will escort him," the Primarch said firmly. "Ensure they are secured. Once complete, you will rejoin us at the Sun Eateral." Sebastian struck his chest in salute, armor ringing faintly, before turning toward Atheon and gesturing forward. "Please follow me, honored custodian." The two departed at once, leaving behind the roaring battlefield and the fading thunder of departing Salamander forces. Mandalore's burning horizon stretched around them as they moved through ruined corridors of war-torn infrastructure. The city still alive with distant fighting, but no longer the center of gravity it had been only hours before. Eventually they reached the inner settlement, where Cien was already gathering supplies and tending to the children. "Is this Zeno responsible for caring for the children?" the custodian asked, almost sounding displeased. "She is, my lord," Sebastian answered. Atheon stepped into the room. "Prepare for immediate extraction. Take only what is necessary. We are leaving this world." There was no room for debate in his tone. Cien froze for a fraction of a second, then looked to Sebastian, who simply gave a single confirming nod. That was enough. She moved quickly after that, packing essential medical and personal supplies into a reinforced crate, her hands shaking only slightly as she worked. 10 minutes later, she was already moving through the settlement, gathering attendants and guiding them toward evacuation routes. When she returned, the children were secured in her arms, and the crate of supplies was ready. Atheon lifted it without effort, as if weight itself had no meaning to him, and turned toward the hangar. "We leave immediately." The group moved fast through corridors that trembled faintly with distant impacts until they reached the waiting transport in the hangar bay. The ship sat ready, engines already cycling, its hull marked by prior battles but fully operational. That was when the opposition arrived. A regiment of black-armored stormtroopers and clone units entered from the opposite side of the hangar, weapons already raised and tracking the group. The lead death trooper stepped forward, voice amplified through his helm as he issued the command. "Stand down. You are not authorized for departure. This facility is under Imperial control. Lower your weapons, or you will be terminated." The formation behind him locked into firing positions, a wall of death waiting for the slightest provocation. Atheon did not respond. He simply set the crate down. The sound of it touching the floor echoed louder than it should have, and then he moved. The first volley of blaster fire erupted instantly, filling the space between them with red streaks of energy, but Atheon was already gone from where he had stood. His guardian spear ignited mid-motion, a flash of lightning cutting through the hangar as he closed the distance in an instant that defied perception. The first trooper barely had time to adjust before the spear swept through their formation, bisecting two, impaling a third, and throwing a fourth backward into a support strut that cracked under the force. The Imperial line attempted to pivot, to bring coordinated fire to bear, but it came too late. Atheon was already inside their formation. He moved through them like a storm, each strike precise and final. A spear twist disarmed one trooper and redirected their own weapon into another. A sweeping strike shattered a firing line and sent 3 soldiers collapsing in unison. Attempts to surround him dissolved the moment they formed, as if the concept of containment simply did not apply. Sebastian stepped in immediately after, shield raised to block incoming fire aimed toward Cien and the children. His bolt pistol answering in bursts that turned troopers into collapsing silhouettes of armor and flame. Silence returned to the hangar, broken only by the distant roar of the war outside. Atheon retrieved the crate without ceremony and carried it back toward the transport. "Come," he said simply, as though nothing had occurred at all. Sebastian followed, ensuring Cien and the children were secured before stepping back toward the ramp. For a brief moment he stood at the edge of the ship, watching as the custodian boarded and the engines stabilized for departure. Atheon gave a single nod of acknowledgement, and the ship lifted smoothly into the sky, disappearing toward orbit. Sebastian remained behind as it left, turning away from the hangar and scanning for another transport, when he heard footsteps behind him. 5 hooded figures entered the hangar from the far end. They stopped when they saw the aftermath of Atheon's passage, bodies scattered across the floor like discarded armor. One of them stepped forward. "Where are the children?" Sebastian turned fully, his grip tightening instinctively on his shield as he answered without hesitation. "Who are you?" "Ah, you don't remember me," the figure said before stepping forward and taking his hood from his head. Sebastian exhaled slowly as he saw the figure, the darksaber ignited with a low, furious hum. "Praise the Emperor," he said quietly, voice hardening as he raised the blade into guard. It seems my blade has not had its fill of heretical blood. The response was immediate. The four figures stepped forward together to surround the fifth, hoods falling away in unison as red blades ignited with a violent snap of energy, bathing the hangar in shifting crimson light. Come now, Sebastian, do you truly think you can best me? Especially after I've spent millennia inside the crystal labyrinth? Sheev Palpatine asked, his face breaking into a smile before lighting lanced from his fingers. 201, 196. Assault on the Sun Eater. Maximus, Cha. Maximus stood shoulder to shoulder with the Blood Angels inside the assault craft, the interior drenched in pulsing crimson warning lights as the gunship screamed through the void toward the Sun Eater. Massive locking mechanisms descended from the ceiling one after another, clamping onto the pauldrons of each Astartes with heavy metallic slams that echoed through the troop bay. The restraints were less for safety and more to ensure that the warriors did not become living battering rams inside the ship once the impact came. Around him, Blood Angels stood in absolute silence, their red armor gleaming beneath the dim emergency lighting, while their helmets stared forward like statues awaiting the command to awaken. Dante stood beside Maximus, his ancient death mask fixed forward as the old chapter master rested one gauntleted hand atop the pommel of his axe. After a moment, Dante turned his head slightly toward the Ultramarine. "I am glad you stand with us for this battle, cousin," he said. Maximus gave a low grunt of acknowledgement, checking the ammunition feed on his heavy bolt rifle before locking it back into place against his chest. "And I am glad to be here with the sons of Sanguinius. Though you wait until Sebastian joins us, then you will see what true fury in the Emperor's name looks like." That actually pulled a low laugh from Dante, the old warrior shaking his head slightly beneath the red glow of the troop bay. "A Black Templar. You speak of him as though he is a force of nature rather than a warrior." "He is both," Maximus answered plainly, and something in his tone made Dante's smile widen. The speakers overhead crackled violently before the pilot's voice thundered through the compartment. "Prepare for impact. 30 seconds to breach." The atmosphere inside the ship changed instantly. The faint traces of conversation vanished. Every warrior straightened slightly, as though some hidden switch had been flipped inside them, centuries of war and conditioning overtaking whatever humanity remained beneath the ceramite and gene-forged flesh. Maximus felt his heart slow rather than quicken, his breathing becoming measured as targeting runes flashed alive across his visor. Around him, safeties disengaged in unison, chainswords growled to life, bolters locked forward. The Blood Angels became utterly still, and somehow that stillness felt more violent than any battle cry. The assault craft hit the Sun Eater like an artillery shell. The impact was catastrophic, throwing an earthquake through the entire compartment as metal screamed around them. The restraints held them firm, while the front of the ship physically punched through layers of armored bulkhead and hangar plating before grinding to a halt deep inside the enemy vessel. For one heartbeat, everything went silent except for the hiss of ruptured systems and sparking cables. Then the front assault ramp exploded outward. The Astartes charged directly into hell. Blaster fire immediately filled the hangar in blinding waves as stormtroopers and clone formations opened fire from defensive barricades, heavy weapons nests, and elevated gantries. Red bolts hammered into the advancing Space Marines in relentless torrents. But the sheer resilience of their power armor rendered most of it meaningless. Blaster fire splashed harmlessly across ceramite or left only blackened scorch marks, while the Astartes answered with annihilation. Maximus raised his heavy bolt rifle and fired, each shell detonating inside enemy ranks with horrific force. One clone disappeared entirely from the waist up as the bolt exploded through his chest, while another was thrown backward into a fuel line that erupted in flame, taking half his squad with him. The Blood Angels advanced without hesitation, their formation widening as they spread through the hangar like a tidal wave of red armor and roaring bolters. Assault Marines ignited their jump packs overhead, launching themselves toward elevated firing positions where they crashed directly into enemy lines, tearing through troopers with chainswords and power fists. One Blood Angel caught a stormtrooper by the throat and physically hurled him hard enough to break another soldier's spine on impact before firing point-blank into a squad trying to flank him. Everywhere Maximus looked, Imperial troops were dying faster than they could reposition. The defenders attempted to stabilize the line by deploying E-web cannons and repeating blaster emplacements from deeper within the hangar. But the moment the heavy weapons opened fire, the Astartes redirected their assault. Maximus tracked the glowing outlines of enemy positions across his HUD and immediately shifted fire, his bolt rifle barking thunderously as explosive rounds obliterated the gun crews one after another. Beside him, Dante moved with terrifying precision for a warrior of his age, his axe splitting through armored bodies while inferno pistol shots reduced entire barricades to molten ruin. Still, the enemy numbers were immense. Entire platoons poured into the hangar from adjoining corridors, trying desperately to contain the breach before the Astartes could penetrate deeper into the station. Clone officers screamed orders over comms, while stormtroopers established kill lanes across the burning wreckage of the assault craft. But none of it mattered. The Space Marines simply kept advancing, stepping over bodies and through explosions as if they were inevitable engines of extinction rather than mortal beings. One clone trooper fired an entire rifle pack into Maximus's chest at point-blank range before the Ultramarine simply seized him by the helmet and crushed his skull against a bulkhead hard enough to dent the metal wall inward. The hangar descended into absolute slaughter. Bodies piled around the breached assault craft while Blood Angels secured defensive positions with terrifying speed, locking down entrances and annihilating counterattacks before they could gain momentum. Explosions thundered through the chamber as ammunition stores detonated and burning fuel lines ruptured overhead, raining sparks and debris across the battlefield. Comm traffic exploded across Imperial frequencies as panicked commanders reported catastrophic losses and demanded reinforcements. But by then, it was already too late. Within minutes, the hangar belonged to the Imperium. Dante planted one armored boot atop the corpse of a clone officer and activated his Vox. Primary hangar secured, enemy resistance collapsing, establishing forward assault corridor into interior sectors. Acknowledgements came immediately through static and gunfire. Then another ship entered the hangar. Unlike the first assault craft, this one descended slowly through the smoke and ruin with almost ceremonial calm before lowering onto the blood-covered deck. The ramp hissed open, and every nearby Blood Angel instinctively straightened. Sanguineous white wings stretched slightly behind him as his armored boots touched the ruined floor of the Sun Eater, golden armor reflecting the fires burning throughout the hangar. Beside him walked Nera, her hood shadowing her pale features, while the strange energies surrounding her soul seemed to distort the air itself. The two of them paused only briefly, taking in the carnage around them, the mountains of dead, the shattered barricades, the burning wreckage and rivers of blood spreading across the deck plating. Neither of them spoke. They simply began walking deeper into the Sun Eater, and the gathered Blood Angels immediately fell in behind their Gene Father. Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan's lungs burned as the arena descended even further into madness, the chamber around them becoming some grotesque sacrificial pit designed to grind every remaining shred of hope out of those who remained of the Jedi Order. Smoke drifted through the upper reaches of the chamber while crimson warning lights pulsed overhead, bathing everything in bloody flashes that made the fighting seem unreal, like fragments of some nightmare pulled from the darkest corners of the Force. Everywhere he looked, there was violence. Younglings screamed as corrupted Jedi hurled themselves at one another. Knights butchered Padawans to survive another second. Masters who had once stood in the High Council now fought like rabid beasts, clawing for life with yellow eyes and twisted faces, their minds rotted away by their torturous imprisonment and the poison Vader had poured into this place. Obi-Wan barely managed to catch another incoming strike as a crazed Myrialan Jedi came at him, shrieking incoherently, her green blade hacking downward with enough strength to split him from shoulder to hip. He caught the strike two-handed and slid backward several feet, his boots scraping the metal floor while the woman snarled directly into his face. Her skin was pale and sickly, veins blackened beneath the surface, and her teeth were stained with blood. "Survive," she hissed at him through trembling lips. "Only survive." She drove her blade at him again and again with frantic speed, but Obi-Wan refused to answer with killing blows. Even now, after everything he had seen, after Order 66, after seeing Anakin transformed into that monster upon the throne, some part of him still could not bring himself to cut down fellow Jedi like animals. He redirected her strikes instead, guiding her momentum away before finally slamming his shoulder into her chest and forcing her backward into another combatant. The two immediately fell upon one another with savage desperation, while Obi-Wan staggered away toward one of the sealed blast doors, ringing the chamber. He ignited the tip of his saber against the black metal and began trying to cut through it, molten sparks spraying across his robes as the blade bit into the reinforced plating, but he did not even make it halfway before danger screamed through the force. He turned just in time to block a vicious overhead strike from a massive Zabrak Jedi Knight whose face had been carved apart by scars. Their blades collided hard enough to rattle Obi-Wan's bones. Another strike came from the left, then another. The chamber was collapsing into total chaos around him, every survivor attacking every other survivor in blind panic, while the thunder of clashing sabers echoed endlessly through the arena. Somewhere across the room, Ahsoka was fighting like a woman possessed. He caught glimpses of her between the chaos. She moved with terrifying speed now, so different from the reckless Padawan he once knew. Her cybernetic arm flashed silver beneath the crimson lights as she spun between opponents, one green blade severing through a fallen knight's wrist, while the second saber opened another attacker from collarbone to stomach. She showed mercy to the younglings, always redirecting them away with kicks or force pushes, but the older Jedi received none. The war had hollowed her out in ways Obi-Wan had not fully realized until now. Every movement she made carried anger, exhaustion, and grief sharpened into something lethal. A hulking Jedi Master lunged toward her with a roaring blue blade, only for Ahsoka to duck beneath the strike and drive both sabers upward through his ribs before ripping them free. She did not even watch him fall before pivoting into another fight. Then Sifo Dyas found Obi-Wan. The former Jedi Master stepped through the carnage, his robes hanging in blackened tatters while his molten yellow eyes locked onto Obi-Wan. Warp energy crawled across his skin like living veins, and every breath he took sounded wet and ragged. Bodies littered the floor behind him, including 3 younglings who had clearly tried to flee. One still twitched weakly beside the wall. Obi-Wan's stomach turned at the sight. "Sifo," Obi-Wan began softly, but the man answered with a scream and unleashed a violent blast of force energy that struck Obi-Wan like a cannon shell. Obi-Wan crashed hard into the wall, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs as cracks exploded outward behind him. Pain flared through his back and shoulders while his lightsaber nearly slipped from his grasp. Through blurred vision, he saw Sifo Dyas approaching slowly, his blade dragging across the floor and throwing sparks everywhere. A terrified youngling charged the fallen master from behind, crying out desperately as he swung his tiny saber with both hands. Sifo Dyas did not even turn around. He casually swung his blade backward one-handed and cut the child nearly in half without breaking stride. Obi-Wan felt something inside him twist in horror. Sifo lunged. Their blades slammed together with explosive force as Obi-Wan rolled aside at the last second before springing back to his feet. Sifo Dyas attacked with a savage unpredictability that made him almost impossible to read. One moment he fought like the refined Jedi Master Obi-Wan remembered from years ago, his movements elegant and precise, and the next he devolved into wild brutality, fueled by warp corruption and dark side rage. Lightning burst from his free hand during saber locks while shadows twisted unnaturally around him. Obi-Wan defended himself desperately, his blue blade blurring as he gave ground step by step beneath the relentless assault. "You failed us," Sifo screamed, smashing their sabers together hard enough to send sparks flying into Obi-Wan's face. "You failed all of us." Obi-Wan deflected another strike and tried to center himself despite the madness around them. "Sifo, listen to me. This is not who you are. It is all I am now." The corrupted Jedi hurled a chunk of broken metal through the Force. Obi-Wan ducked beneath it, only for Sifo Dyas to appear directly in front of him, blade screaming downward. Obi-Wan caught it inches from his face, and the two locked together, their sabers hissing violently where they crossed. For one brief second, the madness faded from Sifo's eyes. The molten yellow dimmed, and Obi-Wan saw the pain and terror in the once Jedi's eyes. "Please," Sifo whispered weakly, trembling against him, "end this." Then the madness surged back like a tidal wave, and Sifo roared as dark energy exploded outward again. They crashed through scattered debris while fighting at close range, each strike threatening death. Obi-Wan's defensive mastery kept him alive, but Sifo's corruption made him monstrously powerful. The former master battered through his guard repeatedly, forcing Obi-Wan backward across the chamber while the rest of the arena descended deeper into slaughter around them. Yaddle moved through groups of Jedi like a phantom, her small frame darting between opponents while her green blade carved limbs and heads apart with horrifying ease. Her face was twisted by madness, her mouth stretched into an unnatural grin as she butchered anyone within reach. Obi-Wan realized there was no saving either of them. Sifo lunged again, roaring in rage, and Obi-Wan finally made his decision. He slipped beneath the strike, stepped inside Sifo's guard, and drove his blue lightsaber clean through the fallen Jedi's chest. Sifo Dyas froze. The madness vanished completely. His eyes softened as blood spilled from his lips, and for the first time in years he looked like himself again. Tears welled faintly in the corners of his eyes as he stared down at the blade impaling him. "Thank," he whispered shakily. "You—" Obi-Wan lowered him gently as the light faded from his eyes. For just a moment, in the middle of all that horror, Obi-Wan knelt beside the body of his old friend in silence. Then alarms began blaring. The massive blast doors around the arena suddenly unlocked with deafening clangs before beginning to rise open one by one. Survivors throughout the chamber turned toward the exits in confusion. Some immediately broke into desperate sprints toward freedom, while others hesitated suspiciously. Obi-Wan felt cold dread settle into his stomach as he stared toward the open corridors beyond the doors. "No," he murmured. Ahsoka appeared beside him, breathing heavily, blood splattered across her face and armor while her green blades hissed in the darkness. She looked toward the open exits with narrowed eyes. "What trick is this?" she asked quietly. Then the first screams echoed from beyond the doors as heavy footsteps thundered through the corridors outside. 202, 197, the horrors of war. Nearer. The deeper the Imperium forces pushed into the Sun Eater, the more desperate the Empire became. Entire platoons of stormtroopers and clone troopers had dug themselves into defensive positions behind overturned machinery, portable barricades, and heavy repeating blasters. But none of it slowed the advancing Astartes for long. The angels of the Emperor moved like an execution line through the station, methodical and unstoppable, their bolters roaring in volleys that turned armored bodies into shredded ruin. Every shot detonated flesh apart in sprays of gore that painted the walls and ceiling. Every advance drove the Imperium deeper toward the heart of the massive battle station. At the head of one such column walked Neera. Her black robe snapped violently around her as she moved through the smoke, with her green lightsaber humming in one hand, the emerald blade spinning and flashing through the darkness as it caught incoming blaster fire and hurled it back into the enemy lines. Red bolts ricocheted away from her weapon in streaks of burning light before slamming into stormtroopers hard enough to blast holes through armor and flesh alike. Some shots she redirected, others she simply stopped in mid-air with the Force itself before casually sending them back toward their owners. One clone trooper raised a missile launcher from behind a barricade only for Neera to extend a hand toward him. The man suddenly lifted screaming from the floor before being hurled into the wall hard enough to crater the metal plating. His body folded unnaturally on impact before sliding lifelessly downward. Behind her marched 20 Astartes in perfect formation. Their heavy boots thundered against the deck, while their bolters fired with terrifying precision over and around Neera's shoulders. The coordination between them was almost unnatural, each warrior moving instinctively with the others as overlapping fields of fire annihilated everything ahead of them. One Imperial fist stepped forward and fired a burst from his bolt rifle, detonating 3 stormtroopers apart in wet explosions before smoothly stepping back into formation without missing stride. Beside him, a crimson fist smashed through a defensive emplacement with his shoulder before grabbing a clone trooper by the helmet and crushing the man's head one-handed. A dark angel fired upward toward a second-story catwalk where heavy gunners had positioned themselves. The explosive rounds tore through the railing and the troopers alike, sending burning bodies raining down onto the floor below. Nera could feel the fear spreading through the station. The Empire soldiers had expected war. They had not expected this. A new wave of hatred and madness crashed through the force moments before nearly 24 figures rounded the corner ahead, robes whipping around them as blue and green lightsabers ignited simultaneously within the smoke. Some wore fragments of old Jedi robes beneath scavenged armor plating. Others looked almost feral, their faces gaunt and scarred, eyes burning yellow with dark-side fury. Several had cybernetic limbs crudely grafted onto their bodies, while one carried a chain wrapped around his arm that rattled as he moved. The moment both groups saw each other, the corridor exploded further into violence. A female dark Jedi lunged toward Nera first with a furious scream, her blue blade slashing downward toward Nera's head. She caught the strike instantly on her green saber, the collision filling the corridor with hissing light before she twisted her wrists violently and shoved the attack aside. Before the woman could recover, another corrupted Jedi came in low from the side, aiming directly for Nera's ribs. Nera pivoted smoothly, stepped inside the attack, and drove her blade clean through the man's chest. The green saber burst from his back in a spray of smoke before she ripped it free and spun away, just as the first attacker came back with a savage backswing aimed at her neck. Nera leaned backward beneath the strike so closely that the blue blade passed inches from her face. A third dark Jedi attacked from behind. She felt him through the force before the blade ever moved and dropped low at the last second, the green saber passing over her head while sparks exploded from the wall behind her. Nera twisted from her crouch and blasted the attacker backward with a pulse of force energy that launched him into two more charging Jedi, sending all three crashing into the corridor wall. The Astartes met the remaining dark Jedi head-on. One of the corrupted Jedi leapt high into the air, attempting to bring his saber down onto an Ultramarine's helmet, but the Space Marine simply caught the man mid-air with one massive gauntlet before slamming him into the floor hard enough to shatter bone. The Jedi tried to stab upward from the ground, only for a bolt round to detonate his head apart an instant later. Nearby, two dark Jedi rushed a dark angel simultaneously, blades flashing toward his chest and neck with incredible speed. The Astartes absorbed one strike against his pauldron, while blocking the second on his power sword, before one of his brothers stepped beside him and emptied a bolt pistol directly into one attacker's stomach at point-blank range. The Jedi exploded apart so violently that chunks of flesh splattered across the ceiling. The corridor became a frenzy of roaring bolters, screaming lightsabers, and tearing metal. Nera found herself locked in combat against two dark Jedi at once now, both of them pressing her hard from opposite directions. The woman with the blue blade attacked aggressively, battering at Nera's guard with heavy overhead strikes, while the second fighter circled constantly searching for openings. Nera gave ground step by step as they hammered at her defenses, sparks flying wildly every time the sabers collided. The second dark Jedi lunged suddenly from the side, aiming low for her leg. Nera caught the strike one-handed before whipping her free hand outward. The attacker flew sideways into the wall hard enough to crack the metal plating before Nera immediately turned and met the female Jedi's next strike head-on. Their blades locked together inches from each other's faces. She suddenly released one hand from her saber and unleashed a burst of blue force energy point-blank into the woman's chest. The dark Jedi screamed as the blast hurled her backward directly into the firing lane of the advancing Astartes. 3 bolt rounds hit her almost simultaneously, tearing her body apart before she even struck the floor. The second attacker recovered and came at Nera again in blind fury, but this time she did not allow the duel to continue. She sidestepped his first swing, caught his wrist with the force, and stopped him completely mid-strike. The man struggled violently, eyes widening in panic as invisible pressure crushed around his arm. Then Nera closed her fist. The corrupted Jedi screamed as his arm twisted unnaturally before Nera spun and decapitated him in one clean motion. Around her, the last of the dark Jedi were dying quickly. Though several Astartes bore scorched armor and damaged pauldrons from saber strikes, the coordination of the squad was overwhelming. The corrupted Jedi simply could not break their formation. Every time one engaged a Marine in melee, another Astartes immediately shifted position to create overlapping fire or cover. One Crimson Fist allowed a saber strike to glance harmlessly across his armored forearm, just long enough for an Imperial fist behind him to grab the Jedi from the rear and physically tear him apart. Another corrupted Jedi attempted to use the Force against the squad, lifting debris and metal into the air, only for a Dark Angel marksman to put a bolt round directly through his throat before he could release it. Within moments, the corridor fell silent except for the crackling of fire and the hiss of cooling weapons. Neera stood at the front of the formation, breathing heavily as blood dripped from the walls onto the deck beside her boots. Behind her, the Astartes calmly reloaded weapons, checked ammunition, and reformed their line as though the slaughter had merely been another obstacle on the march. Then one of the Dark Angels stepped forward slightly and voxed through his helmet. Path secured. Neera looked deeper into the burning corridors of the Sun Eater, feeling the darkness waiting farther inside. "Good," she said quietly. "Let's keep going." Stormtrooper Johann. The corridor shook continuously beneath Johann's boots as the battle raged closer and closer, every impact reverberating through the deck, plating hard enough to make the walls tremble. Sparks rained endlessly from ruptured conduits overhead, bathing everything in flickering orange light that mixed horribly with the crimson emergency strobes. The air smelled like burning metal, blood, ozone, and pulverized flesh. Somewhere farther down the corridor, men were screaming. Somewhere closer, bolters thundered. Johann pressed himself tighter behind the overturned slab of machinery he was using as cover, clutching his blaster rifle so hard his hands ached inside his gloves. Every time one of those massive guns fired, the sound punched straight through his chest. These were not normal weapons. He had seen men hit by them already. There were no clean wounds, no survivable injuries. The rounds exploded bodies apart like overripe fruit. 1 second a trooper would be alive, firing beside him, and the next there would only be blood, shattered armor, and pieces of organs splattered across the walls and ground. Another deafening roar echoed down the corridor. Johann risked a glance over the ruined metal. The sight nearly made his heart stop. The Astartes were advancing through the corridor like unstoppable engines of slaughter, enormous armored giants wading directly through blaster fire without slowing down. Red laser bolts hammered against their armor plate and either ricocheted harmlessly away or left only glowing scorch marks before the monsters answered with overwhelming brutality. One towering monster swung a thunder hammer downward and crushed 3 clone troopers in a single impact, the weapon detonating on contact hard enough to liquefy bodies and crater the floor beneath them. Nearby, another drove forward relentlessly behind a storm shield while firing his bolt rifle one-handed into the Empire lines, each shot detonating another soldier apart. A Dark Angel tore through a barricade entirely with his shoulder before burying a power axe into a clone officer so hard the man split in half. One Astartes grabbed a man by the chest with one hand, lifted him screaming into the air, and literally ripped straight through him. Blood and entrails spilled downward across the floor as the Marine cast the ruined corpse aside like garbage. Then the monster looked directly at Johann. Even through the smoke and chaos, Johann saw those glowing red eye lenses lock onto him. He ducked behind cover so fast he nearly dropped his rifle. A second later, someone slid into cover beside him, hard enough to slam against the metal plating. Johann jumped and turned, seeing another stormtrooper frantically clawing his helmet off with shaking hands. The man's breathing sounded ragged and hysterical as he ripped the helmet free before vomiting violently onto the floor between them. "I can't do this," the trooper gasped, wiping his mouth with trembling fingers. His face looked pale beneath the flashing red emergency lights, his eyes wide with panic. "I didn't sign up for this. These things—" His voice cracked as another burst of bolter fire echoed down the corridor. "They aren't human." Johann swallowed hard beneath his own helmet. "Stay down," he said quickly. "If we just hold the line—" "The line is gone," the trooper shouted back, his voice rising into desperation. "Did you see what they did to the first platoon? They butchered them." The trooper suddenly surged to his feet. "I'm not dying here." Johann's eyes widened. "Wait, get back down." But the man sprinted blindly down the corridor away from the fighting, slipping on blood as panic overtook reason entirely. Then a single bolt round struck him in the back. The man exploded. There was no body left, no scream, just a violent burst of pink mist, shredded armor fragments, and chunks of flesh that sprayed across the corridor and splattered directly over Johann's helmet and chestplate. Johann gagged instantly. He tore his helmet off and vomited hard against the floor beside the ruined machinery, his stomach twisting violently while blood and bits of flesh slowly slid down his armor. He could barely breathe. His entire body shook uncontrollably as the sounds of the battle closed in around him. Then someone nearby screamed, "They're pushing through." Johann forced the helmet back onto his head. He grabbed his rifle and ran. Bolter rounds screamed past him as he sprinted from one shattered section of cover to another. One round passed so close to his shoulder that the shockwave alone spun him sideways. Another detonated against a trooper only a few meters away, showering Johann with fresh blood and fragments of armor. He threw himself behind another ruined barricade and immediately began firing blindly downrange toward the advancing Astartes. The blaster bolts looked pathetic, tiny red streaks against giants. One Dark Angel took several hits directly to the chest and barely reacted before raising his plasma pistol and vaporizing the entire barricade Johann had just abandoned moments earlier. The superheated blast turned half a dozen troopers into burning dross instantly. Johann felt completely helpless. Then reinforcements arrived. A fresh wave of stormtroopers rushed into the corridor, dragging a massive repeating cannon behind them, while officers shouted desperately for the remaining defenders to regroup. The heavy weapon was quickly planted near the center of the corridor and powered up with a rising mechanical whine. Hope flickered weakly in Johann's chest as the gun swung toward the advancing Astartes and unleashed a torrent of fire powerful enough to force even the Space Marines to stop. "Keep firing," an officer screamed. Then a bolt round flew directly down the cannon barrel. The weapon exploded instantly. The entire emplacement vanished in a violent fireball that tore the surrounding troopers apart in sprays of blood and burning armor. Johann saw one man lifted completely off his feet by the blast before his upper torso separated from the rest of his body mid-air. The corridor descended into panic again. Johann peeked around the corner of his cover one more time and felt dread consume him. The Astartes were close now. Far too close. There were barely any Empire troops left standing. Bodies littered the floor everywhere, while the surviving stormtroopers fired desperately in retreat. The Astartes advanced through the smoke with terrifying ease, as if they had done this 1,000 times before, bolt rifles barking in bursts, while power weapons crackled hungrily in their hands. Johann realized then that he was going to die. The understanding settled over him strangely calmly. Slowly, he reached down and grabbed a satchel of grenades from beside a fallen trooper. His hands stopped shaking as he armed them one by one, clipping the entire bundle together while the battle thundered around him. If he was dead already, then maybe he could at least take one of them with him. Maybe more. With a sharp breath, Johann rose from cover and charged. He screamed as he sprinted directly toward the advancing Dark Angels, clutching the armed grenades tightly against his chest, while blaster fire and bolter rounds flashed all around him. One of the Space Marines noticed him immediately. "Grenades!" the Astartes roared. Without hesitation, the Dark Angel shoved two of his brothers sideways out of the blast path before lunging directly toward Johann with shocking speed. The giant hit him like a freight train. One massive gauntlet seized Johann by the chest plate and lifted him completely off the ground before hurling him violently across the corridor. Johann barely had time to throw the grenades before he smashed into the wall hard enough to feel his spine shatter throughout his body. Pain exploded through him, his vision blurred. Across the corridor, the Dark Angel caught the bundle of grenades one-handed. Then the Astartes hurled them away just as they detonated. The explosion still tore through the Marine. Johann watched through fading vision as the blast engulfed the giant completely, ripping one armored arm away in a shower of blood and ceramite fragments. The Dark Angel was thrown onto his back. His brothers immediately moved to him, dragging the wounded warrior back while continuing to fire into the remaining defenders without pause. Johann coughed weakly, blood filling his mouth. Heavy footsteps approached him slowly. A shadow fell over his broken body. He looked up and saw another dark angel standing above him, massive and immovable, his armor scarred by countless battles. The Marine looked down at Johann silently for a long moment while the battle continued raging behind him. Then the Astartes gave a single slow nod. "A valiant effort," the giant said solemnly before raising his bolter. 203, 198. Whispers in the dark. Vulcan. The corridors of the Sun Eater had become hell for the Empire. Fire rolled across the ceiling in choking waves as ruptured conduits spat sparks and molten metal across the deck plating, while corpses in Imperial armor littered every passage Vulcan and his sons crossed. The Primarch of the Salamanders strode at the center of the carnage, every step of his massive frame shaking the steel beneath him. His emerald armor was blackened with soot and drenched in blood, yet the giant seemed utterly tireless as Urdrakul rose and fell in his colossal hands, each swing annihilating anything unfortunate enough to stand before him. Clone troopers vanished beneath the thunderhammer in sprays of shattered armor and liquefied flesh, while stormtroopers attempting to form firing lines were simply crushed beneath the advancing wall of salamanders. Bolter fire roared through the corridors with deafening fury, every explosive shell detonating bodies apart and painting the walls red. The resistance within this section of the station had grown increasingly desperate. Imperial officers screamed commands over blaring alarms, while dark Jedi hurled themselves into the battle in wild attempts to halt the advance, their blades flashing violently through the smoke. One of them leapt from an overhead walkway directly toward Vulcan, robes whipping behind him as he unleashed a savage overhead strike empowered by the Force. The Primarch barely acknowledged the attack. Urdrakul came up in one brutal arc and collided with the lightsaber mid-swing. Lightning erupted from the hammerhead, and the dark Jedi exploded apart in a shower of burning meat and shattered bone that splattered across the surrounding area. Another attempted to crush Vulcan beneath telekinetic force, veins bulging in his neck as the very corridor screamed and twisted around the Primarch, but Vulcan simply continued walking through it all. The invisible pressure broke apart against him like ocean waves against a mountain. Behind him the salamanders advanced with terrifying discipline. Tushan himself crushed through a barricade of troopers, Stormbearer roaring as it pulped armor and bodies alike, while Haystan drove his thunderhammer through a clone captain before immolating 3 more soldiers with his Drake-scale flamer. Even when dark Jedi managed to throw Marines from their feet or tear chunks from their armor with the Force, the Astartes answered with ruthlessness. One Jedi attempted to impale a salamander through the throat, only for another Marine to seize the attacker by the arm and hold him still, while a third blasted his head apart point blank with a bolt pistol. The corridor became a slaughterhouse within moments. Eventually, the resistance broke completely. The surviving dark Jedi died screaming beneath chainswords and thunderhammers, while the last remaining troopers tried fleeing deeper into the station, only to be cut down from behind by bolter fire. Vulcan stepped over the ruin of the battlefield without slowing, smoke curling around his massive silhouette as his burning red eyes scanned the corridors ahead. Somewhere deeper within the Sun Eater, he could feel the immense psychic presence of Sanguinius moving like a blazing star through the darkness of the vessel. The Primarch turned toward the next passageway when movement caught his eye. At the far end of the corridor stood 2 figures, battered and exhausted beneath the flickering emergency lights. Obi-Wan Kenobi held his blue lightsaber low at his side, his robes torn and stained with blood, while bruises darkened his face. Beside him stood Ahsoka Tano, breathing heavily with one green blade still ignited in her remaining hand. Both of them froze the instant they saw the wall of towering space marines emerging from the smoke. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Ahsoka slowly lowered her blade. "We surrender," she said carefully, her voice rough from exhaustion. "We're not your enemy." The salamanders immediately raised weapons toward them regardless. Bolters tracked their every movement, while several Marines shifted to surround the pair. Tushan stepped forward slightly, thunderhammer resting against his shoulder as he eyed the 2 Jedi with obvious distrust. Vulcan, however, stared at Obi-Wan with widening recognition. Then, to the utter confusion of everyone present, the Primarch broke into a broad grin. "Well," Vulcan rumbled, his deep voice almost warm despite the battlefield surrounding them, "it seems we both made it to the other side safely." Obi-Wan blinked in confusion. "I beg your pardon?" The Primarch approached, towering over the Jedi Master. Even standing battered and weary, Obi-Wan barely reached Vulcan's waist. The Salamanders around them visibly relaxed slightly at their father's demeanor, though their weapons remained ready. "You truly do not remember me," Vulcan said, more statement than question. 10 years together in the madness of the warp, and now you look at me like a stranger." Obi-Wan frowned deeply. "I'm afraid I would remember someone of your stature." He hesitated before continuing carefully. "I suffered a memory wipe several years ago. There are gaps in my past I've never been able to recover." At that, Vulcan's expression softened slightly. "Ah," the Primarch nodded once. "Then that explains it. Much must be sacrificed for protection from the warp." Ahsoka looked between them completely bewildered. "Master, what is he talking about?" "I honestly have no idea," Obi-Wan admitted quietly. For a brief moment, Vulcan seemed almost saddened. But then the Primarch straightened once more, and the warmth vanished beneath the iron resolve of war. Around them, the Sun Eater continued trembling violently from the battle raging throughout its colossal structure. Distant explosions rolled through the corridors, while alarms screamed endlessly overhead. "All of this can wait," Vulcan said firmly. He turned toward Tushan. "Take these two into custody and ensure no harm comes to them. They are not to be mistreated." Tushan slammed a fist against his chest plate immediately. "By your will, my lord." Ahsoka narrowed her eyes cautiously. "And what exactly happens to us now?" Vulcan looked back at her. "Now." The Primarch hefted Urdrakul onto his shoulder, his burning eyes turning toward the depths of the station where war still raged. "Now I go to find my brother." Without another word, Vulcan began walking once more, the Salamanders reforming around him instantly as the unstoppable force of the Legion surged deeper into the Sun Eater. Bolters thundered again, moments later, as fresh Imperial defenders collided with the advancing Astartes, and the entire corridor erupted back into violence. Darth Vader. The command chamber of the Sun Eater trembled constantly now, every distant impact reverberating through the colossal battle station. Beyond the massive viewport, space itself had become a raging inferno. Imperial star destroyers burned in orbit around Mandalore, while the newly arrived Imperium fleet carved bloody paths through the Empire's formation. Entire ships vanished beneath bombardments from the battle barge, and countless fighters twisted through the void in desperate dogfights that painted the stars with fire. The Dark Lord remained utterly motionless before the viewport, his black cape hanging heavily behind him, while the burning reflection of dying ships flickered across the polished surface of his mask. Below, Mandalore burned beneath artillery bombardments, entire cities reduced to smoldering ruin while millions fought and died across the barren planet. Even from orbit, the scale of the slaughter was unimaginable. A nervous Imperial officer approached cautiously from behind, visibly trembling despite trying to maintain his discipline. My lord." Vader did not turn. The officer swallowed hard before continuing. "We've received the final report from the Reaper unit." The man's hands tightened around the datapad he carried. "They failed, my lord. The retrieval team engaged hostile forces near the children's last known location, but—" He hesitated for only a second too long. The unit was wiped out in under a minute. Something in the room changed. It was subtle at first. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, as though some invisible pressure had suddenly descended upon everyone present. Several nearby crew members visibly stiffened as unease crawled through the chamber like poison. "And the children?" Vader finally asked. The officer's throat bobbed. "Their last known location was inside one of the Imperium's hangars. We no longer believe they are on Mandalore." The moment the words left his mouth, Vader's gloved hand slowly clenched into a fist. The transparasteel viewport before him groaned violently. Hairline fractures began spreading across the massive glass pane in jagged spiderwebs as the dark side flooded the chamber with suffocating intensity. Consoles nearby sparked and flickered while loose objects began rattling across the floor. Several officers instinctively backed away from Vader, terror spreading through the bridge as the temperature seemed to plummet. His children were gone. They had taken them from him again, his children, the last remnants of Padme. The final proof that something of his old life had survived the fire and betrayal and endless war. Now they were gone, and the whispers began again. "They have stolen them from you. Again." The soft voice hissed. Vader's breathing deepened. "Destroy them." The voice curled through his mind like venom, smooth and ancient and impossibly patient. "Burn Mandalore to ash. Let them suffer as you have suffered." Far beyond the physical universe, within the madness of the warp, Abeloth smiled. She watched through the veil as Vader stood upon the precipice of absolute fury, and she fed the fire carefully, lovingly, whispering into every crack in his soul. Around her, the tides of the warp churned in delight while her monstrous form continued to fight. "They lied to you," she whispered into his thoughts. "They hide your children from you. They mock your pain." The cracks across the viewport spread wider. The bridge crew exchanged nervous glances as the entire chamber began trembling slightly beneath the pressure radiating from the Sith Lord. Several officers could barely breathe now, their lungs tightening beneath the suffocating aura of rage pouring from Vader like heat from a furnace. Finally, the Dark Lord turned. His mask reflected the burning battle outside, while his lenses seemed almost alive beneath the bridge lighting. When he spoke again, his voice carried absolute finality. "Prepare the Sun Eater to fire." The bridge froze. One officer stared at him in disbelief. My lord, there are still Imperial forces engaged on the surface. Millions of our own soldiers." Vader's head tilted slightly toward the man. The officer suddenly flew to his neck as invisible fingers closed around his throat. His datapad clattered uselessly onto the deck while he clawed desperately at the unseen force, crushing his windpipe. "My soldiers exist," Vader said coldly, "to serve the Empire." The officer's eyes bulged. "And if their deaths bring victory," Vader continued, "then they die with purpose." With a single twitch of his fingers, the officer's neck snapped violently. His body crumpled to the floor. Nobody spoke after that. The crew immediately sprang into action, terror driving them faster than any command ever could. Primary weapon systems coming online. Redirecting power to the core. Charging sequence initiated. Deep within the colossal superstructure of the Sun Eater, ancient machinery began to awaken. Massive reactors thundered to life beneath the station, while unimaginable amounts of energy surged through conduits the size of cities. Outside, the gigantic blue core at the heart of the battle station slowly began to glow, bathing nearby ships in an eerie azure light. Across the battlefield, alarms began screaming aboard vessels on both sides as the weapon prepared to fire once more. And somewhere within the warp, Abeloth laughed. 204, 199. The Black Rage. Maximus. The corridors of the Sun Eater had become rivers of blood and fire by the time Maximus and the Blood Angels reached the inner sanctum of the colossal battle station. The fighting through the upper levels had been savage beyond anything even the Ultramarine had expected. Entire companies of stormtroopers and clone regiments had fortified every junction leading toward the control center, while dark Jedi stalked the halls alongside them like rabid predators unleashed from cages. Yet none of it had slowed the advance of Sanguinius and his sons. The Blood Angels moved through the burning corridors like incarnations of divine wrath, their red armor drenched in gore as bolters thundered endlessly through the cramped passageways. Bodies littered every meter behind them. Troopers lay in pieces where chainswords had torn them apart, while shattered blast doors and scorched walls marked every place the Astartes had met resistance and annihilated it. Maximus crushed another dark Jedi's skull beneath his armored boot as the man collapsed at his feet, his broken lightsaber sputtering uselessly beside him. Ahead of him, Dante buried his axe into the chest of a clone officer hard enough to split the man in half in a spray of blood. Mephiston walked through the carnage beside them, his crimson psychic energy crawling over his armor, while invisible force ripped enemy soldiers screaming from cover and hurled them against the walls hard enough to break bone and steel alike. Behind them came the rest of the Blood Angels chapter, advancing despite the chaos around them. The deeper they pushed into the Sun Eater, however, the stranger the atmosphere became. The resistance lessened. Entire corridors stood abandoned, save for corpses and flickering emergency lights. The air itself seemed heavier, almost oppressive, and Maximus could feel the tension building in the Blood Angels around him, even if none of them spoke of it aloud. Finally, the massive blast doors leading into the control chamber came into view. The doors had already been opened, welcoming them inside. Beyond them stretched the vast throne room-like command center, large enough to dwarf even the halls of Imperial battle barges. Towering hololithic displays flickered across multiple levels, while countless crew stations lined the enormous chamber, though most now stood abandoned. At the far end of the room stood a colossal viewport overlooking Mandalore itself, and beyond the transparent armored glass, the planet burned beneath the fury of orbital war. Entire continents glowed with firestorms, while fleets clashed above the atmosphere in storms of explosions and debris. The sight alone was enough to remind Maximus of Cardia's fall. Standing before that viewport was Darth Vader. The Dark Lord held his helmet loosely at his side, his back turned toward them, while the fires of Mandalore illuminated the ruined shape of his body. The silhouette of his head looked almost skeletal without the helmet concealing him, and even from across the chamber, Maximus could see the horrific scars crawling across the exposed flesh of his head and neck. The moment Sanguinius stepped into the chamber, everything stopped. An impossible pressure slammed into the entire chapter all at once. It felt like the weight of a mountain had suddenly dropped onto their shoulders, crushing against their armor from every direction simultaneously. The ceramite plating of several nearby Blood Angels audibly groaned under the strain, while others were forced down onto one knee despite their transhuman strength. Maximus himself actually felt a heavy weight pressing violently against his shoulder, surprising him. Vader was holding them in place with the Force alone. The sheer scale of the power radiating from the Dark Lord was monstrous. Vader still did not turn around. His mechanical breathing echoed softly through the chamber before his deep voice finally broke the silence. "I knew you two would come." The words rolled through the room like distant thunder. Vader continued, staring down at Mandalore below. "The Imperium arrives, believing itself righteous, believing itself necessary. You spread across worlds like a plague and call it salvation." His hand slowly tightened around the black helmet. "When I was a child, I thought you were heroes." Sanguinius narrowed his eyes, but remained silent as Vader continued speaking. "I watched the salamander Raxor kill Watto. I watched him free slaves while the Republic stood by and did nothing. For the first time in my life, I thought heroes had come to save us. I thought perhaps the galaxy had finally sent warriors strong enough to protect people like my mother." There was bitterness in his voice now, a hatred so old and deep that it sounded carved into his soul. "I was so wrong. Then Naboo happened. Then the war began. Then the Jedi failed me. Again and again and again." Vader's breathing deepened. "Everything deteriorated from the moment your Imperium entered this galaxy." Slowly, Vader turned around. The left side of his skull was little more than burned ruin, held together by cybernetics and scar tissue. His jaw no longer existed, replaced entirely by a mechanical plate fused directly into blackened flesh. One eye burned yellow with dark side corruption, while the other glowed a cold mechanical red from within its socket. The damage done to him on Mustafar had transformed him into something horrifyingly inhuman, even without the armor. His gaze settled directly onto Maximus. "You," Vader said coldly, "you and your brothers were the greatest curse this galaxy has ever suffered." The pressure in the room intensified hard enough to crack the floor beneath several Blood Angels. "When I killed Raxor," Vader continued, his voice dripping with venom, "it was the only thing I could think about. Every death, every world burned, every child buried beneath war. All of it traces back to you and your brothers." He spat, his cybernetic eye narrowed. "And now," he growled, "I will kill the Black Templar who took my mother from me, then I will kill you, Ultramarine." Sanguinius stepped forward then, wings spreading behind him as radiant light bled faintly from his armor. Even under Vader's crushing power, the Primarch carried himself like a demigod descending into battle. "You stand before a son of the Emperor," Sanguinius declared, his voice calm but carrying through the chamber with impossible authority. "You face the great angel, his greatest sons, and warriors who have shattered demon armies. Your hatred has made you powerful, but it will not be enough." For the first time, Vader moved. He slowly lifted his helmet and placed it over his ruined face. The mask sealed shut with a hiss of pressure before the familiar mechanical breathing returned. "That," Vader replied, igniting his crimson blade with a violent shriek of light, "will not matter." Then his head tilted slightly toward Mephiston. "And they will be far too occupied fighting each other." Mephiston suddenly went rigid. The chief librarian's body locked in place as crimson warp energy erupted violently around him. Black veins spread across his pale skin, while his head snapped upward unnaturally hard. Dante turned immediately in alarm, while Sanguinius turned to look at his son. "Mephiston," the Primarch said sharply. The Blood Angel began trembling violently. Psychic energy exploded outward in a crimson shockwave that shattered nearby consoles and cracked the chamber walls. Slowly, horrifyingly, Mephiston's eyes turned completely black. A scream tore from his throat, with enough force to shake the room itself. "Horus!" Before Maximus could react, Mephiston lunged. The chief librarian moved so fast the Ultramarine could barely react, his force sword flashing through the air in a blur of crimson light. Maximus barely managed to turn toward him before agony lanced through his body. The blade carved cleanly through his wrist, severing his left hand instantly. Blood sprayed across the chamber. Maximus roared in pain as his severed hand crashed against the floor beside him, ceramite and bone scattering across the metal deck, while Mephiston attacked again immediately, his black eyes filled with madness as he screamed the name once more. "Horus!" The Dark Lord chose that moment and crossed the distance between himself and Sanguinius with terrifying speed. The crimson blade of his lightsaber screaming through the air in a murderous arc that nearly caught even the Primarch, who was watching his son off guard. Sanguinius barely managed to intercept the strike in time, his spear snapping upward as red energy exploded violently across the weapon. The impact alone sent a shockwave through the massive command chamber hard enough to crack the metal floor beneath their feet, while nearby consoles burst apart in showers of sparks and flame. Sanguinius launched himself forward immediately, refusing to allow Vader control of the engagement, his wings flaring wide as the Primarch became a blur of gold against Vader's black armored form. His spear lashed out with impossible speed, thrusting toward Vader's throat before reversing direction in the same motion to slash toward his midsection. Vader met every strike with mechanical precision, his lightsaber moving like a crimson wall between them as sparks and burning fragments of metal erupted around the two demigods. The sheer speed of the battle was difficult even for Maximus to fully follow. Both combatants possessed precognition, each seeing fragments of the other's intentions moments before they occurred, forcing the duel into something almost incomprehensible as attacks and counters happened in fractions of seconds. Vader twisted away from a thrust that would have pierced his skull and retaliated instantly, his free hand erupting outward as the force smashed into Sanguinius like a collapsing building. The Primarch slid backward across the chamber floor, his boots screeching against metal. But before Vader could capitalize on the opening, Sanguinius surged forward once more, his wings propelling him through the air with enough force to crack the deck plating beneath him. His spear crashed downward like divine judgment while Vader met the blow head-on, crimson and gold light colliding violently enough to illuminate the entire chamber. As Sanguinius fought, he dared a glance toward his sons. What he saw filled him with fury. Mephiston had completely succumbed to the black rage. The chief librarian's black eyes were wide with insanity while he screamed Horus's name over and over again with enough venom to shake the chamber. Dante struggled desperately against him, the chapter master refusing to deliver lethal blows even as Mephiston attacked with murderous intent. The old blood angel blocked strike after strike, with visible grief etched into every movement, his axe meeting Mephiston's force sword in violent collisions that sprayed sparks across the room. "Horus!" Mephiston screamed again as he drove Dante backward beneath a relentless barrage of attacks. "Traitor! Murderer!" Dante parried another savage strike and shouted back at him through clenched teeth. "Brother, fight it! This is not you!" But Mephiston was gone. The madness consuming him was absolute. Maximus pushed himself up from the shattered floor nearby, blood pouring from the severed stump of his wrist, though the wound had already begun sealing itself beneath the emergency systems of his armor and transhuman physiology. Pain thundered through his body with every heartbeat, but rage drowned it out as he watched Mephiston try to butcher his own chapter master. The Ultramarine roared and charged. He slammed into Mephiston from behind like a living battering ram, his massive armored shoulder crashing into the librarian hard enough to send both Astartes tearing across the floor. Mephiston smashed through a ruined command station in an eruption of sparks and twisted metal before Maximus followed immediately, raising his thunderhammer one-handed and bringing it down with enough force to pulverize a tank. Mephiston rolled away at the last possible moment. The hammer struck the deck instead. The entire chamber shook violently as the impact cratered the floor, lightning exploding outward from the thunderhammer in crackling arcs of blue energy. Before Maximus could recover, Mephiston thrust out his hand and unleashed a massive blast of warp energy directly into the Ultramarine's chest. The crimson psychic wave struck Maximus full force, then dissipated harmlessly. Mephiston froze for the briefest moment. The blank aura surrounding Maximus devoured the warp attack entirely, scattering the psychic assault into nothingness before it could penetrate his armor. The chief librarian snarled in confusion and fury, black veins crawling further across his face as he hurled himself at Maximus with renewed violence. Dante rejoined the fight instantly. The chapter master came at Mephiston from the side, his axe slamming against the librarian's sword, while Maximus attacked from the opposite direction with his thunderhammer. The battle became a brutal 2-against-1, as the two Astartes did everything in their power to subdue the maddened Blood Angel without killing him. Even against both of them, the chief librarian remained horrifyingly dangerous. He moved with unnatural speed, his blade whipping between Dante and Maximus in savage combinations, while bursts of psychic force shattered the chamber around them. Dante barely ducked beneath one strike that would have taken his head before countering with the butt of his axe against Mephiston's chest. The blow staggered the librarian for half a second before Maximus seized the opening and swung his thunderhammer sideways into Mephiston's ribs. The impact sounded like a gunship crashing into a fortress wall. Mephiston was hurled across the chamber, smashing through a support pillar hard enough to collapse part of the ceiling above him. Chunks of burning debris rained downward while Dante advanced cautiously, grief and exhaustion written across his ancient face. "Please," Dante said quietly, "please, brother, stop." Mephiston slowly rose from the rubble. His armor was cracked now, blood pouring from multiple wounds, yet the madness only intensified. He looked not at Dante, but past him, seeing something else entirely. "Horus," he whispered. Then his expression twisted into absolute hatred. "Horus!" Mephiston exploded forward again. At the same moment, across the chamber, Vader and Sanguinius clashed before the massive viewport. Sanguinius lunged forward with blinding speed, his spear thrusting toward Vader's chest in a strike fast enough to impale a lesser being before they even perceived the attack. Vader saw it coming through the Force moments before it happened. His crimson blade swept downward to redirect the spear, while his free hand erupted outward in the same motion. The Force hit Sanguinius like a tidal wave. The Primarch was hurled backward through the air, his wings flaring violently as he fought to regain control of himself. At that exact moment, a sharp, mechanical chime echoed through the control chamber behind Vader. The Dark Lord's head turned slightly toward one of the remaining operational consoles inside the ruined command center. Flickering red symbols illuminated across the damaged panel, while warning runes flashed in rapid succession. The battle inside the chamber faltered for only a heartbeat, as even Mephiston's maddened assault momentarily lost momentum. Dante locked blades with the librarian, while Maximus staggered backward slightly, his breathing ragged from exertion as he glanced toward the glowing control panel. Then Vader looked directly at him. Even through the black mask, Maximus could feel the hatred burning behind those lenses. The Dark Lord slowly extended one hand toward the console and pressed the activation rune. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then the Sun Eater fired. The entire battle station trembled violently as unimaginable power surged through its colossal systems. Deep beneath the station, ancient mechanisms awakened with a roar that shook the void itself. Blue energy began flooding through vast channels beneath the Sun Eater's surface, illuminating the station from within like veins of burning plasma. The massive core mounted beneath the battle station gathered enough energy to rival a star, and every ship in orbit around Mandalore suddenly seemed insignificant beside the terrible weapon coming to life. Maximus turned toward the viewport just in time to see it. A beam of blinding blue annihilation erupted downward from the Sun Eater, descending toward Mandalore. The beam dwarfed cities as it carved through the atmosphere, splitting the skies apart in a storm of burning fire and screaming energy. Clouds vaporized instantly. Orbiting wreckage disappeared into ash. Entire fleets caught beneath the blast simply ceased to exist as the weapon struck the surface of Mandalore with catastrophic force. Then world exploded. Even from orbit, Maximus could feel the distant shockwave. "No," he whispered. Sanguinius stared down at Mandalore, his wings hanging still beside him, while the glow from the burning world reflected across his armor. Then the Primarch slowly turned toward Vader, and for the first time since entering the chamber, true fury crossed the angel's face. Vader descended toward the shattered opening of the control room once more, his black cape whipping violently behind him, while the crimson blade in his hand hissed through the darkness. "You wish to know why I hate your Imperium?" Vader asked coldly. "Look below you." He extended one arm toward the burning planet. "This," he growled, "is what your galaxy created." Then Sanguinius moved. The Primarch crossed the distance between them like a comet of golden light. His rage finally unleashed in full as his spear slammed into Vader's crimson blade with enough force to split the chamber floor apart beneath them. 205. 200. The Black Templar. Sebastian's storm shield slammed into the first acolyte's crimson blade with enough force to nearly tear the weapon from the man's hands. Rather than simply blocking the strike, the Black Templar twisted his entire body behind the impact, turning the shield into a battering ram. The unfortunate acolyte was launched backward through the air, crashing into a support pillar hard enough to crater the metal before collapsing in a heap. Before the warrior could even hit the floor, a second red lightsaber lashed low toward Sebastian's ankle, seeking to hamstring the towering Astartes. The Black Templar saw the attack coming long before it arrived and simply lifted one armored boot from the ground. The blade hissed harmlessly beneath his foot, missing by mere centimeters, while Sebastian's laughter boomed throughout the hangar. The darksaber came alive in his grasp. Its black blade swept outward in a vicious horizontal slash that forced the other two acolytes to throw themselves backward. One was not fast enough. The tip of the blade caught him across the chest plate, hurling him from his feet and sending him tumbling across the ground. At the same moment, Sebastian drove his armored elbow backward without even looking. The strike connected squarely with another acolyte's face. Bone exploded inward with a sickening crunch. Teeth, blood, and fragments of skull sprayed through the air as the man's head deformed beneath the sheer force of the blow. Somehow the acolyte remained alive, staggering blindly while clutching what remained of his ruined face. "Pathetic," Sebastian roared. One of the surviving attackers lunged at him from the side. Sebastian simply reached out and caught the man by the front of his robes. The acolyte barely had time to register what had happened before the Black Templar spun on his heel and whipped him through the air like a rag doll. The body slammed into the deck with such violence that the impact shattered the man's skull instantly. Brain matter burst outward across the floor while the corpse bounced once and then lay still. The remaining acolytes finally began to understand the horrifying truth of their situation. They were not fighting a man. They were fighting something closer to a living war machine. Still they came. The first acolyte screamed and charged forward, his lightsaber flashing downward toward Sebastian's neck, while another circled around behind him. The Black Templar met the first attack head-on. The darksaber carved downward, severing the attacker's leg just above the knee. The limb spun away across the deck while the acolyte collapsed screaming. Sebastian's laughter only grew louder as the wounded man writhed on the floor. The remaining two attackers exchanged a glance before extending their hands. Blue lightning erupted from their fingertips. Electricity danced across his storm shield. Arcs of power crackled across the ancient relic as it absorbed the attack. The air filled with the smell of ozone and burning metal. Lesser warriors would have been reduced to charred skeletons beneath such an assault. Sebastian merely kept walking. The lightning bent around him as he advanced step by step. That tickles. The acolyte's confidence shattered. Nearby, Darth Sidious watched the battle unfold with narrowed eyes. The old Sith Lord had spent the entire engagement circling the outskirts of the fight like a predator seeking the perfect moment to strike. Then he found his opening. A blazing sphere of emerald and crimson warp fire materialized in his hand. The hanger darkened around the unnatural flame. With a flick of his wrist, Sidious hurled the burning orb toward the Black Templar. Without hesitation, Sebastian reached down, grabbed the screaming acolyte whose leg he had severed moments earlier, and kicked the wounded man directly into the incoming attack. The fireball struck the acolyte squarely. The unfortunate warrior vanished in an explosion of screaming green flame. Before the shockwave had even faded, Sebastian surged forward. His gauntleted hand wrapped around the throat of one of the remaining acolytes. The man desperately clawed at the massive fingers crushing his neck as Sebastian lifted him effortlessly into the air. "You should have stayed hidden on Exegol," he rumbled. The man's eyes went wide before the Black Templar drove him downward. The acolyte's head exploded against the deck while his spine snapped instantly. Blood sprayed across Sebastian's armor as the corpse crumpled into an unnatural shape. Only one remained. The final acolyte screamed in desperation and charged. His lightsaber struck with surprising speed, aiming directly for the gap beneath Sebastian's arm. The Black Templar almost seemed bored as the dark saber shifted lazily. The incoming blade was deflected aside, then Sebastian delivered a single return strike. The black blade passed through the acolyte's body so cleanly that the man continued running for 2 full steps. Confusion flashed across his face. He looked down. Then his body separated at the waist. The 2 halves collapsed onto the deck with a wet thud. Silence settled over the battlefield. The only sounds were the distant thunder of war beyond the hangar and the crackling remains of fading energy. Sebastian stood among the corpses. His armor was stained red. Around him lay the broken remains of every warrior Sidious had sent against him. Slowly, the Black Templar turned his attention toward the final opponent still standing. The old Sith Lord remained where he was, yellow eyes studying the carnage. "Well?" Sebastian asked, spreading his arms slightly as he gestured toward the bodies littering the floor. "Is that really all you had to offer me?" His red eye lenses locked onto the Sith Lord. "I'll admit, old man, I expected more. I've fought Orc Gretchens that were harder to kill than those wretches." The Black Templar pointed the darksaber directly at him. "Come now, surely the master is more entertaining than the servants." Without warning, Sidious exploded forward in a cataclysmic burst of warp-infused energy, a vortex of crackling malice that shattered the ground beneath him and sent ripples of unnatural lightning dancing across the walls. The Warp Lord materialized behind Sebastian in an eye blink, his blazing red lightsaber slicing through the air, aimed squarely at the Space Marine's exposed neck. Yet Sebastian anticipated the strike and pivoted, the crimson blade scorching harmlessly past his pauldron, close enough that the heat singed the purity seals upon his battleplate. No sooner had the first blade missed than a second ignited in Sidious's offhand, twin scarlet edges now weaving a deadly pattern of annihilation as the corrupted emperor of old transformed into a whirlwind of death, spinning and leaping through the air, fueled by the chaotic tides of the warp. Sidious leapt high, twisting mid-air to deliver a descending double-blade overhead chop that carried the full fury of his warp-tainted agility, the twin edges screaming toward Sebastian's helm. The Black Templar met it head-on, raising his darksaber in a powerful upward parry that collided with both lightsabers in a deafening explosion of clashing energies. Black void light warring against blood-red plasma, sending cascades of sparks and warp static showering across the chamber floor. The impact reverberated through Sebastian's armor, but his genetically augmented strength drove the block forward, shoving Sidious backward through the air and forcing the Sith to flip acrobatically to regain his footing. Sidious recovered instantly, darting low with a spinning leg sweep infused with sorcerous speed and strength, his blades whirling in a horizontal storm that targeted Sebastian's knees and midsection. The champion stomped down with a powered boot to disrupt the sweep, then countered with a brutal horizontal slash of the darksaber that forced Sidious to leap over it, the black blade carving a deep glowing trench through the metal where the Sith had stood moments before. They pressed each other relentlessly, Sidious becoming a blur of leaps and pirouettes, his dual blades weaving intricate patterns of death, thrusting low toward Sebastian's gorget, then spinning into a rising crosscut aimed at the Marine's exposed sword arm. Sebastian parried the thrust with a ringing deflection of his darksaber before smashing his storm shield forward in a brutal bash that caught one of Sidious's blades and nearly wrenched it from his grip. The Sith retaliated with a surge of warp sorcery, channeling crackling tendrils of dark lightning that lashed across Sebastian's shield, superheating the metal. Pressed by the attack, Sebastian swung his darksaber in a wide overhead arc that Sidious barely evaded by twisting aside, the blade slicing so close it severed a portion of the Sith's tattered robes and drew a shallow line of corrupted burnt flesh across his shoulder. Sidious answered with a leaping spin kick, his boot empowered by warp energy slamming into Sebastian's chestplate with enough force to stagger the giant back a step, followed immediately by a flurry of rapid lightsaber strikes that Sebastian met, each collision shaking the chamber. The duel intensified into a brutal, grinding stalemate. Sebastian's raw physical might allowed him to batter aside strikes with bone-jarring power, while Sidious exploited his superior sorceries to probe and undermine, summoning illusory duplicates that flickered around the Marine and unleashed probing blasts of psychic lightning. One such blast slipped through during a spinning exchange, catching the edge of Sebastian's storm shield at just the right angle, hurling the Black Templar off his feet in a tumbling crash that sent him skidding across the fractured floor amid sparks and grinding metal. His storm shield tore free from his left arm, spinning away into the shadows with its surface warped and glowing from the unholy contact, leaving Sebastian momentarily exposed as he rolled to absorb the momentum. Rising with a growl, Sebastian surged back to his feet just as Sidious unleashed a massive wave of warp lightning, a roaring torrent of purple-green energy that surged toward him like a living storm. The champion brought his darksaber up, the unique blade absorbing and dispersing the worst of the assault in a howling clash of opposing powers, though arcs of residual lightning still danced across his armor. Ignoring the burning torment, Sebastian's jump pack exploded him forward, barreling straight through a follow-up blast of warp lightning that struck him directly in the chest. The energy ripped into his breastplate, melting sacred runes and charring the gene-enhanced muscle underneath in white-hot agony, yet his indomitable will carried him onward. With a final earth-shaking leap, he slammed his armored bulk into Sidious like a dreadnought ramming a fortress wall, crushing the Sith against a massive pillar that exploded into rubble on impact and driving the air from the ancient being's lungs in a ragged, agonized scream. Sebastian's massive gauntlets clamped down on both of Sidious's arms as he hoisted the writhing Sith clear off the ground. Sidious thrashed wildly, unleashing desperate torrents of dark sorcery at point-blank range, bolts of crackling energy that scorched Sebastian's helm and tore fresh rents across his pauldrons. But the Black Templar's faith burned brighter than the pain. With a slow, deliberate application of his superhuman strength, Sebastian began to pull the arms outward, the sickening sounds of straining sinew and popping joints filling the chamber. The left arm gave way first in a grotesque wet rip of tearing flesh, warp-mutated muscle and bone, spraying unnatural ichor across the floor as the limb came free entirely. Sidious howled in torment as Sebastian contemptuously discarded the severed arm. The right followed moments later with even greater resistance, tendons shredding and armor-like bones splintering under the relentless pull until it too tore away in a fountain of corrupted blood. With both arms gone and Sidious reduced to a mutilated, screaming ruin, Sebastian simply released his grip, letting the broken form drop to the blood-slicked stone below. where it crumpled in a twitching heap as the Black Templar stood victorious, chest heaving and darksaber still ignited via a chain attaching it to Sebastian's forearm. The Emperor's wrath made manifest. In that fleeting moment of victory, his gaze lifted involuntarily toward the shattered vault of the sky, visible through the cracked dome above, where the heavens of Mandalore burned with the fury of an apocalyptic war. The Sun-Eater pulsed with malevolent energy as it loomed over the planet. The distraction proved costly, for even as Sebastian's scarred lips curled in awe at the cosmic carnage, Sidious seized the opening with a guttural howl of defiance. A massive blast of raw warp sorcery erupted from the Sith's broken body, a coiling vortex of purple-black energy and screaming ethereal faces that smashed into the Black Templar's exposed side with cataclysmic force, hurling the towering space marine from his feet and sending him crashing across the fractured deck in a grinding tumult of ceramite and sparks. Sebastian's helmet tore free from his head and tumbled away into the debris, revealing the full horror of his heavily scarred face. Sebastian pushed himself up with a pained grunt that built into a roar of renewed fury, his one organic eye narrowing as he witnessed the abomination before him beginning to reform. Writhing tentacles of pure warp essence burst from the stumps of Sidious's severed limbs, slick with ichor and pulsating with unholy life as they snaked across the ground to retrieve the discarded arms, dragging them back and reattaching them with sickening wet crunches and bursts of dark energy that knitted the man's corrupted flesh and bone anew. The Sith Lord's true form was finally revealed in all its nightmarish glory as he began to change. A tall, sinuous skeletal being stripped of its humanity, its elongated frame twisted by millennia in the warp into something far beyond mortal frailty. One arm now grotesquely transformed into a massive coiling tentacle lined with barbs and sucking maws, while dozens of small yellow eyes blinked and swiveled across a hideous distended face that had melted into a mass of shifting features, fanged maw stretching wide in silent screams of perpetual agony and ecstasy. Fool! The Sith gurgled as he began drawing deeply upon the roiling tides of the warp, siphoning chaotic energies into a singular cataclysmic attack that made the air thicken with the stench of brimstone and madness, shadowy phantasms howling as they coalesced around his outstretched tentacle and remaining clawed hand. Sebastian, refusing to yield, forced one massive knee upward and planted it firmly against the rubble-strewn floor, driving himself into a kneeling position of unbowed defiance while he thrust the darksaber before him, both gauntleted hands gripping the hilt with reverent strength as he bowed his head in solemn prayer, the words rising from deep within his transhuman soul. "O Lord, great Emperor of mankind," he intoned humbly, his voice a low rumble that carried the weight of countless battlefields and unyielding faith, even as Sidious unleashed his final attack, a howling maelstrom of warp sorcery that surged forward like a tidal wave of screaming souls and annihilating lightning intent on erasing the Black Templar from existence. In that desperate instant, the iron halo atop Sebastian's jump pack erupted in holy flames, golden fire blazing forth with the Emperor's own sanction to form a radiant burning dome of protective energy that enveloped the kneeling champion, deflecting the warp onslaught in explosive bursts of clashing powers that shook the chamber to its foundations and sent cracks spiderwebbing through the remaining walls. Undaunted within his sanctuary of faith, Sebastian continued his prayer. "Grant me sanction and the divine strength to slay the heretic before me, to purify the vile taint of the warp in your holy name, and cast this abomination back into the abyss from whence it came." His words resonated with pure conviction, channeling a surge of celestial power that made the air shimmer, and suddenly the darksaber's blade, always eternally black as the void, flared into a blazing gold for a transcendent split second, the weapon transforming into an instrument of the Emperor's wrath as Sebastian surged upward from his knee with explosive speed. He leapt forward in a thunderous leap, closing the distance in a blur of armored might, and swept the now golden blade in a devastating horizontal arc that sheared straight through Sidious's midsection with effortless, sanctified precision, cleaving the sinuous skeletal form cleanly in two, amid a spray of warp essence and agonized shrieks that echoed like the death throes of a dying god. The bisected Sith crumpled to the floor in disbelief, his multiple yellow eyes widening in shock as the upper torso fell backward with a wet thud, tentacles spasming uselessly while the lower half twitched in futile rebellion against the inevitable. Sebastian rose to his full height, chest heaving beneath his battered armor as he stood victorious at last, the golden glow fading from his blade back to its customary void, black as the holy flames around him subsided. The old Sith twitched weakly against the deck plating, his remaining hand clawing at the ground as though trying to hold on to life through sheer spite. Then he laughed. It was a horrible sound. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as the laughter continued, growing stronger despite the mortal wounds that should have silenced him forever. Sebastian slowly tilted his head. "You laugh?" the Black Templar asked. "Look at yourself." Sidious coughed violently, spraying blood across the floor before looking up at the towering Astartes. Despite his condition, despite the agony that must have been consuming him, a twisted smile stretched across what remained of his face. "You believe," he rasped between ragged breaths, "that you have won." The Sith's smile widened. "No, I have won." For the first time since the battle began, Sebastian frowned. Then the world changed. A brilliant blue light suddenly washed across the battlefield. At first it was faint, little more than a glow illuminating the clouds overhead, but within seconds it grew brighter. The fires around the battlefield were overwhelmed by it. The smoke became bathed in azure radiance. Every ruined building and shattered vehicle cast long blue shadows across the wastes of Mandalore. Sebastian slowly turned. The grin vanished from Sidious's face. It was replaced by pure satisfaction. Above them, beyond the clouds and beyond the atmosphere itself, a star had been born. The Sun Eater's colossal weapon, hanging in orbit above Mandalore, unleashed its power in a torrent of impossible energy. And even from the surface, the beam seemed large enough to split the heavens themselves. A pillar of blue annihilation descended from the sky, wider than cities and brighter than suns, its light consuming everything it touched as it raced toward the world below. Thousands of soldiers stopped fighting. Astartes, clones, stormtroopers, Mandalorians, all found themselves staring upward. The Black Templar looked toward the horizon, where the descending beam tore through the clouds like the wrath of a god. Mountains vanished beneath its light, entire formations disappeared before the weapon had even fully reached the surface. Then something unexpected happened. Sebastian began to laugh. It started as a low chuckle, then it grew louder and louder. Soon his booming laughter rolled across the battlefield with enough force to be heard above the distant screams and explosions. Even Sidious seemed surprised as the Black Templar threw his head back and laughed directly at the approaching apocalypse. The champion of the Emperor spread his arms wide as though welcoming an old friend. "Is that it?" he roared. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "Is that truly what it took?" The descending beam illuminated his black armor in brilliant blue light. Sebastian's laughter only grew louder. "You would destroy an entire planet just to kill me?" His laughter became thunder. "What an honor!" The words boomed across the ruined battlefield. "Praise the Emperor!" he roared at the top of his lungs. "For no servant of mankind could ask for a grander death than this." He spread his arms even wider and raised his face toward the descending beam as though embracing it as he continued to laugh, blue light consuming everything in a blinding radiance that marked the fiery conclusion of his final crusade. 206, 201. End of an era. Maximus. Maximus fell into fury and grief as the colossal viewport behind the dueling titans filled with the horrifying radiance of Mandalore's death throes, the blinding blue beam of the Sun Eater carving down through the atmosphere, and in that cataclysmic instant he knew with soul-crushing certainty that Sebastian was gone, consumed in the planetary fire along with so many others who had fought beneath the Black Templars' banner. "Sebastian!" he roared at the top of his lungs, the cry tearing from his throat with such raw anguish and rage that it momentarily cut through even the thunder of clashing weapons and the screams of the madness around him. his transhuman voice echoing off the cracked walls of the command chamber like a challenge to the very stars. Pain from his severed wrist throbbed in time with his twin hearts, blood still leaking despite the rapid clotting of his enhanced physiology, but the agony only fed the fire within as he whirled toward Mephiston, who remained lost in the depths of the black rage, the chief librarian's black eyes wild with primordial hatred, and his force sword whipping through the air in a crimson blur while he howled the name of the War Master over and over, as if Horus himself stood before him once more. With a bellow of anger, Maximus hauled his thunderhammer back in a one-handed arc, the weapon's disruption field crackling violently around the massive head as he poured every ounce of his strength and grief into the strike, smashing it squarely into Mephiston's armored chest with an impact that resounded like an artillery shell. The force lifted the Blood Angel clear off his feet and hurled him backward across the chamber floor in a tumbling heap of cracked plate and spraying blood, sending him skidding through debris and shattered consoles where he lay momentarily stunned, though the madness still twisted his features. Not sparing another second, Maximus spun on his heel and sprinted toward Vader, his heavy boots pounding across the fractured deck plating as the duel between the Dark Lord and Sanguinius had intensified into a maelstrom of gold and crimson, the Primarch's spear flashing like divine lightning, while Vader's lightsaber carved vicious arcs through the air, each collision sending shockwaves that rattled the remaining hololithic displays and showered sparks across the vast room. The Ultramarine closed the distance, arriving just as Sanguinius brought his spear crashing downward in an overhead strike meant to bisect the Sith Lord, only for Vader to parry it. Their weapons met in an explosion of clashing energies that lit the chamber like a forge. In the same motion, the Primarch whipped the spear around in a devastating reverse strike that slammed into the side of Vader's helmet with enough force to gouge a deep, glowing line through the black durasteel and send the Dark Lord staggering sideways. Maximus seized the opening with a primal roar, smashing into Vader from the right side, his armored bulk colliding with the Sith's with bone-jarring force as he screamed his hatred against the heretic who had orchestrated the destruction of Mandalore and the death of his brothers. For Raxor, for Sebastian, for the Emperor, die, you warp-cursed abomination. His thunderhammer descended in a crushing overhead blow, aimed to pulverize Vader's skull, but the Dark Lord reacted with terrifying speed. Thrusting out his free hand and catching the weapon mid-swing with the invisible grip of the Force, halting its momentum inches from his damaged helmet. Vader's mechanical breathing hitched for a fraction of a second as he felt the unnatural dampening effect of Maximus's blank aura bleeding into his connection with the Force, the immense power that usually flowed so effortlessly, now sluggish and weakened like a river choked by a dam. Much like the witch bolt he had been hit with, it forced him to exert far more effort than anticipated to hold the hammer at bay. Filthy cretin, Vader cursed, his voice a venomous growl distorted through the damaged vocoder, before lashing out with his crimson lightsaber in a blindingly fast horizontal slash that caught Maximus across the face, the searing plasma edge slicing through one of the helmet's lenses in a burst of molten ceramite and superheated air that scorched the skin beneath and sent a lance of white-hot agony through the Ultramarine's skull. The pain was immense, vision blurring in his left eye as blood leaked down his face, but before Maximus could recover, Vader followed up with a full-powered blast of the Force straight into his chest, a crushing telekinetic wave that hammered into the Marine's armor. Though Maximus's null field dissipated much of the unholy energy, scattering it into harmless ripples that crackled across his plate, the residual force was still enough to lift him off his feet and hurl him backward violently, causing him to drop the thunderhammer with a resounding clang as his body smashed through a row of tactical consoles in a shower of sparks, shattered glass, and twisted metal, pain exploding through his ribs and spine from the impact. Vader barely had time to savor the strike before blocking another ferocious blow from Sanguinius, the Primarch's spear thrusting forward in a series of blinding combinations that forced the Dark Lord onto the defensive, their duel once again consuming the center of the chamber in a whirlwind of superhuman speed and power. Seizing the momentary advantage, Vader extended his hand toward the fallen thunderhammer, wrenching it from the deck with the Force and hurling it back at the fallen Ultramarine. The massive weapon spun through the air, its disruption field screaming, and struck the Ultramarine square in the chest plate just as he was trying to rise, the impact driving the air from his lungs and sending a brutal shockwave through his body that rattled his gene-enhanced organs and plunged him into merciful unconsciousness, his scarred form collapsing amid the wreckage as darkness claimed him. Vader's crimson lightsaber wove a lethal web of dark side fury against the great angel's blinding spear strikes that came like golden lightning from the heavens. Through the Force, he felt the tide turning against him with every passing second. The angel's power was immense, a radiant beacon of the Emperor's will that clashed violently against his own somewhat corrupted might, each collision sending shockwaves through the floor. His body, a ruined amalgam of flesh and machine, ached from the relentless exchange, yet the hatred burning in his yellow eye and mechanical red optic fueled him onward, a deep-seated loathing for these interlopers who had brought nothing but endless war to the galaxy he once sought to save. He parried another thrust aimed at his throat, countering with a spinning slash that forced Sanguinius to twist aside when suddenly a new presence slammed into his awareness. Vulcan had arrived. The Primarch of the Salamanders pushed through the ranks of frozen blood angels, his massive frame shouldering aside Astartes still pinned under the residual pressure of Vader's earlier Force assault, their armored bodies groaning as the Lord of Drakes advanced like an unstoppable force of nature forged in the fires of Nocturne. Vader sensed the newcomer's gaze sweep the chamber, briefly noting the ongoing struggle between Mephiston and Dante, where the chapter master held his maddened brother in check through grief-stricken mastery, before Vulcan locked onto the central duel with grim resolve. The Salamander Primarch charged without hesitation, bellowing a deep war cry that reverberated through the chamber like the awakening of an ancient volcano, his legendary thunderhammer Dracula raised high as he closed the distance in thunderous strides. Vader twisted away from Sanguinius's latest spear thrust at the last possible instant, guided by the precognitive warnings of the Force, just as the massive hammer descended in a devastating overhead arc, meant to crush him into oblivion. Dracula slammed into the reinforced deck, instead cratering the metal deeply and sending a spiderweb of fractures racing outward in a violent explosion of blue lightning, molten sparks and shockwaves that rattled the entire Sun Eater and burst nearby consoles into flames. Now Vader found himself trapped in a nightmare melee against two Primarchs, their combined presence pressing down upon him like twin mountains of might that made even his Force/warp-tainted strength feel insufficient, the odds shifting against him. He knew deep in his scarred soul he could not overcome the two Primarchs. The duel erupted into a brutal, unrelenting symphony of destruction, Sanguinius darting in with angelic speed from one flank to deliver rapid thrusts and sweeping arcs of his spear that targeted Vader's throat, joints and midsection in a golden blur, while Vulcan hammered from the opposite side with earth-shaking blows of Dracula that forced the Dark Lord into desperate leaps, spins, and deflections. Vader fought back with every ounce of his dark mastery, his lightsaber moving like a crimson storm as he caught Sanguinius with a Force-amplified kick to the torso that sent the angel sliding backward across the deck with screeching boots, crumpled wing feathers trailing behind him, before whipping his blade in a vicious upward slash that carved a deep, searing molten line across Vulcan's pauldron and drew a hiss of superheated blood. He followed with a telekinetic blast that hammered into Vulcan's side like a collapsing building, staggering the giant momentarily. Yet no matter how fiercely he pressed, or how cunningly he exploited momentary openings, slashing low to force Vulcan into a defensive pivot before unleashing a force push that nearly unbalanced Sanguinius mid-flight, the two Primarchs coordinated with instinctive gene-forged synergy that wore him down relentlessly. Sanguinius feinted high with his spear to draw Vader's lightsaber upward in a ringing parry that showered sparks across the room, creating the fatal opening for Vulcan to step forward with unstoppable momentum and deliver a full-powered strike with Dracula. The Thunderhammer's massive head blazed with disruptive energy as it connected squarely with the side of Vader's helmet in a detonation of sound and force, the impact smashing the black durasteel clean off in a violent spray of shattered components, sparks, and scorched wiring. Agony lanced through Vader's ruined face as the blow lifted him clear off his feet, hurling his armored body across the chamber through debris and ruined consoles before he crashed heavily to the blood-slicked floor in a broken heap, his lightsaber spinning uselessly from his grasp as darkness edged into his vision and the bitter taste of final defeat settled over the once unstoppable Dark Lord. He lay broken on the blood-slicked floor, yet through the haze of pain and encroaching darkness, he forced himself upward on trembling hands, pushing to his knees with a guttural mechanical growl while his yellow eye locked onto Sanguinius, looming above him like a golden angel of judgment. The Primarch's spear raised for a killing blow that would end the long nightmare of his existence. In that desperate heartbeat, fueled by a final surge of defiance and the dark side's lingering fury, Vader lashed out with the Force, summoning every remnant of his waning power to hurl a massive jagged piece of shattered console debris through the already weakened viewport in a violent telekinetic explosion that shattered the armored glass and sent it spiraling into the cold vacuum of space. Immediately, decompression alarms howled as air ripped through the chamber and loose debris began to fly toward the breach. The sudden chaos served as his salvation. He released his crushing Force grip on the Blood Angels in the same instant, allowing the Astartes to stagger and roar back into motion, while he snatched up his fallen lightsaber as he staggered toward a hidden maintenance conduit he had long prepared for contingencies, slipping into the narrow secret side passage amid the swirling pandemonium of rushing air, shouting warriors, and collapsing structures, just as Sanguinius and Vulcan turned toward the blast shields as they locked into place. His escape through the winding bowels of the Sun Eater was a torturous hobble of pain and determination, each labored step sending fresh jolts through his limbs and torn flesh, while the station's alarms blared and distant explosions from the planetary destruction below vibrated the walls. His mechanical breathing grew ragged as his systems strained to keep him functional despite the catastrophic damage inflicted by the two Primarchs. The corridors blurred into a haze of emergency lighting and flickering shadows until he rounded a final junction and froze at the sight of a solitary figure waiting at the end of the long, dimly lit hallway. Nearer. Vader tried to straighten to his full imposing height, drawing upon old pride and the remnants of his dark aura, but his body betrayed him completely, collapsing against the cold metal wall with a heavy clang of damaged armor as fresh pain lanced through his chest, and his vision swam with warning runes from failing implants. As Neera began to walk closer, Vader's voice emerged as a distorted rasp through his damaged vocoder, laced with bitter resignation. "Are you here to finish what the Primarchs started?" he asked, the words heavy with the weight of inevitable defeat. She paused only briefly before replying softly, her tone carrying genuine regret that cut deeper than any blade. "I am so sorry it came to this, Anakin. I did everything I could. Everything." Vader scoffed weakly, a sound that turned into a pained cough as he pushed himself off the wall with one final surge of defiance, igniting his lightsaber once more with a violent snap hiss. "Then defend yourself." With a burst of effort, he lunged forward in a clumsy, injured charge that carried more symbolism than true threat. His broken form made the attack pitifully slow, allowing Neera to simply sidestep with graceful ease, causing him to stumble past her and crash into the opposite wall once again before sliding slowly down its surface to sit heavily on the ground, his lightsaber deactivating and rolling from his weakening fingers with a final metallic clatter. "Oh, Anakin," Neera whispered, her voice breaking as she beheld her once closest friend and brother reduced to this shattered remnant, slowly approaching and sliding down the wall to sit beside him in a quiet gesture of shared mourning that bridged the chasm of years and betrayals. "How did it all come to this, Neera?" he asked, his voice fracturing slightly through the vocoder as he twisted his head to look at her through his single remaining yellow eye, the mechanical red optic flickering erratically. She pulled back her hood, revealing her pale skin adorned with intricate black tattoos. "I don't know." "Don't lie to me." She turned her head to look at him. Their eyes met. "You wouldn't let go. You hated them so much that you stopped seeing everything else. You hated the Astartes. You hated what happened to your mother. You hated what happened to the Jedi. You hated every loss, every failure, every betrayal. Eventually, all you could see was the hatred. Vader looked away. The Astartes aren't blameless, she continued. They did what they always do. They made war. They brought a different world into this galaxy, and everything changed because of it. Maybe things would have been different if they had never arrived. Maybe not. I don't know. She lowered her gaze. But I've fought beside them for years now. I've lived beside them. I've watched them bleed and die. They did their best, Anakin. They really did. Vader laid his head back against the cold wall, a single tear escaping from the corner of his scarred eye as the weight of it all pressed down upon his failing spirit. No more lies, he murmured. Neera nodded. No more lies. What happened to Padme? The question was barely audible. Neera closed her eyes. She died giving birth. Vader stared at the floor. And my children? They're safe. May I see them? He asked, and she finally withdrew a small hollow projector, activating it to display a shimmering image of his children that filled the narrow corridor with soft light. As Vader gazed upon them, the seething hatred that had sustained him slowly bled from his eye, the yellow corruption fading as it shifted back toward a weary human blue, the sight cracking the last armor around his soul. Anakin Skywalker looked at his children, and for the first time in many months, the darkness loosened its grip. Without his hatred sustaining him, however, something else began to happen. His strength started leaving him. He looked toward Neera. Without my hatred, he whispered, I'll die. I know, she said with tears in her eyes. He continued staring at the hologram. They're beautiful. Weakness overtook him rapidly then, and he collapsed sideways into her lap as she caught him in her arms, holding him close. My children, Neera, he gasped, tears now flowing freely from his restored blue eye. Please don't let the Imperium turn them into killing machines. Don't let them be raised inside their war machine. She nodded through her own gathering tears, her green eyes glistening as she assured him, I won't, I promise. He gripped her hand with the last vestiges of his strength as his fingers weakly found her hand. To her surprise, he looked afraid. Neera. Yes? I'm scared. The confession broke her heart. After everything, after all the wars, after all the bloodshed. Just a frightened man facing the unknown. Don't be, she replied softly, rocking him gently. You'll see Padme again. His blue eyes searched hers desperately. Is that really true? Will she even accept me after what I've done? Neera pulled him closer as his life ebbed. Padme will be waiting for you with open arms. For a moment he simply stared at her before relief slowly entered his expression. The fear began to fade. The pain began to fade. Everything began to fade. He squeezed her hand one final time. Neera. She lowered her head closer. I'm sorry. The words were barely a whisper. For all of it. Then his hand went still, and the light left his eye. Neera held him there for a long moment, amid the distant rumble of the dying station, pulling his broken form even tighter against her as quiet sobs racked her body. She gently rocked him back and forth, tears streamed down her tattooed cheeks, mourning the man who had once been her brother. 207, 202, old friends. Maximus. Maximus sat alone in a dimly lit observation chamber, his massive armored form hunched forward on a reinforced bench as he stared through the thick viewport panel at the shattered husk of Mandalore below. The once proud world was now reduced to a smoldering ruin of fractured continents floating through the void, a constant reminder of the cataclysmic price paid in this brutal cross-galaxy crusade. He looked away from the planet, down to his new mechanical left hand. His thoughts churned with a torrent of sorrow and simmering anger over the deaths of his brothers, leaving him as the last surviving member of the original 3 Space Marines who had first awakened in this strange new universe, a solitary burden that weighed heavily on his shoulders. It drove him to isolate himself from even his fellow Astartes in these quiet hours. He refused to let any of it show on his stoic face, his features locked into an unyielding mask, though inside his twin hearts ached with the profound emptiness of irreplaceable loss, the kind that no amount of resilience could fully dull. The soft hiss of a nearby door sliding open broke the heavy silence and Nera stepped into the room. "Maximus, how are you doing?" He rose slowly to his full height without turning immediately, his voice emerging as a steady, emotionless rumble when he replied. "I am fine," he said, before reaching for the new helmet resting on the bench beside him, locking it securely to his hip as he made to leave the chamber and return to his duties. Nera moved to intercept him with a careful hand on his armored forearm, her tone softening further as she insisted. "It's okay to show emotion, you know. You've been through quite a lot in the past month, more than any warrior should have to bear in such a short time." Maximus paused. "Grand Regent, where exactly are you going with this? I have other preparations to oversee before we launch our final assault on the moor." She held his stare for a long moment, her expression one of genuine compassion. "I am sorry your brothers are gone, Maximus." The Ultramarine inclined his head slightly. "Everything has a purpose. The Emperor has ordained it so." Nera reached into a pouch at her side and held out her hand, revealing two carefully preserved insignias, one of the Black Templars and one of the Salamanders. "I retrieved these from both of their living quarters. I hope you don't mind." She stepped closer then, fastening each insignia onto the broad expanse of his chestplate, already adorned with numerous laurels and purity seals, the small symbols clicking into place amid the larger tapestry of his honors. Maximus looked down at the new additions for a moment before giving her a single respectful nod of acknowledgement. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving Nera standing alone in the observation chamber as the distant ruin of Mandalore continued to drift silently beyond the viewport. As Maximus walked through the Sun Eater to the command deck, he soon found Mephiston resting in one of the medical chambers. The chief librarian showed signs of remarkably swift recovery under the care of Blood Angel's apothecaries, his pale features less twisted by the remnants of the black rage he had already pulled himself out of for a third time. Maximus paused at the threshold for a long moment, his gaze steady upon his cousin, offering a silent nod of respect and relief that the warrior had clawed his way back from the abyss before continuing on without disturbing the man's much-needed rest. Eventually he arrived at the main control room, the vast chamber still bearing the scars of their earlier fierce confrontation with Vader, where shattered consoles had workers hastily repairing or replacing them. There, leaning over a large, flickering hollow table that projected a detailed star map of the region leading toward the moor, stood the two Primarchs. They conversed about the impending final assault, dissecting strategies for the coming campaign against the ancient evil that lurked at its heart. They spoke of the uncertainty surrounding Abeloth's homeworld, the precise planet from which she drew her corrupting power remaining hidden among the treacherous anomalies and shadowed systems, making any direct strike risky without confirmation, and both agreed that dispatching a scout force represented the most prudent path forward to identify the source before committing the full might of their forces. The two Primarchs turned almost simultaneously as Maximus entered the massive room. Vulcan gave Sanguinius a subtle nod of acknowledgement before the great angel addressed the Ultramarine directly. "Maximus, your timing is fortuitous. What is your opinion on our current objective here?" he asked, gesturing toward the glowing hololithic display where swirling nebulae and hazard markers pulsed ominously. Maximus approached the table, his eyes scanning the projected star charts as he replied steadily, "I overheard your discussion regarding a scout group, my lords. I believe it is the best option available to us. Rushing blindly into the moor without knowing which world fuels Abeloth's power would invite unnecessary catastrophe, especially with the forces we still command after the losses on Mandalore." Both Primarchs nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting shared wisdom forged across millennia of warfare before Sanguinius continued. "Would you lead this mission?" Maximus met their gazes without hesitation, his voice resonant with unyielding loyalty as he answered, "If it is your will, my lords, I will do so." Vulcan's deep voice rumbled approvingly as he placed a massive hand on the edge of the holotable. "Very well, Maximus. Go and prepare a team of Astartes capable of achieving this mission. Select only the finest for stealth and endurance, for the anomalies within the moor will test even the strongest among us. We shall await your beacon before launching the greater assault." Maximus offered a crisp salute, his fist striking his chest plate over the new insignias with a resonant clang, before turning to depart the command center. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka sat in the modest confines of one of the Sun Eater's many repurposed apartments. The room was sparse with its pair of simple sleeping quarters adjoining a central living area that offered little in the way of comfort, beyond a kitchen, a table, and a viewport overlooking the scarred void where Mandalore's ruins still floated like dying embers. Their presence was a strange limbo between guests and detainees under the watchful eyes of a full squad of Salamanders standing guard outside the sealed door at all times. The two Jedi had spent the hours in quiet reflection, Obi-Wan meditating on the Force's turbulent currents while Ahsoka paced restlessly, both aware that they were not true prisoners, yet still bound by the authority of these transhuman warriors. The door suddenly hissed open with a pneumatic sigh, admitting a pair of massive salamanders. "The Primarch wishes to see you both. Follow us." The Astarte stood aside to allow the Jedi passage before they escorted Obi-Wan and Ahsoka through the winding, battle-scarred halls of the colossal station, where distant echoes of repairs and preparations for the coming assault. Ahsoka could feel the undercurrent of disdain radiating from the Salamanders like heat from a forge. Soon they arrived at a larger, more fortified chamber where Vulcan held court amid a handful of his sons, the Primarch's massive frame dominating the space as he leaned over a tactical display, his noble features etched with the wisdom and weariness of one who had endured the galaxy's harshest fires, before he turned his gaze fully upon the arriving Jedi. Vulcan seemed wary of Ahsoka, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet his demeanor remained measured and hospitable as he gestured towards seats with a massive hand. "Sit, relax, there is no need for formality here," he rumbled, his voice deep and grounding like the rumble of shifting tectonic plates. The Jedi complied, lowering themselves into the seats, while the Salamanders around the room took up guarded positions at every exit, their weapons held ready but not overtly threatening. Vulcan regarded Obi-Wan steadily for a long moment before speaking. "Do you truly remember nothing of the time we spent together in the warp? The trials we faced, the paths we walked?" Obi-Wan offered a sincere bow of his head, his expression one of genuine regret, as he replied, "I apologize, Lord Vulcan. I do not remember anything from that ordeal. I chose to give those memories up to protect myself and my allegiances." Vulcan leaned back in his massive seat, the reinforced structure creaking under his weight, and nodded slowly with a thoughtful hum. "Well, it might be for the best. People never leave the warp unscathed, and some truths are better left forgotten in the shadows." He paused, shifting the conversation as he looked between the two Jedi. "Now then, I have thought long and hard about what to do with you both. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that I will release you from Imperium control. You are free to go wherever you see fit, provided you do not actively participate in fighting against the Imperium in the coming conflict. What is approaching in the Maw will demand our full attention and strength, and we cannot afford divided fronts." Obi-Wan inclined his head respectfully, his voice warm with appreciation. "That is very generous of you, Lord Vulcan." The Primarch's expression softened, a faint smile touching his lips. "Anything for an old friend." 208, 203. Reconnaissance. Dante. Dante strode through the Sun Eater, his ancient armor still bearing the faint scars of the recent battle, as he observed the remarkable adaptability of the Imperium in this strange new universe, where once alien technologies and cultures had been woven seamlessly into the grand machinery of the Emperor's will with a speed and efficiency that filled him with quiet awe. Everywhere he looked, the new residents of their alliance, primarily the proud Mandalorians who had survived the cataclysm, had integrated as hardened foot soldiers and auxiliary forces, their distinctive armor and warrior ethos lending a fierce vitality to Imperial operations. Though as he gazed upon them, he could sense the undercurrent of resentment and sorrow among many of them. Their once vibrant homeworld now reduced to drifting fragments, while they themselves were exiles fighting for a distant emperor's crusade. As he continued his patrol, seeking a moment of clarity amid the preparations for the final push into the moor, Dante picked up the presence of his Gene Father ahead, turning a corner to find Sanguinius walking the halls alongside the Imperial Regent Nera, the Primarch's radiant wings folded gracefully behind him, while the two conversed in low tones that spoke of strategy and the burdens of command. Nera glanced toward Dante as he approached, offering a respectful nod before concluding her discussion with the angel. "I will leave you two to speak privately," she said softly, before turning and walking away down the corridor with measured steps that soon faded into the ambient hum of the station. Sanguinius turned fully toward his son then, a faint smile touching his noble features as he regarded Dante with the profound bond that only a Primarch could share with his gene sons. "I was stuck to that girl for almost 4 years, Dante," the Primarch remarked, his voice a melodic rumble that echoed gently off the reinforced walls. "I can scarcely believe how much she has grown into her role. The galaxy tests us all, but some rise to it with unexpected grace." Dante fell into step beside his father, their paired footfalls creating a resonant cadence through the hall as they walked in companionable silence for a moment, before Sanguinius continued. "The loss of Mandalore was devastating for our forces. We lost most of the Obsidian Crusaders, the proud Mandalorian legion that served under Sebastian, along with much of the first company of the Ultramarines chapter." The words carried a solemn finality that resonated deeply within Dante, stirring echoes of his own long centuries watching brothers fall to the Black Rage and worse. Now only the Pyro Drakes remain from Raxor's Mandalorian Legion. They've been transferred to Chapter Master Tushan's stewardship, alongside the Azure Talons who continue to serve under Maximus. They are all that is left of Mandalore's fighting strength. Sanguinius paused briefly, his golden gaze distant, as if envisioning the fallen worlds and warriors, before pressing onward. "But now, only one final battle remains. Once we destroy Abeloth's planet and sever the source of her power, this galaxy will finally return to its peaceful existence, free from the shadows that have plagued it since our arrival." The two warriors eventually came to a halt before a massive viewport that dominated the corridor, the transparent armor glass offering an unobstructed and haunting view of Mandalore's destroyed fragments drifting through the cold void, glowing embers of continental fires still visible amid the slowly expanding debris field that served as a grim monument to the cost of their crusade. Dante stood silently beside his Primarch, the weight of centuries of service and the fresh losses pressing upon his shoulders as he absorbed the sight. Sanguinius placed a reassuring hand upon his son's pauldron, the gesture conveying both paternal strength and shared sorrow. "We have endured much, Dante, but the Emperor's light endures. This final victory will honor all who have fallen." Maximus? Maximus gripped the controls of the specialized scouting craft as it tore through the treacherous anomalies of the moor at maximum velocity. The vessel's advanced Imperial engines pushed against the swirling eddies of warped space and gravitational shears that threatened to tear lesser ships apart. His senses were heightened to their peak, while the cockpit's multiple hololithic displays flickered with ceaseless streams of data from the ship's augers and sensors. The moor lived up to its fearsome reputation, a nightmarish region where reality frayed at the edges with roiling clouds of exotic particles and phantom echoes of long-dead stars, yet the Ultramarine pressed onward without hesitation. "Auger arrays at full spectrum," he commanded, his voice cutting through the low hum of the cockpit as the onboard cogitator responded. "Confirmed, Captain. Scanning for anomalous planetary signatures, detecting extreme warp corruption levels increasing exponentially. Multiple celestial bodies exhibiting unnatural energy bleed. Recommend extreme caution." As the craft maneuvered through a particularly dense cluster of debris and flickering rifts, Maximus stared out through the reinforced viewport in absolute shock and horror at the sight that unfolded before him, his eyes widening beneath his helmet as the lone planet came into view. A once vibrant world now twisted into a grotesque parody of the Eye of Terror itself, its surface roiling with sickly purple and black storms of raw chaos energy that pulsed like a living wound in the fabric of the galaxy. surrounded by a cluster of moons that had been warped into jagged, crystalline sentinels orbiting in unnatural synchrony. The planet itself was encased in a shimmering, malevolent force field that crackled with forbidden sorcery, drawing power from what appeared to be ancient obelisks or twisted relics embedded across its scarred continents. "By the throne of terror," he muttered under his breath, the words laced with revulsion. "This abomination must not be allowed to fester. We may never get another chance to strike before it consumes everything." Maximus rose from the pilot's station, moving to the rear compartment of the agile scout vessel, where a specialized cooperative targeting system had been rigged by the tech marines. Its interface glowing with sacred runes and integrated hololithic projectors designed to pierce the Maaw's distortions and link directly with the Sun Eater's devastating superlaser. He keyed in the precise coordinates pulled from the ongoing scans, his gauntleted fingers moving across the rune slates as he locked the data packet and opened a secure Vox channel. "Sun Eater Command, this is Maximus. Target coordinates uploaded." Confirmation came swiftly through the link, followed by a tense pause as the colossal battle station aligned from afar, and suddenly a blinding blue beam of annihilation lanced past the scout ship at near light speed. A pillar of pure imperial fury that streaked across the void from several systems away and struck the corrupted planet dead on with cataclysmic force, the impact flashing across the viewport like a newborn star. To Maximus's profound shock and mounting fury, the beam did nothing of consequence, dissipating harmlessly against the planet's sorcerous force field in a spectacular but futile cascade of clashing energies that left the abomination untouched, and its malignant aura seemingly even stronger in defiance. "By the throne," he growled, slamming a fist against the console. Without wasting another moment, he initiated a comprehensive system-wide scan from the targeting array, the cogitator whirring to life with intensified probes that swept the surrounding sectors for additional information. Maximus returned to the cockpit, plotting a swift evasion course back toward the Sun Eater, while the horrors of the Maw pressed in around the small vessel like hungry predators sensing vulnerability. Equals. The reinforced walls of the Sun Eater were adorned with freshly hung imperial banners and Mandalorian sigils as leaders from across this sliver of the Imperium convened around a grand hololithic table projecting the horrifying scans Maximus had returned with from the Maw. Sanguinius stood at the head of the table, his golden wings partially unfurled and casting ethereal light across the assembly that included Vulcan, Neras, Maximus himself, Dante, Bo-Katan standing behind her Ultramarine commander, and a cadre of other Astartes and advisors. Sanguinius activated the central hololith, bringing forth the nightmarish image of the corrupted planet encased in its malevolent force field, surrounded by warped moons and pulsing with energies that made even the transhuman warriors shift uneasily. Maximus's scouting mission has confirmed our gravest fears. The readings reveal a lone planet transformed into a festering wound akin to the Eye of Terror itself, shielded by sorcery and dark artifacts that render it impervious to direct assault. Sanguinius began. "A massive fleet of chaos forces likely gathers in the surrounding areas to defend this abomination, promising a battle of unprecedented ferocity that will test every warrior under our command." He gestured to the swirling projections where purple-black storms raged across the planetary surface, the force field crackling like living lightning. "The shield itself poses our greatest obstacle. It is completely impenetrable as of now. We must find a way to breach it from within, locate and destroy whatever foul mechanism or relic powers this barrier, at which point we will immediately direct the Sun Eater's full might to purge the world entirely." The assembly murmured in agreement, the tension palpable as eyes turned toward the data streams. Sanguinius swept his gaze across the gathered minds of the Imperium, his expression one of solemn expectation. Does anyone have insights on where such a portal or vulnerability might lie? We cannot afford blind charges into the Maw. For a moment the chamber fell into contemplative silence, broken only by the soft hum of the hololith, until a blue-skinned Chiss male stepped forward from the periphery, drawing the scrutiny of every transhuman and leader present, as his red eyes met the Primarch's without flinching. Honored leaders, the Chiss intoned in a calm voice. I have dedicated myself to studying the Imperium's extensive records since joining the Imperium. There must logically be a means for support and forces to enter and exit the shielded planet, implying a fixed location for interaction with the broader galaxy. The only explanation that fits the patterns I have observed is a portal on Mortis, the world where Abeloth herself ascended into the warp, serving as the anchor point for her power and influence. The room grew profoundly quiet, the weight of his words settling over the council like a shroud as all eyes turned toward him, evaluating this outsider's audacity and insight. Sanguinius studied the Chiss for a long moment, his angelic features betraying neither surprise nor dismissal, before nodding slowly in acknowledgement. "Your name?" he asked, his tone inviting yet commanding. The Chiss inclined his head respectfully. "Mithrau Nuruodo, my lord, but others simply call me Thrawn." Sanguinius held his gaze a heartbeat longer, as if weighing the depths of the man's intellect against the fires of war, then turned back to the assembled leaders. "Thrawn's reasoning holds merit. Bo-Katan," he continued, addressing the Mandalorian leader standing behind Maximus, "dispatch one of your most skilled operatives to scan the Mortis sector immediately. Verify if this portal exists and report back with all haste. We cannot commit to the final assault until this avenue is confirmed." Bo-Katan offered a crisp bow, her head dipping. "It will be done, Lord Primarch," she replied firmly before turning on her heel and striding from the chamber, leaving the discussion to continue without her. Equals, equals, equals. Hours later, Maximus approached the fortified strategium where Sanguinius and Vulcan conferred in private, their massive bodies illuminated by the soft glow of tactical hololiths, displaying swirling Maw anomalies and projected assault vectors for the final campaign. The two Primarchs leaned over a central table of star charts and rune-etched overlays that pulsed with potential battle plans. As Maximus entered, the Primarchs turned toward him. "My lords," Maximus began, offering a crisp salute as he came to a halt before them, "the report from Bo-Katan's operative has returned. Suspicious activity has been confirmed on Mortis. Warp signatures and unnatural energy fluctuations consistent with a portal. The Chiss, Thrawn, was correct in his hypothesis. It appears to be the anchor point we seek." Sanguinius and Vulcan exchanged a nod, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the intelligence as the hololith flickered with updated overlays highlighting the ancient world. Maximus pressed forward then, his gaze unwavering as he made his request. "I ask to lead this mission to cleanse the artifacts powering the shield. Let me be the one to carve the path for the Sun Eater's wrath." The two Primarchs studied him for a long moment, the weight of their scrutiny pressing upon Maximus like the gaze of the Emperor himself, before Vulcan leaned forward slightly, his deep voice rumbling like shifting tectonic plates. "Is this because you wish to be useful to the Imperium, Maximus, or are you seeking death upon the battlefield to join your fallen brothers?" The question hung heavy in the air, cutting straight to the heart of the Ultramarine. Maximus did not answer immediately, his jaw tightening. The pause stretched into a telling silence that spoke volumes. Vulcan nodded slowly, his expression one of profound understanding. "I know you would seek death, if allowed, that you might stand beside your fallen brothers once more in the Emperor's halls. Which is why we have selected Dante to lead this mission, not you. You will join Dante and Nera, along with a full company of Blood Angels and a contingent of Dark Angels, to assault Mortis while the remainder of our Imperium forces stand ready to protect the Sun Eater from any counter-assault emerging from the Maw. Once the world is secured, your force will fight through to the artifacts, destroy them to collapse the shield, and evacuate immediately back through the portal," Sanguinius finished for his brother. "However, we expect heavy resistance from Abeloth herself and whatever foul legions on the planet's surface, if any. We cannot allow the shield to be re-established, which may demand painful sacrifices from all involved." 209, 204. Do not go gentle into that good night. Maximus. Maximus stood in the arming chamber adjacent to the vast hangar bay as he performed the final checks on his war gear. He hefted his heavy bolt pistol one last time, feeling its reassuring weight before mag-locking it to his thigh plate with a resonant click. His combat knife was already secured to his waist, while he adjusted the bolt rifle slung across the small of his back between his waist and the jump pack, ensuring the weapon sat perfectly balanced for rapid deployment amid the chaos. Only then did he reach for his thunderhammer, lifting the revered weapon from its rack and turning it slowly in his gauntleted hands, his gaze tracing the countless scars and battle dents that marred its massive head like a chronicle of victories hard won across blood-soaked stars. With this thunderhammer, he had ended an entire species, crushing Xeno's tyrants and heretical warlords beneath its disruptive fury in campaigns that stretched back through the long years of his service. The weapon was a faithful companion that had never failed him even when hope seemed lost. He ran a thumb reverently across the scarred surface, feeling the echoes of those fallen enemies and the righteous wrath it had channeled in the Emperor's name. And in that solemn moment, a name crystallized in his mind with absolute certainty. "Extinction," he murmured aloud. "You have earned this name, old friend. May you bring extinction to our enemies' foul works, as you have done to so many before." He hefted extinction onto his shoulder with a grunt of satisfaction, the weapon's weight a comforting burden as he strode out into the cavernous hangar bay where the strike frigate waited amid the organized Astartes preparing for war. The hangar was a sea of different armor colors, with Vulcan standing tall and imposing before roughly half of his entire Salamanders chapter, their green armor gleaming under the harsh lights of the hangar. The remaining force comprised a formidable mix of Dark Angels, Crimson Fists, Ultramarines, and Imperial Fists. Together they numbered well over 1,000 Space Marines assembled in precise ranks. Dante and Nera stood before the Primarch, and Maximus joined them. Vulcan turned his noble gaze upon the Ultramarine, his voice a deep rumble that carried easily over the hangar's ambient noise. "I shall lead the vanguard until such time as a demon Primarch or Primarchs reveal themselves to contest our advance. Only then will I disengage from the main force." Both Dante and Maximus paused at the revelation, a flicker of shock passing between them as the implications of facing such ancient evils settled heavily upon their shoulders. "A demon Primarch, my lord?" Dante asked. Vulcan nodded solemnly, his expression one of forge-hardened resolve. "Abeloth is a new and volatile player in the Chaos God's great game. Her rise favors Tzeentch's schemes of change and manipulation while threatening Nurgle's stagnant dominion. It is likely that Magnus the Red will manifest to prevent us from severing her anchor, or perhaps another of the fallen will answer the call. When they appear, I will keep them at bay while the rest of you press forward." He continued without pause, outlining the plan he and Sanguinius had agreed upon. "A contingent of my Salamanders will remain on Mortis to secure and protect the portal on this side. The remainder of the Astartes will push through into the shielded realm, advancing in a straight, unrelenting line toward the Dark Temple, where the artifacts sustaining the shield are believed to reside. Destroy them at all costs, then evacuate immediately before the portal destabilizes." Vulcan then turned toward the assembled legion of over 1,000 Astartes, his voice booming across the hangar, carrying to every warrior present. "Astartes, board the frigate and prepare for departure to Mortis. We go to strike at the heart of darkness itself, to purge the corruption that threatens this galaxy and honor the Emperor's eternal will. Let your hammers fall true, your bolters sing, and your duties remain unyielding. For the Emperor!" The hangar erupted in a unified roar of affirmation, thousands of voices thundering as one as the Astartes began boarding the waiting strike frigate. Maximus exchanged a final nod with Dante and Vulcan before joining the flow of warriors, extinction gripped firmly as the frigate's engines began to hum with power, carrying them toward the decisive confrontation on Mortis and the shadowed portal beyond. Equals. Maximus stood braced in the assault frigate's troop bay as the vessel shuddered out of hyperspace above the ancient world of Mortis. The viewport feed displayed the planet's deceptively serene surface below, while the ship's augers screamed distorted readings of impossible warp fluctuations and hidden power signatures that clashed violently with the visual calm of ruined temples and windswept plains. The frigate began its rapid descent through the thin atmosphere, engines howling as it punched through scattered cloud cover and touched down with a thunderous impact that sent dust and ancient stone fragments billowing outward. The ramp dropped almost immediately to unleash the tide of over 1,000 Astartes, who shuffled out in disciplined waves, spreading into a wide combat formation as they advanced slowly toward the broken and ruined temple complex that loomed ahead. The air was thick with an unnatural magic. The only sounds the heavy tread of powered boots and the low hum of active armor systems, until Vulcan suddenly raised a massive hand, calling the entire force to an abrupt halt with a single gesture. The Primarch advanced alone toward the temple's crumbling facade, every warrior watching with weapons ready. Then Vulcan unleashed a primal scream of pure rage that shattered the quiet like breaking glass, raising his modified plasma pistol and unleashing a searing blue-white bolt that vaporized an entire section of the temple wall in a roaring explosion of superheated stone and molten debris, revealing a massed phalanx of rubric marines standing in eerie ranks behind the facade, their ornate armor glowing with malevolent warp energy. All hell broke loose in an instant as hidden traps detonated across the battlefield, warp mines erupting beneath the feet of loyalist brothers in bursts of searing fire that consumed several Astartes in howling agony. Bolter emplacements unfolding from the ruins to rake the advance with concentrated fire, and ethereal warp sorcery crackling through the air as the rubric marines opened fire. Maximus reacted as a blinding flash erupted from one of the many ruined towers, a lethal sniper beam lancing straight toward Dante. He tackled the chapter master, slamming them both to the ground just as the searing shot burned clean through the space where Dante's head would have been, scorching the Ultramarine's own left shoulder plate in a white-hot graze that sent pain lancing through him. Maximus growled through gritted teeth, pushing off Dante and rising as he drew his heavy bolt pistol from its maglock on his thigh, emptying the entire magazine in a thunderous roar toward the sniper's position. The mass-reactive shells obliterated the rubric marine in a spectacular burst of colored dust and shattered armor fragments, the traitor's sorcerous form disintegrating under the relentless barrage before Maximus casually discarded the smoking empty magazine and slammed a fresh one home. His shoulder burned fiercely from the near miss, but he shoved the pain deep beneath layers of hatred before sprinting toward the nearest wall with extinction gripped tightly in his other hand. With a savage burst from his jump pack, Maximus crashed through the ancient stone in an explosion of rubble, bursting into the heart of the enemy formation and swinging his newly named Thunderhammer in a devastating arc that swept through a squad of rubric marines like a reaping wind, the weapon's disruptive field turning their ancient forms into swirling clouds of multicolored dust and broken ceramite that scattered across the battlefield. He then ducked under the sweeping power claw of a massive rubric terminator, driving extinction upward into the traitor's midsection that crumpled the reinforced plating, then spun to bring the hammer around in a crushing overhead blow that slammed into the Terminator's back and burst the mindless automaton apart in a violent spray of dust, armor shards, and fading warp essence. All around him, the battle had become a maelstrom of brutality. Bolter fire stitching bright lines through the chaos while chainswords revved and power fists crushed ancient foes. The loyalist Astartes pressing forward with righteous wrath against the silent rubric marines who fought without fear or fatigue. Maximus watched as Vulcan tore through the enemy lines like a living embodiment of the Emperor's fury, the Primarch ripping apart another section of wall with his bare hands, before kneeing a rubric marine so savagely that the traitor simply burst into a cloud of dust and scattered fragments, then catching a leaping lesser demon mid-air and splattering it against a nearby pillar in a wet explosion of ichor and warp stuff. The Ultramarine casually smashed aside another leaping lesser demon with a backhand swing of extinction that pulped the creature into paste, only to be hurled violently off his feet as a greater demon materialized from the heart of the temple in a whirlwind of sickly energies, unleashing a massive telekinetic burst that flung nearby marines through the air like broken dolls and cracked the ground beneath them. Vulcan strode forward undaunted through the carnage, ducking beneath a howling blast of warp fire from the towering abomination before bringing Draculae around in a swing that obliterated one of the daemon's massive legs in a spray of unnatural gore, dropping the creature to its knees with an earth-shaking impact. One of the greater demon's heads screeched in fury at the Primarch, only for Vulcan to step in close and pulverize it with a direct hammer strike that exploded the skull into mist. He then dropped Draculae momentarily to seize the remaining head with both massive hands, wrestling the thrashing abomination toward his chest, gaining new leverage despite its frenzied resistance. The Primarch gripped the top and bottom of its jagged jaw, and with a roar that shook the very ground, he used his godly strength to rip the head apart in a grotesque fountain of ichor and bone, the wet, tearing sounds echoing across the battlefield like the death knell of chaos itself. Without missing a beat, the Lord of Drakes discarded the head, then bent to retrieve Dracula from the dust, hefting the thunderhammer up as he turned towards his forces. "Forward!" he roared as he pressed onward toward the darkened interior of the temple. Maximus surged forward amid the roaring tide of his cousins, the thunderous cheers of over 1,000 Astartes echoing across the shattered temple grounds as they watched Vulcan carve an unstoppable path deeper into the enemy stronghold. Bolters roared in relentless staccato, chainswords howled as they bit into ancient armor and demonic flesh alike, and the air grew thick with the acrid stench of burning promethium, dissipating warp dust, and the coppery tang of spilled blood, while the forces of Tzeentch fell in droves before the Imperium's wrath. Dante moved like a golden whirlwind at the forefront, his axe a blur of death as he danced through the rubric marines and lesser demons with the grace of centuries honed in the fires of endless war, each sweeping blow cleaving sorcerous constructs apart in explosions of colored dust. Each of his parries were followed by a devastating counter that sent twisted heads tumbling across the broken stone, the chapter master pushing himself to keep pace with the Primarch, even as the battlefield's chaos threatened to swallow them all. The advance was brutal and unrelenting, Astartes falling into formation around their leaders as they pressed deeper into the temple complex, jump packs flaring as assault squads cleared elevated positions and heavy weapons teams laid down suppressive fire that reduced entire sections of ruins to rubble. Maximus fought at the heart of the battle, extinction rising and falling in devastating arcs that pulped demonic entities and shattered traitor automata, his heavy bolt pistol barking in support whenever a gap opened in the melee. Soon the combined might of the Loyalists broke through the final defenses, reaching the heart of the temple where the portal shimmered ominously, an unstable rift of swirling violet and gold energies framed by ancient corrupted stones that pulsed with otherworldly power. Dante came to a halt before Vulcan, his axe still dripping with the residue of slain foes as he looked upon the gateway with wary vigilance. "My lord," he called out, voice carrying over the dying echoes of battle. Was this too simple? The forces of Tzeentch contested us, yet we pushed through their lines with relative ease. I fear a trap awaits on the other side. Vulcan paused at the threshold of the portal, his massive frame silhouetted against the roiling energies as he gazed into its depths. He turned slowly to address the gathered Astartes, his voice booming across the ranks. "Prepare yourselves. The enemy will be waiting on the other side in full force." With those solemn words ringing in the air, Vulcan hefted Dracula, the thunderhammer crackling with energy, and stepped boldly through the portal without hesitation. Tushan followed close behind, the chapter master of the Salamanders following his father. Then came Dante, then Nera. Maximus gripped extinction tightly as he brought up the rear of the command group. 210, 205. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Vulcan stepped through the roiling portal with Dracula held high, the thunderhammer's head still slick with the ichor of Mortis's fallen abominations, only to emerge into a nightmarish realm that filled him with profound disgust. The very air was thick with the cloying sweetness of corruption and the acrid bite of raw warp energies that clawed at his senses like 1,000 unclean fingers. Abeloth's planet was a festering wound upon reality, its surface overrun with grotesque flora twisted into obscene parodies of life. Vines pulsed with veins of screaming faces, colossal fungal growths that wept luminous pus, and forests of writhing tendrils that reached toward the blood-red skies as if to drag down the stars themselves. Yet what truly seized the Primarch's attention was the massive black cathedral-like obelisk rising like a cancerous spire from one of the planet's many jagged cracks, its surface crawling with shifting runes and emitting a low, seductive hum that promised forbidden knowledge and endless excess in equal measure. As the rest of the Astartes began to pour through the portal behind him, their boots thudding heavily against the corrupted soil, Vulcan raised his voice in command, turning to the squad leaders. Check your modified teleportariums at once. Ensure every device is fully operational and calibrated for extraction. Each squad leader confirmed their devices were ready in rapid succession. Vulcan nodded with satisfaction before turning his unyielding gaze back toward the obsidian obelisk that dominated the horizon. He began to advance, Dracula resting upon his shoulder as the Salamanders and their allies formed around him. But the forces of chaos wasted no time in revealing their true strength. From the warped forests and the shadows cast by the great obelisk surged not only the crystalline horrors of Tzeentch, screaming horrors of change, with too many eyes and limbs that shifted between forms, but also the lithe, seductive abominations of Slaanesh, their porcelain skin and razor-clawed limbs promising exquisite agony wrapped in false ecstasy. Vulcan cursed under his breath, his noble features twisting in revulsion. What foul bargain has the changer of ways struck with the Prince of Pleasure? That these two should stand united against us speaks of desperation, or something far worse. It did not deter him for even a heartbeat. With a thunderous war cry that shook the tainted ground, Vulcan rallied the Space Marines around him, his voice booming across the battlefield. For the Emperor and the Imperium, stand firm. Then he charged, a lone figure sprinting forward towards the forces of chaos. Then the rest followed, with roars of their own. Neera moved with her lightsaber drawn, while Maximus used his jump pack to propel himself into the sky, extinction raised high above his head. The full might of the assembled Astartes crashed into the massed demonic legions like a hammer blow from the Emperor himself. Vulcan led from the front, swinging Dracula in a wide arc that pulverized entire packs of Slaaneshi daemonettes into sprays of glittering ichor and shattered crystal. The hammer's disruptive field unraveling their unnatural forms with righteous finality, even as their claws raked across his armor in futile attempts to draw blood. All around him the slaughter unfolded in unrelenting savagery, bolter rounds tearing through writhing masses of Tzeentchian horrors that screamed in 1,000 shifting voices as their ever-changing bodies burst apart in explosions of warp flame and mutating flesh. Maximus fought like death itself beside him, extinction rising and falling to crush lesser demons into paste, while his heavy bolt pistol barked in support, each shot blasting apart a leaping fiend or a sorcerous construct that dared approach the Primarch's flank. Dante moved with lethal grace, his axe cleaving through demon after demon in a golden dance that left trails, while Tushan and his Salamanders formed an unbreakable wall of green ceramite, their flamers spewing promethium that burned the corrupted flora and demonic hosts alike in roaring sheets of holy fire. Neera darted through the chaos, her blade finding weak points in the demon's ever-shifting anatomies as she called out warnings and coordinated with the Astartes around her. The greater demons soon revealed themselves, towering keepers of secrets whose alluring forms promised ecstasy, even as their claws rent armor and flesh, clashing against Vulcan in titanic duels that shook the battlefield. One such abomination lunged at him with blinding speed, its serpentine tail whipping around to ensnare his leg, while its multiple arms rained blows that dented his pauldrons and drew shallow lines of superheated blood. Vulcan roared in defiance, smashing Dracula down upon its midsection with such force that the demon's body crumpled inward with a sickening crunch of breaking bone and unraveling essence, before he seized its head and twisted violently, tearing it free in a fountain of iridescent ichor. Nearby, a Lord of Change unfurled its massive wings and unleashed bolts of mutating warp fire that warped the very ground into grasping tentacles, only for Maximus to charge through the barrage, his null aura dissipating much of the sorcery as he brought extinction crashing into the greater demon's knee, toppling it long enough for Dante to leap atop its back and drive his axe deep into its skull with a savage cry. The battle raged on without respite, Astartes falling to overwhelming numbers even as they reaped a terrible toll, their modified teleportariums flaring to life in desperate extractions that saved small groups of brothers from certain doom, while the rest pressed ever forward toward the obsidian obelisk. Vulcan pressed forward through the endless tide of demonic filth, with Erdracule reducing entire clusters of Tzinchian horrors and Slaneshi abominations to sprays of dissipating essence. His every step was purchased with the blood and sacrifice of his sons and allies, as the Astartes around him traded their lives for mere inches of ground in a grinding, merciless slaughter that painted the corrupted soil in layers of blood, broken ceramite, and the broken forms of transhuman warriors who refused to yield, even as claws and sorcery ripped them apart. The battle had become a nightmarish meat grinder where Astartes were torn limb from limb by demons, only to detonate their melter bombs in final acts of defiance, their deaths buying precious moments for their brothers and cousins to push another step closer to the obsidian obelisk that loomed ever larger against the blood-red skies, while bolter fire and flamers created corridors of burning retribution through the writhing masses. While the bulk of the Astartes continued to hold the outer perimeter in a desperate bloody stalemate against the endless reinforcements pouring from the warped forests, Vulcan and the core strike team of Dante, Maximus, Nera, Tushan, and a hand-picked cadre of veterans carved a bloody spearhead straight toward the towering black cathedral obelisk, their advance a symphony of roaring chainswords, thunderous hammer blows, and the constant bark of bolt weapons that left trails of demonic corpses dissolving into warp stuff behind them. The price was horrific, with brothers teleporting out in flickering bursts of light when their modified devices activated. Yet many more fell permanently to overwhelming numbers and treacherous sorcery, their final roars of "For the Emperor" or "For the Primarch" echoing as Vulcan finally reached the massive doors of the cathedral-like structure. With a bellow of unbridled rage, he kicked the towering doors inward with such force that they exploded off their ancient hinges in a shower of splintered obsidian and warp-tainted debris, revealing the vast hall within where the true heart of the abomination pulsed. At the far end of the colossal chamber, the obelisk itself grew slowly like a living tumor, its surface crawling with shifting runes and obscene growths, while a sheer cliff dropped away into shadowed depths where the primary artifact undoubtedly resided. But Vulcan's attention snapped immediately to the two figures already waiting within. Shock and deep sadness warred within his noble heart as he recognized Magnus the Red casually seated atop one of the fallen pillars, the demon Primarch's cyclopean form radiating immense sorcerous power, while beside him stood Karath in reverent silence. Magnus reached down and idly sifted a handful of corrupted dirt through his fingers before speaking, his voice a resonant echo laced with ancient familiarity and mocking amusement. "You have been causing a lot of problems for the ruinous powers, brother." "I am no longer your brother," Vulcan replied coldly, his grip tightening on Erdracula as the weight of 10,000 years of betrayal settled heavily upon him. Magnus did not look up immediately, simply letting the dirt slip from his hand before rising to his full towering height and finally meeting Vulcan's gaze with his single glowing eye. He raised his Kopesh-like spear as if to continue, but Vulcan cut him off sharply. "Keep your warp-tainted tongue behind your teeth, traitor. We both know why we are here. Let us get to it without your poisonous words." Magnus bowed his head in acceptance before glancing toward Karath. "Kill the lessers," he commanded simply. Karath bowed deeply, his voice a sibilant whisper of devotion. "It will be done, my lord." With that, Magnus turned back to Vulcan, his massive wings unfurling in a display of demonic majesty, before he suddenly vanished in a swirl of warp energy. Vulcan spun with preternatural speed, anticipating the trick from their ancient shared history, and smashed Erdracul directly into Magnus's face the instant the demon Primarch reappeared, the Thunderhammer's head connecting with a cataclysmic crack that sent shockwaves rippling through the hall and staggered the Cyclopean sorcerer. "That trick won't work on me a second time," Vulcan roared, immediately tackling his fallen brother with the full force of his strength and driving them both through one of the cathedral's massive walls in an explosion of obsidian shards and crumbling architecture. While Magnus was still momentarily stunned by the hammer blow, Vulcan seized the advantage, lifting the immense demon Primarch overhead and spiking him headfirst into the ground with earth-shaking force that cratered the corrupted stone and sent cracks racing outward like spiderwebs. Magnus finally regained his senses with a furious snarl, his single eye blazing with warp fire as he unleashed a torrent of sorcerous lightning that scorched Vulcan's armor and forced the Lord of Drakes to release him, the two colossal brothers now fully engaged in a duel of gods that threatened to bring the entire cathedral down around them in a cataclysm of primordial violence. Vulcan pressed the attack with relentless hammer blows that Magnus barely deflected with his Kopesh spear, each collision sending bursts of disruptive energy and warp lightning exploding outward, while the demon Primarch retaliated with blasts of mutating fire and telekinetic waves that slammed Vulcan against the ground and tore gashes across his noble form. Back inside the cathedral, Karath's gaze locked directly onto the Ultramarine, a cruel smile twisting his features as he singled him out amid the chaos. "Ah, the last of the original three," the demon prince taunted, his voice a silky venom that slithered through the hall like poisoned smoke. "How fitting that you stand here alone, little Ultramarine. If you come to me now and kneel before me, I will grant you a quick and painless death, one that will reunite you with your fallen brothers in whatever pitiful afterlife your corpse emperor provides." Maximus felt a cold fury ignite deep within his twin hearts, the fresh insignias of Sebastian and Raxor burning against his chestplate like brands of remembrance as he gripped extinction tightly. He stepped forward from his comrades, the group forming a tight wedge behind him. His voice emerged as a low, thunderous growl that cut through the distant roar of battle. "You invoke my ire, filthy scum." Without another word, his jump pack ignited in a massive explosion of blue-white flame, propelling him forward like a living missile straight toward the demon prince in a headlong charge fueled by grief, duty, and unquenchable hatred for the abomination. Extinction smashed downward, aimed to obliterate Karath's skull, only for the demon prince to catch the Thunderhammer's head squarely in his open palm with insulting ease, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the cathedral and cracking the floor beneath them both. Karath's grip held firm, his claws digging into the weapon's head as a mocking laugh bubbled from his throat, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. "Oh, how I love it when my prey chooses the hard way," he purred, the words dripping with false affection before he twisted violently and flung Maximus across the hall. The Ultramarine hurtled through the air like a bolt shell, slamming into one of the massive walls with so much force that he cratered the obsidian wall and sent a spiderweb of fractures racing outward, pain exploding through his armored frame as shards of stone rained down around him. He pushed off the wall with a roar of defiance, extinction still firmly in hand, just as the rest of the group crashed into the fray around Karath, turning the interior of the cathedral into a whirlwind of brutal close-quarters carnage. Dante led the charge with his axe whirling in lethal crimson arcs that sought to cleave the demon prince's limbs, while Tushan unleashed torrents of promethium from his flamer that scorched the air, and Nera darted through the chaos with precise, deadly strikes, aimed at joints and exposed warp flesh with her lightsaber. Maximus rejoined the melee in a thunderous leap, his jump pack flaring once more as he brought extinction swinging in a wide horizontal blow that Karath parried with a casual sweep of his clawed hand. The demon prince moved with horrifying speed and grace, his form shifting subtly between strikes as he batted aside Dante's axe with one hand and backhanded Tushan hard enough to dent his armor and send the Salamander chapter master skidding across the floor in a spray of sparks. Maximus pressed the attack relentlessly, hammering blow after blow with extinction that forced Karath to give ground despite the demon's superior power, each impact detonating with disruptive energy that unraveled portions of the creature's manifested form and filled the air with the acrid stench of burning warp essence. Nera exploited the openings created by the Thunder Hammer's fury, slashing deep gashes across Karath's flanks that wept corrosive ichor, while Dante circled for a killing strike that nearly took the demon's head before a casual backfist from Karath sent the Blood Angel reeling. The battle inside the cathedral grew ever more savage, Karath laughing maniacally as he unleashed bursts of demonic sorcery that warped the very stone around them into grasping tentacles and mutating spikes, forcing the loyalists to fight not only the prince, but the environment itself. "What shall I be rewarded with when I offer my god your head, Maximus?" Karath screamed before gesturing towards the obelisk that suddenly began to grow even faster. 211, 206. The Clash of Primarchs. Pilot D-16. D-16 sprinted through the chaotic corridors of the Sun Eater as alarms blared and crimson emergency lights strobed across the reinforced bulkheads, his Mandalorian armor clanking heavily with each desperate stride, while the station's vast frame shuddered under the strain of distant impacts. He vaulted over scrambling crewmen and ducked through blast doors that hissed open at his approach, his heart pounding with the familiar battle rush of a warrior born to the stars as he reached his sleek fighter in the bustling hangar bay. He clambered up the side and dropped into the cockpit. His hands flew across the controls, clicking buttons and flipping switches while the ship's systems hummed to life around him, engines spooling up with a deep growl that vibrated through the hull. The canopy slid smoothly overhead and sealed with a pressurized hiss, locking him in. The fighter lifted off the deck, thrusters flaring a brilliant blue as it shot out of the hangar and into the cold void of space. D-16 pushed the engines to their absolute maximum the moment he cleared the Sun Eater's massive bulk, the acceleration slamming him back into his seat as the fighter streaked toward the defensive formation of Allied craft already coalescing around the front of the colossal station. Through his viewport, he watched in mounting horror as an enormous fleet emerged from the warped shadows behind Abeloth's shielded planet, their ships adorned with garish gold and purple-pink livery, sails of stretched skin and prow-mounted screaming faces that broadcasted waves of nauseating sonic distortion across the void. The sleek, hedonistic vessels twisted through space with unnatural grace, their engines leaving trails of shimmering pastel exhaust as hordes of hellblades and other demon-tainted fighters poured forth in swarms that seemed to darken the stars themselves. All hell broke loose in the next heartbeat as the Emperor's children unleashed their full depraved fury, waves of hellblades screaming toward the Imperial formation on trails of corrupted plasma, while larger escort vessels opened fire with lances of pulsating pink energy and torpedo salvos that writhed like living serpents through the void. D-16 gripped his controls tighter as he pushed his engines to the red line once more, the fighter surging forward into the teeth of the enemy swarm. "Come on, you depraved filth," he growled into his helmet as he lined up his first target, thumbing the trigger to unleash a torrent of quad laser fire that stitched across the lead Hellblade's fuselage in brilliant explosions, shearing off one wing and sending the traitor craft spiraling into a chaotic death spin. He rolled hard to evade a retaliatory burst of sonic weaponry that warped the space around him, the cockpit rattling violently as his proximity alert screamed, then yanked back on the stick to climb sharply and drop onto the tail of another enemy fighter, pouring fire into its engines until they detonated in a spectacular fireball that lit the darkness. All around him, Allied fighters and bombers weaved through the chaos in desperate dogfights, while the Sun Eater's massive forward batteries thundered to life, sending colossal blue lances of annihilation spearing through entire squadrons of traitor vessels and reducing them to expanding clouds of debris and vaporized crew. Hellblades darted around like predatory insects, their pilots having been enhanced by Slaaneshi blessings that granted unnatural reflexes as they raked Imperial craft with razor-lined wings and pleasure-laced munitions that caused cockpits to fill with hallucinatory agony before the pilots tore their own helmets off in ecstasy. D-16 juked and spiraled through the madness as he locked onto a particularly ornate Hellblade, adorned with flayed faces, peppering it with laser fire until its cockpit shattered and the pilot's mutilated form was sucked into the vacuum mid-scream. He barely avoided a collision with a tumbling Allied bomber by slamming his stick sideways, then came around for another pass, missiles streaking from his wings to impact a cluster of enemy fighters in a chain of detonations. The brutality intensified as larger traitor vessels closed in, their broadsides unleashing volleys of exotic torpedoes that homed in on the Sun Eater, forcing D-16 and his wingmates to break formation and intercept them at suicidal speeds, lasers and concussion missiles flaring as they tore the incoming threats apart in mid-flight. One torpedo slipped through and impacted a nearby escort frigate, the explosion blooming into a horrific cascade of internal detonations as Slaaneshi corruption spread like a virus through its systems, crew transmissions turning from desperate reports to agonized moans of twisted pleasure before the ship tore itself apart. D-16 gritted his teeth and pushed deeper into the swarm, his fighter taking glancing hits that scorched its armor plating and rattled his teeth while he continued to reap a bloody toll, downing enemy after enemy in a whirlwind of precision maneuvers and unrelenting firepower. The Sun Eater itself fought back with apocalyptic fury, its super laser arrays charging in brilliant blue pulses that carved massive swaths through the traitor fleet whenever a gap opened. But the Emperor's children pressed their assault without fear or fatigue, their numbers seemingly endless as fresh waves poured from the warped space behind Abeloth's planet. Through it all, D-16's comms filled with the shouts and death cries of comrades as the battle devolved farther. With a fierce war cry echoing in his helmet, D-16 rolled and dove straight into the heart of another enemy formation, lasers blazing and missiles away, determined to carve a path of destruction through the Emperor's children's depraved armada, no matter the cost. Sanguinius stood motionless before the grand viewport of the Sun Eater's command sanctum, his radiant wings partially folded as he watched the apocalyptic void battle unfold in all its terrible glory. His angelic features remained composed even as he witnessed the desperate sacrifices of Allied pilots and the relentless press of Emperor's children forces. Suddenly, a massive shuttle broke through the defensive screen in a suicidal blitz, slamming into one of the Sun Eater's forward hangars with a cataclysmic impact that shuddered the entire station and sent secondary explosions blooming across the hull. Sanguinius closed his eyes for a brief moment, a profound sadness settling over him as he realized exactly who had come aboard. He turned sharply from the viewport, his voice ringing as he addressed the Blood Angels gathered in the chamber. "My sons, prepare for battle. The traitors have boarded us. Form defensive perimeters and purge every heretic who dares set foot upon this vessel." He then singled out one veteran sergeant with a pointed gesture. "You will remain here. The moment the shield around Abeloth's planet falls, fire the Sun Eater's main cannon without hesitation or mercy, and do not wait for further orders." The Blood Angel looked at his gene father in visible confusion, his voice hesitant. "My lord, should it not be you who remains to command the cannon? Your place is at the heart of the defense." Sanguinius offered a faint, bitter-sweet smile, gripping his golden spear tightly. "I will be otherwise occupied, my son. I will be fighting one of my brothers once more. See to your duty and trust in the Emperor's light." With those final words, he strode from the control room, his sons falling into formation around him as they moved through the station's corridors toward the site of the breach. As they finally reached the vast chamber where the traitor shuttle had impacted, the space was plunged into near-total darkness, emergency lights flickering sporadically to reveal scattered Space Marine bodies, loyalist and traitor alike, lying broken across the deck in pools of blood and shattered armor. A brief flicker of light revealed a massive, sinuous snake-like silhouette coiled in the center of the hangar, multiple swords and blades protruding from its form, with a loyalist Astartes gruesomely impaled upon one of them like a grotesque trophy. The light died again, plunging everything into blackness, but then came the laughter. It was high and melodious, echoing through the chamber. Sanguinius did not hesitate. With a blinding burst of speed, he blitzed into the darkened hangar, his spear flashing as battle exploded around him in an instant. The Emperor's children poured from the shadows in a wave of garish armor and ecstatic howls, clashing violently with the charging Blood Angels in a storm of chainswords, power fists, and bolter fire that lit the hangar in strobing flashes of muzzle flare and sparking metal. Sanguinius's spear clashed against the multiple blades of the towering snake-like creature in a whirlwind of sparks and ringing impacts that sent shockwaves through the surrounding fighters. "How the mighty have fallen," Sanguinius declared, his voice carrying clear over the battle as he parried a lightning-fast thrust and countered with a sweeping strike that forced the abomination back. The creature leaned forward into a flickering patch of light, revealing the once noble features of Fulgrim, now twisted into a serpentine horror of perfection and excess, his multiple arms wielding an arsenal of exquisite blades. "Brother," Fulgrim hissed with genuine, disturbing joy, his voice a symphony of layered ecstasy and madness. "I am so happy to see you whole once more. Great was my anger when I learned that Horus had stolen your death from me. You were supposed to fall by my own hands in the perfect climax we both deserved." Fulgrim's serpentine body coiling and struck with blinding speed as his many blades wove a deadly web of cuts and thrusts that forced even Sanguinius to give ground momentarily, each parry sending golden sparks cascading across the deck, while nearby blood angels and Emperor's children warriors were hurled aside by the mere shockwaves of their clash. Sanguinius retaliated with the full grace and power of the great angel, his spear thrusting forward. One strike grazed the demon prince's side, drawing a spray of blood that sizzled upon contact with the floor. Fulgrim laughed wildly, his tail whipping around to slam into Sanguinius's wing and send the angel spinning, only for Sanguinius to recover mid-air and drive his spear downward in a punishing overhead blow that cracked the deck plating and forced Fulgrim to slither aside with unnatural agility. All around them, chainswords carved through ornate traitor armor, while bolters tore apart loyalist brothers in sprays of blood. The air filled with screams of pain, ecstatic moans, and the constant roar of close-quarters slaughter as the two forces tore into one another without mercy. Sanguinius pressed the attack, his spear becoming a golden blur as he feinted high and struck low, carving a deep gash across Fulgrim's serpentine torso that caused the demon prince to shriek in a mixture of agony and perverse pleasure. Before Fulgrim countered by lunging with multiple blades that scored across Sanguinius's breastplate and drew Line's blood. The angel roared in defiance, grabbing one of Fulgrim's swords with his bare hand and snapping it in two with a surge of strength, then driving his spear straight through the traitor's shoulder in a brutal thrust that pinned him momentarily against a ruined bulkhead. Fulgrim twisted free with a wet tearing sound, his laughter rising to manic heights as he unleashed a flurry of strikes that forced Sanguinius into a spinning defense, the two demigods moving so fast that lesser warriors could barely follow their duel amid the surrounding carnage. The great angel pressed the attack, driving his spear low in a devastating thrust that pierced Fulgrim's scaled flank and drew forth a gush foul-smelling ichor, eliciting a roar from the demon prince. He retaliated by whipping his massive tail around, slamming it into Sanguinius's side, denting the angel's armor and sending him skidding across the blood-slick floor. Sanguinius recovered instantly, leaping forward with his wings flared to deliver a spinning overhead strike that cleaved through two of Fulgrim's arms in a single blow, severing them at the elbows in fountains of corrupted vitae that sprayed across the battlefield and caused the detached limbs to twitch and writhe obscenely on the ground before dissolving into warp essence. Fulgrim howled in outrage, his remaining blades flashing faster as he lunged inside Sanguinius's guard, one sword scoring a deep gash across the angel's face that tore through his left eye in a burst of blood and white-hot pain, half blinding the Primarch even as he roared in defiance and drove his spear forward once more, impaling Fulgrim through the upper torso and lifting the serpentine abomination clear off the deck in a display of raw, righteous strength. Fulgrim thrashed wildly on the spear's haft, his tail coiling around Sanguinius's legs in an attempt to crush them, while his remaining arms rained blows that scored deep rents across the angel's wings and breastplate, tearing feathers and drawing more blood that spattered the floor like divine rain. Sanguinius twisted the spear viciously, grinding it deeper into Fulgrim's corrupted flesh, before wrenching it free in a spray of gore and following up with a thunderous kick that shattered several of the Demon Prince's ribs and sent him crashing into a support pillar hard enough to collapse part of the ceiling above them in a rain of debris. Fulgrim slithered free, his laughter now edged with genuine fury as he unleashed a flurry of strikes that forced Sanguinius onto the defensive, one blade finally finding purchase by hacking a massive portion of the Angel's left wing clean off in an explosion of feathers and arterial spray, the severed limb tumbling across the deck while Sanguinius staggered from the shock and pain. Undeterred, the great angel countered, grabbing Fulgrim's elongated tail with both hands and heaving with all his Primarch might, using the leverage to slam the demon prince repeatedly against the hangar walls and floor before driving his spear downward, severing a vast length of the serpentine tail in a gory amputation, leaving Fulgrim howling and thrashing in a pool of his own foul essence as the battle around them continued to rage with unrelenting brutality. Sanguinius pressed his advantage despite his injuries, his remaining wing flaring as he drove Fulgrim back toward the center of the hangar with a series of punishing spear thrusts and kicks that cracked the demon's remaining bones and tore open fresh wounds across his grotesque form, each impact accompanied by the angel's booming litanies of hatred and redemption that inspired his sons to fight harder even as casualties mounted on both sides. Equals. 212, 207. A son of Guilliman. Maximus. The Ultramarine raised extinction and brought it down in a blow that cracked the corrupted stone beneath his boots. His null aura pushed back against the worst of Karath's sorcerous assaults, even as the demon prince loomed like a towering nightmare of shifting shadows and malicious glee. Neera darted through the chaos, her blade flashing as it carved deep gashes across the abomination's flanks that wept corrosive blood, while Tushan unleashed roaring sheets of promethium from his flamer that scorched the demon's hide and filled the hall with holy fire. Dante whirled his axe in a storm of death that sought to cleave through Karath's ever-shifting form. The two veteran Astartes, one a stoic dark angel and the other a battle-hardened imperial fist, fought at their sides with bolters barking and power weapons humming, the small but determined strike team pressing the demon prince back toward the pulsing black obelisk through sheer force of will and coordinated wrath. Karath laughed with mocking delight as he weathered their assault, his form twisting unnaturally to avoid the worst of their strikes before he suddenly reached out with a clawed hand toward the massive obelisk, wrenching free a colossal polearm of writhing black energy and jagged obsidian that pulsed with malevolent power. The weapon materialized in his grip with a scream of tortured reality that sent warp lightning crackling across the chamber. "Come then, little warriors," the demon prince snarled, his voice dripping with sadistic amusement as he spun the enormous polearm, forcing the team to scatter, the blade's edge shearing through a pillar and sending shards of stone exploding outward like shrapnel. Maximus charged straight into the fray, jump pack flaring as he brought extinction crashing down in an overhead strike meant to pulverize the demon's skull, only for Karath to parry with the polearm's haft in a ringing impact that sent shockwaves through the Ultramarine's arms and nearly wrenched the thunderhammer from his grasp. The demon countered instantly with a sweeping blow that caught the imperial fist across the midsection, the massive blade slicing through his armor and flesh in a horrific spray of blood and ruptured organs. The warrior's final roar cut short as he was bisected and hurled against the far wall in a wet heap of ruined armor. Rage ignited in Maximus's chest as he watched another cousin fall, fueling him to press the attack with renewed savagery alongside Dante and Tushan. Their combined assault forced Karath to give ground, even as the demon prince unleashed torrents of warp sorcery that warped the cathedral floor into grasping tentacles and mutating spikes. One such spike impaling the remaining veteran Dark Angel through the thigh. Neera rolled beneath the sweeping polearm and drove her blade deep into Karath's knee, drawing a bellow of pain from the abomination, while Tushan bathed the demon's upper body in promethium flames that blackened his scales and elicited shrieks of agony. Maximus seized the opening, leaping high with his jump pack to bring extinction slamming into the demon's face with such force that the thunderhammer unraveled a portion of Karath's manifested form in bursts of dissipating warp energy. Karath's polearm momentarily faltered in his grip as he reeled from the blow before spinning the massive polearm in a wide circle that forced the remaining warriors to evade, while he summoned phantasmal duplicates of himself that struck from unexpected angles. One such illusion nearly disemboweling Dante before the Blood Angel chapter master cleaved through it with a roar of defiance. Maximus felt fresh pain lance through his side as a glancing blow from a polearm scored a deep rent across his armor and into the flesh beneath, blood welling hot and sticky inside his suit. He ignored it and hammered extinction repeatedly into the demon's guard, each strike accompanied by litanies of hatred that seemed to weaken the creature's hold on reality. The Salamander chapter master tried pinning Karath with sustained flame, while Nera exploited every vulnerability, Dante delivering crushing axe blows that chipped away at the demon's resilience. Though Karath bled from countless wounds and his mocking laughter had taken on a strained edge, the Daemon Prince remained a towering terror, his polearm reaping bloody tolls with every swing. His sorcery twisted the battlefield itself against them, turning what should have been a swift execution into a grinding, exhausting war of attrition that tested the limits of even their transhuman endurance as the greater duel between Vulcan and Magnus raged in the background, shaking the entire structure. Karath suddenly unleashed a cataclysmic surge of power, his form flaring with sickly purple-green energy that caused the ancient walls and pillars to shudder violently before erupting outward in a deafening explosion of shattering stone and warp-tainted debris, the blast wave hurling the warriors from their feet and filling the air with choking dust and razor-sharp shrapnel that sliced across armor and flesh. Before the Loyalists could fully recover, the very ground beneath them heaved and cracked, massive chunks of the cathedral floor ripping free and levitating skyward under the Demon Prince's sorcerous command, carrying the embattled group high into the blood-red skies above Abeloth's corrupted planet, while the towering black obelisk remained far below, pulsing ominously amid the ruins. The aerial platform of jagged rock and twisted architecture became a nightmarish battleground, suspended hundreds of meters above the surface, winds howling around them as Karath spun his polearm in wide, lethal circles that forced Maximus and the others to dodge. The surviving veteran Astartes charged bravely with his chains ward, revving only to be impaled through the chest by one of Karath's duplicates, the blade twisting viciously before the warrior was hurled over the edge of the floating platform, his final defiant roar fading into the void as he plummeted toward the distant ground. Maximus roared in fury, leaping high with his jump pack to bring extinction crashing down upon the real Karath's shoulder, the Thunderhammer's head connecting with a sickening crunch that shattered the demon's scales and drew a fountain of blood. The Demon Prince retaliated with blinding speed, his polearm sweeping low to catch the Ultramarine across the ribs and send him tumbling across the unstable rock in a trail of sparks and blood. Dante and Tushan refused to yield, the Blood Angel chapter master dancing through the chaos with his axe, bringing it up to sever one of Karath's arms at the elbow in a spray of gore, eliciting a scream of agony from the demon, even as Tushan tossed his empty flamer to the ground and grabbed his own thunderhammer from his back, forcing Karath to stagger backward toward the edge of the platform. Karath's rage boiled over, and he slammed his polearm into the ground, sending a shockwave that hurled Dante and Tushan violently across the floating island. The Salamander chapter master crashed hard against a jagged outcrop, his armor cracking audibly as multiple bones shattered beneath the impact, and blood welled from fresh rents in his plate. He gave a wheeze of pain that turned into a roar as he rose, tossing a melter bomb that burst directly in Karath's face, melting his scales, and blinded one of the demon's eyes before a backhand from the polearm caught him across the chest and sent him sprawling. Dante fared little better, rolling to his feet, only to be struck by a blast of mutating warp lightning that seared deep into his side and left his armor smoking, his movements slowing as pain and demonic taint took their toll, though his axe still claimed a heavy price by carving a massive gash across Karath's midsection that nearly spilled the demon's innards across the rock. Maximus surged back into the fight with a bellow, extinction humming with power as he delivered a thunderous strike that connected solidly with Karath's ribs before swinging a second time. The prince caught extinction on his polearm, the two weapons locking in a contest of raw strength that sent cracks spiderwebbing through the floating platform beneath their feet. For a moment it seemed as though the thunderhammer might prevail, But Karath's eyes blazed with malicious triumph as he channeled a surge of raw warp energy directly into the weapon, the black polearm flaring with unholy light before it shattered Extinction's head in a catastrophic explosion of broken metal and dissipating disruption fields. The treasured thunderhammer reduced to a ruined haft in Maximus's hands. The Ultramarine staggered back in shock, staring at the broken weapon that had served him through so many crusades. His moment of stupor cost him, as Karath brought the polearm back around and caught the Ultramarine across the face, knocking his helmet clean off and throwing it over the edge of the platform. Karath stood tall, and Maximus watched in dawning horror as the prince's wounds all healed. The Ultramarine forced himself back to his feet, pain radiating through his battered body, the shattered remnants of Extinction still clutched in one gauntlet. His vision swam for a moment as he locked eyes on Nera amid the chaos of the floating platform. "Nera!" he bellowed, his voice raw and wet through the blood trickling from his split lip. "Grab both chapter masters and get them to the edge of the platform now." Karath merely sneered at the desperate order, his grotesque features twisting into a mask of arrogant amusement as he watched the Ultramarines' frantic movements. The demon prince's polearm still dripping with the blood of fallen Astartes while he began to advance slowly. "You won't be going anywhere, little Ultramarine," Karath mocked, his voice slithering through the howling winds like poison. "None of you will escape this end I have prepared." Thankfully, Dante and Tushan had ended up near each other after the last exchange, both heavily wounded and struggling to rise, their armor cracked and leaking vital fluids as they leaned on one another for support. Maximus hurried over to them as fast as his injured legs would allow, the floating rock platform groaning and shifting beneath his boots, while Karath closed the distance with unhurried confidence, clearly savoring the moment. The Ultramarine dropped to one knee beside Dante, slamming the modified teleportarium device into the unstable ground with a crunch right next to the Blood Angel chapter master, who gripped his arm tightly and stared at him through the shattered lens of his damaged helmet, realization dawning in his pain-filled eyes. "You bastard," Dante growled through clenched teeth, his voice thick with anger at the sacrifice Maximus was about to make. "Don't you dare!" Karath interrupted the old chapter master as his massive polearm came crashing down exactly where Maximus had been kneeling, the impact shattering the stone and sending a shockwave that nearly pitched them all over the edge. But the Ultramarine triggered his jump pack in a brilliant burst of flame that propelled him across the platform, drawing the Demon Prince's furious pursuit. He locked eyes with Nera across the floating island of rock, her expression shifting from determination to dawning horror as she understood the full weight of his plan. "Courage and honor, little one," Maximus called out to her, his voice steady despite the exhaustion and pain tearing through him, before he pressed the activation rune on his wrist. "No!" Nera screamed in raw denial, lunging forward as if she could stop it. But the teleportarium flared to life in a brilliant flash of light, enveloping her, Dante, and Tushan in crackling energy before they vanished from the platform entirely, whisked away to the relative safety of the Sun-Eater far above. Maximus let out a long, weary sigh of relief as the light faded, the weight of his cousins' lives momentarily lifted from his shoulders even as he stood alone against the towering demon prince, blood streaming from multiple wounds. Karath paused, tilting his head with mocking curiosity before letting out a low, rumbling laugh that echoed across the wind-swept heights. "How noble," the demon prince sneered, his voice dripping with false admiration as he rested the massive polearm across one shoulder. "You have simply prolonged their deaths, you fool. I will hunt them down soon enough, and yours will be the first soul I savor when I return to finish what I started." Maximus pulled his combat knife from its sheath with a steely rasp, the monomolecular blade humming faintly in his grip as he dropped into a low combat stance, despite the agony racking his body, his scarred face set in a mask of resolve. "Enough talk," the Ultramarine called. "Now come, give me a good death." The towering abomination spun his massive polearm once more in a blurring arc that left trails of warp energy crackling through the air, the weapon humming with malicious hunger before Karath vanished in a swirl of shadowy sorcery, reappearing instantly behind Maximus with the polearm already sweeping in a lethal strike meant to bisect the lone warrior at the waist. Maximus's enhanced instincts screamed in warning, and he triggered his jump pack in a desperate burst of flame, launching himself forward across the unstable platform, just in time to avoid the blow, the blade whistling so close behind him that it sheared through the trailing edge of his jump pack and sent sparks and molten ceramite fragments spraying across his back. The demon prince pressed on, his polearm whipping through the air in a whirlwind of blurring strikes that forced Maximus onto the defensive, each near miss sending shockwaves that rattled the Ultramarine's bones and threatened to pitch him over the edge into the void far below. Maximus twisted and rolled, using the last sputtering bursts of his jump pack to dodge sweeping arcs that cratered the rock where he had stood moments before. His combat knife ringing painfully against the polearm's haft whenever he could not fully evade, the impacts jarring his arms and sending fresh waves of agony through his already wounded body. Karath laughed with dark delight as he toyed with his prey, disappearing and reappearing in flashes of warp sorcery to strike, one thrust grazing Maximus's shoulder and tearing a deep, burning gash through his armor, sending hot blood streaming down his arm, while another sweeping blow caught him across the back and hurled him tumbling across the jagged stone, ribs cracking audibly beneath the force. Pathetic, the demon prince sneered, his voice slithering through the winds as he advanced again. Maximus forced himself upright with a pained growl, spitting blood. He lunged inside the next strike, driving his blade toward Karath's midsection in a desperate counter that scored a shallow cut across the demon's scales before the polearm's haft slammed into his chest, lifting him off his feet and sending him crashing down hard enough to crack more of his armor and drive the breath from his lungs. The Ultramarine rolled desperately to avoid the follow-up stomp that cratered the stone where his head had been, scrambling to his feet and using another weak jump pack burst to put distance between them, his knife flashing up to deflect a lightning-fast thrust that would have impaled him through the throat, the deflection costing him another deep cut across his forearm as the blade's edge slipped past his guard. The Ultramarine saw his opening as Karath edged closer to the crumbling rim of the floating platform, the demon prince's mocking confidence momentarily blinding him to the desperate idea burning in Maximus's eyes, and in that heartbeat of opportunity, the last original Space Marine exploded forward with every remnant of his strength. He slid low under the sweeping arc of Karath's massive polearm, the blade whistling inches above his scarred face as he triggered his jump pack in a final explosive burst that rocketed him upward like a living missile straight into the demon's towering form. Maximus buried his combat knife to the hilt in Karath's right eye with a savage twist, the blade sinking deep into the corrupted flesh and eliciting a deafening shriek of agony from the abomination as thick, foul blood sprayed across his face and armor. Gripping one of the demon's thrashing horns with his free hand, he kept the jump pack firing at full throttle, the relentless blue-white flames scorching Karath's scales, while the combined momentum dragged them both inexorably over the edge of the platform and into the blood-red void far below. They plummeted together in a chaotic tangle of limbs and fury, the wind howling past them as Maximus stabbed into Karath's face over and over again, the combat knife rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm that carved deep, sizzling gashes across the demon's features, gouging out chunks of unnatural flesh and sending sprays of blood whipping away in the rushing air. Karath thrashed wildly mid-fall, his massive wings unfurling in a desperate attempt to arrest their descent and regain control, but Maximus roared in defiance and drove his knife sideways, shearing through the membrane and bone of one wing in a gruesome amputation that sent the severed limb spiraling away into the abyss below. The demon prince howled in torment, his remaining eye blazing with hatred as Maximus snapped off the horn he was holding onto with a savage wrench and drove the jagged shard deep into Karath's other eye, slamming it home with the full force of his fist until the demon's vision was completely obliterated in twin fountains of corrupted blood. Karath's agony-fueled rage reached its peak as he rolled violently in the air, using the last of his strength to slam Maximus hard against the jagged cliff face of the floating island as they continued their descent, the impact crushing more of the Ultramarine's armor and driving fresh spikes of white-hot pain through his already broken body, ribs splintering and organs protesting as the two combatants tumbled away from each other in a chaotic spin. Maximus fought through the blinding agony, his jump pack sputtering with its final reserves as he triggered one last desperate burst that sent him blitzing toward Karath like an azure comet. Knife raised for a final strike, even as the demon prince recovered enough to impale him straight through the chest with the massive polearm. The blade punched through ceramite, flesh, and bone with horrifying ease, erupting from Maximus's back in a spray of blood that painted the sky as excruciating pain flooded every nerve, yet the Ultramarine refused to die quietly. With a guttural roar that tore from the depths of his soul, he spun them both in a violent twist, using the last strength in his broken frame, releasing his grip on the polearm just as the sharp, towering point of the distant black obelisk rushed up to meet them. Karath's ruined eyes widened in sudden dawning horror as the obelisk's razor tip impaled him through the back and drove straight through his torso with unstoppable force, the demon prince's body sliding grotesquely down the shaft in a long bloody trail of ruptured organs and dissolving warp essence, his final screams echoing across the corrupted skies as the ancient structure slowly claimed him in a gruesome, impaling end. Maximus, vision fading rapidly from blood loss and catastrophic injury, felt the world tilt and darken around him as gravity finally claimed what remained of his strength. The ground rushed up to meet him in a blur, his broken body slamming into the corrupted earth, the last of his consciousness being ripped away in a merciful wave of blackness. The Ultramarine's final thoughts of duty as darkness swallowed him whole amid the ruins of Abeloth's domain. 213, 208. The Ultramarine. Maximus. The distant sound of battle brought Maximus back to consciousness, the sounds of clashing blades, roaring flames, and demonic shrieks pulling him from the merciful dark. Only for the first horrifying realization to hit him was he could feel nothing below his waist. His legs were lying limp and uselessly beneath the rent and ruined wreckage of his power armor, its plates shattered and fused with scorched flesh from the catastrophic fall. Every breath he took was a tortured struggle, two of his lungs having collapsed and filled with blood while one of his hearts had fallen silent. He could feel the severed ruin of his spine, sending only phantom echoes of pain through his shattered nervous system. Blood bubbled from his lips as he fought for air, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, yet the unrelenting clamor of combat nearby forced his head to turn with agonizing effort, his vision swimming as he took in the nightmarish battlefield around him. There, standing like specters wreathed in eternal flame and smoke, were two Astartes he had never seen in this life, yet recognized instantly from the deepest legends of the Imperium. They were Legion of the Damned, the Emperor's own spectral warriors who appeared only in the direst hours to deliver salvation or final judgment. One bore the insignia of the Salamanders on his left shoulder, a burning brazier mounted upon his backpack that poured forth holy promethium flames. His multi-melter glowing white-hot as he incinerated entire hordes of demons pouring from the surrounding warped terrain, the weapon's devastating beams turning writhing Tzeentchian horrors and Slaaneshi abominations into nothing but ash and fading screams. The other was a Black Templar, a glowing wreath of flames crowning his helm like a crown of holy retribution, storm shield blazing on his left arm while the unmistakable black blade of the Darksaber hummed in his right hand, carving through anything foolish enough to approach. On his shoulder gleamed the Black Templar cross, and in that moment of clarity, Maximus knew with absolute certainty that his brothers had returned one final time from beyond death itself to guard him in his darkest hour. Understanding what he had to do, what the Emperor demanded of the last surviving original Space Marine of this universe, Maximus rolled onto his stomach with a pained grunt that tore fresh blood from his lips, his eyes fixing on the dark altar pulsing with malevolent energy roughly 100 feet away across the broken, demon-infested ground. He planted his fists into the corrupted dirt and began to drag his broken body forward, every agonizing pull sending white-hot lances of pain through his ruined torso and severed spine, his useless legs trailing behind like dead weight as blood smeared a path across the earth. The task was slow, each inch forward a battle against his failing body and the crushing weight of his injuries, yet he refused to stop. teeth gritted and breath coming in ragged, bloody gasps, while the two spectral Astartes fought with renewed fury to protect him. Raxor's multi-melter roared in sweeping wide bursts that turned charging packs of demons into vaporized mist and melted stone, the flames from his brazier creating a protective inferno that burned anything that drew too close, while Sebastian danced through the press with the darksaber, the black blade leaving trails of nothingness as it bisected demons and severed the limbs of leaping horrors, his storm shield bashing back anything that survived the initial strikes. Some demons inevitably slipped past the spectral guardians in the chaotic swirl of battle, slavering beasts and sorcerous constructs lunging toward the crawling ultramarine with talons and warp fire extended, only to be cut down in flashes of holy fire and void black steel as Raxor and Sebastian slowly gave ground, their forms flickering like dying embers, yet never faltering in their solemn duty. Maximus dragged himself onward through it all, his vision narrowing to the dark altar ahead, every pull accompanied by the thunderous roar of the multi-melter incinerating a leaping demon that had nearly reached him, and the singing hum of the darksaber as Sebastian carved through a swarm of demonettes that had broken through the flames. The two Legion of the Damned warriors fought even harder now, their spectral presence burning brighter as they positioned themselves to shield their dying brother, buying him precious seconds and inches with every heroic stand, while the greater battle for the obelisk and the fate of the galaxy continued to rage in the distance. Maximus's world had shrunk to the burning pain in his arms, the wet rattle in his chest, and the unyielding will that drove him forward, one agonizing pull at a time. He dragged his broken body across the final agonizing meters with nothing left but his unbreakable will, his fingers digging furrows into the corrupted earth as blood streamed from his mouth and ruined torso, every pull a Herculean effort that sent fresh waves of torment through his collapsed lungs, silent heart, and severed spine. Inch by torturous inch, he crawled until his trembling hands finally reached the base of the dark altar, and with a guttural cry that tore what remained of his voice, he began to claw his way upward along its jagged length, his armor scraping against its ancient stone as the pulsing, malevolent energy within the structure seemed to resist his very presence. At the summit rested the crystal, a throbbing heart of pure corruption encased in a translucent barrier that shimmered with unholy power. Maximus reached out with his right hand, pushing through the barrier despite the immediate searing agony as it began to devour his gauntlet and flesh alike, the armor surrounding his fingers and palm, disintegrating molecule by molecule in a horrific cascade of melting ceramite and burning meat that ripped an agonized scream from deep within his chest. Yet he did not falter. He pressed forward through the excruciating pain until his fingers, now little more than exposed muscle, sinew and bone, closed around the crystal. With a final desperate surge of strength, he wrenched it free from its pedestal, causing a burst of shattering energies that sent cracks racing through the altar itself. All remaining power fled his body in that instant, and Maximus collapsed heavily to the ground beside the altar, rolling onto his back with his head resting against the cold stone as his vision swam and darkened at the edges, his wheezing breaths growing shallower and more labored while he watched his spectral brothers continue their solemn vigil. Raxor's multi-melter roared without pause, incinerating wave after wave of demons in sweeping cones of holy fire that turned the battlefield into an inferno, while Sebastian carved through the press with the darksaber's void black edge. With no strength left to smash the crystal, Maximus slowly reached back to his waist, his movements feeble and trembling as he pulled free a lightsaber, the one he had quietly taken from Nera just before activating the teleportarium to save her and the wounded chapter masters. His hand trembled violently as he positioned the weapon, the green blade humming to life the moment his failing fingers pressed the activation button, driving it straight through the heart of the black crystal with the last reserves of his will. The crystal shattered in an underwhelming cascade of shards, simply falling to the ground in a pitiful display. Though what happened after was not so pitiful. Ripples of purifying energy exploded outward, causing every demon fighting nearby to scream and convulse violently before exploding into dissipating clouds of warp essence, their forms unraveling in spectacular bursts of color and fading screams. The massive floating obelisk high above groaned and fractured, then came crashing down to the ground with earth-shaking force, its colossal point slamming into the earth mere meters from Maximus before toppling in the opposite direction, finally revealing the open blood-red sky above him as the corrupted structure collapsed in on itself. Maximus slowly turned his head upward, his fading vision catching the glorious sight of the shield surrounding Abeloth's planet, flickering and then dissolving entirely, exposing the colossal form of the Sun-Eater hanging in orbit amid the ongoing void battle, its massive batteries still thundering against the traitor fleet. He watched with quiet awe as the station's main cannon began to power up, brilliant blue energy gathering along its length that bathed the entire battlefield below in light. His breathing slowed to faint, ragged whispers as his remaining heart struggled and his body finally began to surrender. His brothers solemnly walked over to him through the fading chaos, their spectral flames dimming as they came to stand before their fallen comrade, standing as silent guardians in his final moments. With his dying breath, Maximus gazed up at the Sun-Eater's cannon as it fired, the colossal blue beam of annihilation lancing downward toward the now vulnerable planet in a pillar of purifying judgment that lit the entire sky. "Oh," he said gently, its blue light filling his eyes. "How beautiful." Vulcan. Vulcan fought with his fallen brother, the duel between them destroying the land around them. Magnus, empowered by the boundless might of the warp as a true demon primarch, held the upper hand through sheer sorcerous versatility, his single eye blazing with malice as he unleashed bolts of mutating fire and telekinetic blasts that scorched Vulcan's armor and forced the Lord of Drakes onto the defensive. In a single moment of sheer brutality, Vulcan delivered a devastating strike to Magnus's knee with the full weight of Draculae, the impact shattering unnatural bone and forcing the towering demon primarch down with a roar of pain and surprise, allowing Vulcan to follow through with a crushing overhead blow that cracked the hammer's head squarely across Magnus's face in a spray of warp essence and heretical blood, staggering the sorcerer and buying precious seconds. Vulcan risked a lightning-fast glance upward toward the floating island high in the blood-red skies, his noble heart clenching at the sight of the desperate struggle unfolding far above before he twisted aside just in time to evade a retaliatory strike from Magnus that would have turned his lungs to frozen amber, the warp-infused staff whistling past his pauldron and freezing the air in its wake. Seizing the initiative with his immeasurable strength, Vulcan caught the staff in one massive gauntlet, his hand beginning to crystallize and turn to ice from the corrupting touch, even as he brought Draculae up in a savage swing that snapped Magnus's arm at the elbow with a sickening crack. He wrenched the weapon free as Magnus gave a shout of pain, hurling the weapon away into the ruins with a roar of triumph. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something plummeting from the platform above, and watched as Kareth's body was impaled gruesomely upon the black obelisk in a trail of dissolving essence, while Maximus's broken form tumbled into the massive canyon where the primary relic resided, a sight that sent a surge of grief and renewed purpose through the Primarch's veins. Magnus crashed into him with a storm of raw sorcery before he could fully process what he had seen, seizing Vulcan's head in both clawed hands and flooding his skull with searing warp lightning that scorched his mind and threatened to fry his brain in an instant of agonizing white fire, visions of forgotten betrayals and demonic temptations flashing through his thoughts. It worked for a terrible moment, pain lancing through Vulcan's very soul, but the Lord of Drakes pushed forward with a bellow of defiance, smashing Draculae into Magnus's ribs with enough force to cave in demonic bone and send the demon Primarch reeling backward in a spray of ethereal blood. The two brothers fought for a time more, when suddenly a massive explosion of purifying energy erupted across the plains of Abeloth's planet as the crystal far below shattered, pulverizing all lesser warp beings in waves of holy retribution that left only Magnus standing amid the fading echoes of demonic screams. Vulcan immediately roared across the plain to all remaining loyalist forces, his voice carrying across the distance. "All troops, evacuate immediately." In brilliant flashes of light, the surviving Astartes vanished from the battlefield, whisked back to the safety of the Sun-Eater as the shield far above began to collapse. Magnus watched with dawning horror as the Sun Eater's main cannon began to power up in orbit, its colossal barrel glowing with apocalyptic blue energy. He scrambled desperately toward his discarded staff to flee the coming annihilation. Vulcan leaped onto his brother's back with an earth-shaking roar, wrapping the shaft of Dracula around Magnus's neck in a chokehold while planting his feet firmly into the corrupted ground, anchoring them both in place as the massive blue beam descended from the heavens like the Emperor's own judgment. "Come, brother," Vulcan shouted, "join me in oblivion, if only for a single moment." Magnus thrashed wildly, his wings beating frantically as he clawed at the hammer's haft. "Release me, you fool," he screamed, his voice laced with genuine terror as the blinding blue light grew ever closer, vaporizing everything in its path. Vulcan held firm with his immeasurable strength, simply closing his eyes and accepting his fate as the Sun Eater's fire engulfed them both in purifying annihilation. 214 to 209. Victory. Nera. Nera left the two wounded chapter masters in the capable hands of a cadre of blood angels aboard the Sun Eater, her heart pounding with dread as she sprinted through the station's labyrinthine halls. The corridors were alive with the thunder of Astartes' boots and the distant rumble of ongoing void combat, while emergency alarms still wailed in the background. She burst into the main control room just in time to witness the massive shield encasing Abeloth's planet begin to fracture and dissolve. The corrupted world's surface was finally exposed to the wrath of the Imperium as the Blood Angel stationed at the firing controls pressed the activation rune. The Sun Eater's main cannon unleashed its apocalyptic blue beam in a pillar of purifying annihilation that lanced downward through the void, striking the planet dead center and completely obliterating it in a cataclysmic explosion that lit the entire sector like a second star. The shockwave rippled outward and caused every warp entity still manifesting in the material universe to scream and convulse before exploding into harmless mist, or simply fading away into nothingness as the anchor of their power was severed forever. Knowing in her soul that Maximus had sacrificed himself to make this victory possible, a single tear traced down Nera's cheek as grief and profound gratitude warred within her. The weight of his final act settling heavily upon her shoulders before she turned and began running in the opposite direction, following the flow of Astartes' reinforcements toward the hangar where she suspected Sanguinius was engaged in his own desperate struggle. She passed hundreds of space marines rushing to different sectors of the Sun Eater, though many fell in alongside her as they converged on the breached hangar, the sounds of combat growing louder with every step until she finally burst through the damaged doors and into the chaotic chamber. There, standing victorious amid the carnage of slain Emperor's children and blood angels alike, was Sanguinius, his single remaining wing partially unfurled, and his golden spear held at the throat of a massive serpentine being that writhed upon the blood-slicked deck. Looking down at his fallen brother with a mixture of profound sorrow and solemn duty, Sanguinius spoke in a voice that carried the weight of 10,000 years of lost brotherhood. "You were meant for so much more than what you have become, Fulgrim. As your brother, I am ashamed of the monster you have allowed yourself to become." Fulgrim began to lift himself up, with a venomous retort already forming on his twisted lips. But Sanguinius violently drove his spear downward into the Daemon Prince's throat, pinning him to the deck. As Fulgrim gurgled and spluttered in his own corrupted blood, his serpentine form thrashing weakly, Sanguinius's remaining wing began to glow with radiant golden light as fresh power flooded his being, the Emperor's favor manifesting in a halo of divine energy that pushed back the lingering warp taint in the hangar. As a final act of love from one brother to another, Sanguinius declared solemnly, his voice steady despite the sorrow etching his noble features, "I will put you out of your misery, Fulgrim." With those words, the great angel poured every ounce of his strength and the surging golden power into the spear, completely annihilating his brother's essence in a brilliant explosion of light that obliterated Fulgrim's soul and reduced the once mighty demon Primarch to nothing but fading warp echoes and scattered remnants of corrupted armor, the act both merciful and final as the hangar fell into silence. Sanguinius seemed to falter for the first time, his broad shoulders slumping as he fell to one knee upon the gore-slicked deck, his face streaked with blood from his ruined eye and his remaining wing wilting. The surrounding blood angels immediately moved to surround their gene-father, their armored forms closing in like a crimson wall before Sanguinius gently pushed them aside with a weary gesture, his gaze lifting to meet Neera's as she stood at the threshold of the chamber. "Did we succeed?" he asked softly. Neera simply nodded, and in that quiet exchange, Sanguinius understood everything. He nodded slowly in acknowledgement as he pushed himself up to stand once more with visible effort, his remaining wing fluttering weakly before he straightened to his full height and addressed his sons with renewed authority. "All of you, begin relief efforts immediately. Tend to the wounded, secure the station, and prepare to aid any surviving worlds in the sector. Our work is far from finished even in this triumph." The surrounding Space Marines obeyed without hesitation, filing out of the hangar in blood-red streams, some boarding Thunderhawks and smaller craft to depart for salvage operations on nearby planets. Sanguinius turned his gaze fully to Neera then, his expression softening with the profound empathy of one who had borne countless losses across the millennia. "Do you know what happened to Vulcan?" he asked quietly, a flicker of hope in his voice. "Did he escape the destruction?" Neera shook her head slowly before answering. "I do not know for certain. He might be on Mortis, but I'm unsure." Sanguinius shook his head, the light in his remaining eye dimming slightly as he accepted the likely truth. "I think he perished with Abeloth's planet, giving everything to ensure our victory." Neera stepped closer, her hand reaching out in a gesture of shared mourning. "I am sorry for your loss," she said softly. Sanguinius offered a faint, weary shrug. "He is immortal. He will be back in a few days or weeks, as he always comes back." He looked down at her then. "I am sorry for what you have lost, Neera. Not only in this battle, but throughout your life. The galaxy has demanded much from you, as it has from all of us." She in turn gave him a weary shrug. "There is still much to do." The two stood together amid the fading echoes of battle, the hangar slowly emptying as the Imperium began the long work of rebuilding and pressing onward. Ever onward. The Emperor. The Emperor waged his war in the roiling depths of the Immaterium against the primordial horrors that sought to consume all existence, his immeasurable psychic might clashing against the combined malice of the four Chaos Gods and the interloping abomination in a free-for-all of cataclysmic proportions. Khorne and Nurgle fought with particularly vicious abandon against Tzeentch and Slaanesh, the Blood God's endless rage and the Plague Father's festering decay, turning the very fabric of the warp into a battlefield of clashing blades and oozing pestilence, while the Architect of Fate and the Prince of Pleasure seemed to have thrown their lot in with Abeloth's chaotic hunger, their schemes and excesses fueling her unnatural ascension. The Emperor found himself in a precarious yet calculated position, weaving through the maelstrom of godly conflict without becoming the singular focus, his golden sword flashing in arcs of pure psychic annihilation as he struck at vulnerabilities whenever they presented themselves. The battle was brutal beyond mortal comprehension, the Emperor channeling waves of purifying psychic fire that burned away legions of lesser demons and forced even the greater powers to recoil. His sword clashed against Khorne's blood-soaked axes in thunderous exchanges that split the warp itself, only to pivot and evade Nurgle's swarming plagues that sought to rot his eternal form from within. Tzeentch's ever-shifting illusions and Slaanesh's seductive torments lashed out in tandem with Abeloth's grasping tendrils of Forceborn hunger, the five entities turning the Immaterium into a vortex of madness where concepts like time and space dissolved under the weight of their fury. Suddenly, a violent shudder rippled through the entire realm as Abeloth clutched at her chest in agony, her connection to the material force severed by the destruction of her anchor far away. The Emperor seized the opening, driving his golden sword straight into her chest, with all the accumulated might of his immortal soul behind the blow. She howled in a cataclysmic wail that echoed across realities, the strike too much for her unraveling form as the Emperor poured every ounce of his psychic essence into the wound, forcing her essence to fracture and begin dissolving into the ether. Seeing the opportunity, the other Chaos Gods turned their full malice upon the Emperor in a coordinated surge of betrayal and opportunistic hunger, seeking to slay the anathema while he was committed to the killing blow. The Emperor ripped his sword free from Abeloth's collapsing form in a spray of ethereal vitae, just as Khorne's massive blade cleaved into her chest instead, the blood god paying her no mind as he wrenched his weapon free and leapt back into the fray with a bellow of endless rage. The Emperor blocked one of Slanesh's seductive blades with his own golden sword in a ringing clash that sent ripples of perverse pleasure and pain through the warp, then cleaved one of the prince's many legs from its body in a fountain of shimmering ichor before dodging backward from Nurgle's bloated advance, skillfully maneuvering the Plague Father into striking Abeloth instead and accelerating her dissolution. With a final ear-splitting shriek that tore at the fabric of the immaterium itself, Abeloth completely unraveled and was no more, her essence scattering into harmless motes that faded into the endless tides of the warp. Seeing his grim duty fulfilled, the Emperor began his retreat back toward the Golden Throne, pulling his loyal forces and psychic influence away from the chaos to let the ruinous powers turn upon one another in their moment of vulnerability, Slaanesh seeming particularly enraged with Tzeentch after the loss of its favored demon Primarch in the material realm. The Emperor's withdrawal was a masterstroke amid the godly melee, his psychic presence dimming like a receding star as he conserved his strength for the long vigil ahead. The Chaos God's attention fracturing as Khorne and Nurgle pressed their advantage against the schemers who had briefly allied with the now-vanished Abeloth. Tzeentch's plots unraveled while Slanesh's excesses turned to vengeful wrath, the free-for-all devolving into even greater brutality as the Emperor made his way back to the material plane's anchor, his mind already turning toward the reconstruction and defense of the Imperium in the wake of this hard-won cosmic victory. The Immaterium churned with the aftershocks of Abeloth's death, a temporary reprieve bought with the blood and sacrifice of countless souls, and the Emperor knew that the long war would continue unabated. But for this moment at least, one great threat to humanity's future had been extinguished forever. 215, 210, seeking a safe haven. Nearer. A month had passed since the terrible battle above Abeloth's world, and although the galaxy had been saved from annihilation, victory carried none of the triumph that songs so often promised. Across the stars, memorials were held upon 1,000 worlds, but none carried quite the same weight as the one upon Naboo. The city of Theed had draped itself in mourning, every banner lowered to half-height, every fountain stilled, every balcony decorated with white flowers and black ribbons that fluttered gently beneath the warm nighttime breeze. Citizens lined every street in complete silence, stretching farther than the eye could see, while members of the Imperium stood shoulder to shoulder with Naboo's royal guards, Mandalorian warriors, senators, and ordinary civilians. For perhaps the first time in history, people from entirely different civilizations stood together not as allies, but simply as mourners who had all lost something precious. At the head of the procession walked Neera. Her black robes flowed softly behind her with every step, her hood lowered to reveal her pale skin and the intricate black markings that climbed across her face and neck. Resting peacefully within her arms was Luke, bundled carefully beneath a cream-colored blanket as the infant slept through the funeral, blissfully unaware of the burden that history had already placed upon his and his sister's tiny shoulders. Beside her walked Cien, carrying Leia with the same careful tenderness, occasionally smiling sadly as the little girl reached curiously toward the sunlight dying through the towering buildings of Theed. Ahead of them floated two beautifully crafted coffins adorned with Naboo's royal crest. One belonged to Padme Amidala, Queen, Senator, and Mother. The other belonged to Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight, fallen Sith Lord, and at the very end, a father who had rediscovered himself before drawing his final breath. Behind those two came three more coffins, each fashioned from black adamantium and engraved with the insignias of the Ultramarines, Salamanders, and Black Templars. Though each one was empty, every soul present knew exactly who they represented. The people of Theed watched the procession in complete silence as it passed through the marble streets that Maximus himself had once defended years before. Elderly men removed their hats and bowed their heads. Mothers held their children close, whispering stories of the giant blue warrior who had stood against impossible odds so that Naboo might live. Veterans who had survived the invasion stood ramrod straight, saluting the empty Ultramarines' coffin with tears openly running down weathered faces. Others remembered the towering Salamander who had freed them from captivity while carrying wounded civilians to safety as fire rained from the heavens. Mandalorians lowered their helmets in respect toward the coffin bearing the Black Templars' cross, remembering the relentless knight who had stood before entire armies without ever once taking a backward step. Eventually, the great procession climbed the final steps leading toward the royal palace gardens, where Naboo's ancient mausoleums overlooked rolling hills and shimmering lakes that reflected the rising moon. White blossoms drifted lazily through the air, carried by the breeze, until they settled upon the polished stone pathways. Waiting there were hundreds upon hundreds of space marines, standing in perfectly ranks that stretched across the gardens like living statues. Ultramarines in their brilliant blue stood beside salamanders clad in emerald green. Imperial fists stood beside blood angels and dark angels. Warriors from dozens of chapters stood together without distinction, every helm removed, every banner hanging still. Vulcan, having revived from being obliterated, stood next to Sanguinius, who now had a cover over one eye, though his wings had been saved. They waited in complete silence, neither Primarch speaking as the coffins finally came to rest before the mausoleums built to honor the fallen. Padme and Anakin were laid first. Naboo's honor guard slowly carried their coffins into the beautifully crafted mausoleum prepared for the royal family, its white stone walls decorated with flowering vines and statues depicting the long history of Naboo's rulers. Neera stood motionless as she watched them disappear inside together, husband and wife finally reunited after so much suffering had torn them apart. Her thoughts drifted unwillingly back to the narrow corridor aboard the Sun Eater, where Anakin had rested in her lap during the final moments of his life. She could still hear his trembling voice begging her not to let the Imperium shape Luke and Leia into weapons of endless war. She could still feel the weak grip of his hand around hers. She could still remember the tears that had fallen from his restored blue eyes as hatred finally abandoned him. It had been the voice of the friend she had once loved like a brother. When Padme and Anakin had been laid to rest, every eye shifted toward the second mausoleum. Unlike the first, this tomb bore no royal symbols. Instead, an enormous stone eagle with two heads overlooked its entrance, beneath which had been carved a single inscription. They knew only duty. They asked for no reward. Vulcan stepped forward without a word. The Primarch approached the Salamander's coffin first, resting both enormous hands upon it before lifting it effortlessly into his arms. Yet despite his impossible strength, he carried it with the tenderness of a father holding a sleeping child. His expression remained calm as he crossed the threshold into the dimly lit tomb, but once inside, away from most eyes, his composure finally cracked. He lowered Raxor's coffin onto the prepared stone bier with care before kneeling beside it, one massive hand coming to rest upon the lid as he bowed his head. "My son," Vulcan whispered, "you carried our flame farther than I ever dreamed possible. I am so proud of you." For several long moments he remained there without moving, a single tear rolling slowly down his weathered cheek before falling silently onto the black coffin below. He closed his eyes briefly, gathered himself, then rose once more and returned outside. Vulcan lifted the Ultramarine's coffin with the same reverence before carrying it inside. He paused beside Raxor's resting place, carefully setting Maximus beside him. "You were never my son," Vulcan murmured softly, "but you honored me as though you were. The courage you carried into battle would have made Guilliman proud." He rested his hand against the coffin for only a heartbeat before standing once again. Finally came Sebastian. Vulcan lifted the final coffin into his arms and carried it into the mausoleum, placing it beside Maximus until all three rested together at last. "You three walked different paths," the Primarch said quietly, looking across the coffins. "One sought honor, one carried compassion, one knew only unwavering faith. Yet each of you reached the same destination, and each of you died as true sons of the Emperor." He straightened to his full height before saluting the three coffins, his fist pressed firmly against his chest. "Rest now." When Vulcan emerged from the mausoleum, Sanguinius was waiting for him. The angel said nothing. Instead, he placed a hand upon his brother's shoulder, and together they watched as the immense stone doors slowly began to close. The grinding of the stone echoed across the gardens until, with a final resounding boom, the mausoleum sealed itself. Hundreds of space marines simultaneously struck their armored fists against their breastplates, the thunderous sound rolling across the valley like distant thunder before absolute silence returned. Nera remained standing before Padme and Anakin's resting place long after everyone else had lowered their heads. Luke stirred slightly within her arms, tiny fingers curling instinctively around a fold of her robe, while Leia quietly yawned from Cien's embrace. Looking down at the two children, Nera felt Anakin's final request echo through her heart once more. "Please don't let the Imperium turn them into killing machines. Don't let them be raised inside their war machine." She slowly pulled Luke closer against her chest before looking over toward Leia, meeting Cien's eyes for only a moment. Then she looked back toward the two mausoleums standing side by side beneath the moon. One held two people whose love had changed the galaxy. The other held the memory of three warriors whose sacrifice had saved it. "I promise," she whispered so softly that only the wind could carry the words. "You have my word, Anakin. They will choose their own futures, not the ones others would force upon them. Whatever it costs me, I will keep them safe." She tightened her embrace around Luke as tears quietly filled her emerald eyes, but this time they were not tears born solely from grief. Beneath the crushing weight of loss, beneath the silence of the dead and the sorrow of the living, a new purpose had taken root. She stepped quietly from Padme and Anakin's mausoleum, the heavy stone doors closing behind her with a muted thud that echoed through the royal gardens. Neither woman spoke. They simply walked together across the white marble path until they reached Atheon, who had not moved from his post since the funeral had begun. The gardens had fallen into a profound silence. Thousands upon thousands of people filled the terraces surrounding the mausoleums, stretching from the palace steps all the way down the gently sloping hills overlooking Theed. Vulcan remained silent for several long moments, and when he finally spoke, his deep voice carried effortlessly across the gardens without the aid of amplifiers, every word rich with both strength and sorrow. "Today," he paused, looking first toward the mausoleum behind him before turning his gaze back to those assembled. "Today, we bury heroes of the Imperium. We do not stand here to celebrate victory, for victory purchased with sacrifice is never cause for celebration alone. We stand here because brave souls, those of Astartes, soldiers, pilots, healers, laborers, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, gave everything they possessed so that others might inherit tomorrow. Some wore power armor, some carried blasters, some held nothing more than hope in their hearts, yet every one of them faced the darkness when it came for this galaxy." Vulcan turned slightly, now facing the sea of armored giants that filled the gardens. "And behind me rest three warriors whose bodies were denied to us by war, yet whose memory shall never fade. Captain Maximus of the Ultramarines." A ripple passed through the Ultramarines' ranks as hundreds of blue-armored warriors struck clenched fists against their breastplates. "Brother Raxor of the Salamanders." The Emerald-armored legion answered with the same thunderous salute. "Brother Sebastian of the Black Templars." This time the sound that answered was almost deafening as every other chapter slammed their fists against ceramite in place of their missing Black Templar cousins. Vulcan allowed the echoes to fade before continuing. They were not alone. They stood beside thousands whose names history may never record. Every person who held the line knowing death was certain. Every pilot who never returned from the void. Every medic who chose another's life over their own. Every citizen who refused to abandon those beside them. Each one mattered. The Primarch slowly removed one gauntlet, revealing the scarred flesh of his hand as he placed it over his heart. "In the name of the Emperor of mankind, I swear before you all that I shall never forget them. I have lived for over 10,000 years. I have watched empires rise and crumble into dust. I have buried brothers whose names shook the stars themselves. Yet I tell you now that the measure of a civilization is not only found in the strength of its armies, but also in those who sacrifice everything for one more inch of ground. His gaze swept across every chapter present. My sons. Hundreds of salamanders instinctively straightened. My nephews. Now every Astartes stood even taller. You have honored your gene fathers beyond measure. You fought not for conquest, nor for glory, but for humanity itself. When my brothers gather once again beneath the Emperor's banner, I shall speak to each of them. I shall tell Robert Gilliman how his son Maximus gave everything without hesitation. I shall tell Rogel Dawn that Sebastian's faith never faltered, even before death itself. I shall tell Lionel Johnson, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, and every one of my brothers the names of the sons who stood their ground when all seemed lost. His voice softened, carrying a warmth that only Vulcan seemed capable of possessing. And I shall tell you this. He smiled sadly. They would be proud of each of you. Across the assembled chapters, many veterans lowered their heads. Even Space Marines, engineered to suppress fear and grief, found themselves unable to completely hide the emotions stirring within them. Some silently recited the names of fallen brothers, while others simply stood in respectful silence, remembering shared battles, old laughter, and comrades whose voices would never again answer their call. Vulcan took one final look over the gathered multitude. You have carried the burden of war long enough. His words came not as an order from a Primarch, but as compassion from a father. For the next day, mourn your brothers, mourn your families. Remember them, speak their names, tell their stories. Let no sacrifice vanish into silence. He drew himself up to his full, awe-inspiring height. You are dismissed. No one moved immediately. For nearly a full minute, the crowd remained exactly where they stood. Then, slowly, the formations began to break apart. Chapters gathered around their own banners as battle brothers quietly embraced one another or rested armored hands upon one another's shoulders. Naboo families reunited, some walking toward the mausoleums to leave flowers, others remaining where they stood to pray. Mandalorians removed their helmets in silent respect before departing without a word. Nera remained beside Atheon, Luke sleeping peacefully in her arms as Leia quietly cooed against Cien's shoulder. She watched the mourners disperse beneath the warm Naboo moon and found herself thinking that perhaps this was what victory truly looked like. It wasn't cheering crowds or triumphant celebrations, but survivors remembering those who had paid the price for peace. Nera knelt beside an open satchel, carefully placing Luke's blankets beside Leia's clothing before adding medical supplies, preserved food, and the few personal belongings Padme had left behind. Across the room, Cien cradled both infants against her chest, gently rocking them as they slept, without any understanding of what was going on. Every few moments, she looked nervously toward the door, listening for footsteps that never came, while Nera continued packing with an urgency she had rarely shown in battle. She had faced Sith Lords, demons, Primarchs, and gods without flinching, yet sneaking 2 sleeping children away from the Imperium left her heart pounding harder than any battlefield ever had. We're almost ready, Nera whispered, tightening the final strap on the bag before slinging it over her shoulder. Cien looked down at the twins before raising worried eyes toward her. Without another word, Nera crossed the room, resting one hand upon the door controls before slowly opening them. Standing directly outside was Atheon. The towering custodian had not moved from his post. His guardian spear stood planted before him, both armored hands resting calmly atop its haft as his golden armor gleamed softly beneath the corridor lights. His expression remained hidden beneath his helmet, yet the silence between them spoke louder than any accusation could have. One glance at the travel bags, one glance at Cien holding the children, one glance at Nera's determined expression, and he already knew. His deep voice finally broke the silence. "Where are you going?" Nera instinctively stepped between the custodian and Cien, shielding the woman and the twins behind her as emerald light slowly began to glow within her eyes. The air around them stirred gently as the force and warp answered her emotions, causing loose papers and dust to drift through the room. "I am taking them away." Atheon did not so much as tighten his grip upon his spear. Several long seconds passed between them before Nera spoke again, her voice remaining steady despite the overwhelming presence of the Emperor's personal guardian. "You can stop us if you choose, you are strong enough," she said to the silent custodes. "But before you decide," she continued, "answer me one question." The custodian met her gaze. "Where does your loyalty truly lie? With the Imperium," she asked quietly, "or with the Emperor?" His expression did not change. "My loyalty has always belonged to the master of mankind." Nera nodded slowly before continuing. "Then you already know about our agreement." The custodian remained silent. "The Emperor promised me freedom within this galaxy. In return, I would help restore Sanguinius and aid him however I was able. You know that." "I do." Nera stepped closer. "Then I'm changing the bargain." For the first time, Athion's eyes narrowed slightly at her, watching as she lifted a hand towards him. He allowed it. "I no longer offer to heal one Primarch." She slowly reached out, resting 2 fingers gently against the side of his golden helmet. "I offer something far greater." The force flowed between them, entire futures unfolded before the custodian's mind as she showed him what she intended. When the connection finally broke, the giant stood utterly still. "Can you truly accomplish this?" he asked quietly. Nera nodded without hesitation. "I don't know how long it will take, but with enough time, enough patience, enough hope." She smiled sadly. "Yes, I believe I can do this." The custodian remained motionless for several more heartbeats before lifting his guardian's spear from the floor, and without another word, he stepped aside. "The Emperor ordered me to protect the children." His voice remained calm. "I find that allowing them to leave fulfills that order better than preventing it." Relief flooded Nera and Cien. "Thank you." "There is no need," Athion replied before turning to walk beside them. "We should leave before others discover your absence." Together they moved silently through the moonlit streets of Theed, avoiding patrols and taking forgotten walkways toward one of the many military hangars that lined the outskirts of the city. The only sounds came from the distant hum of generators, the soft breathing of the sleeping infants, and the steady footsteps of the custodian walking beside them. Before long, the outline of a transport emerged from the darkness, its engines already warmed and prepared for departure exactly as Nera had arranged. Then a familiar voice emerged from the shadows. "I wondered how long it would take before you tried." Sanguinius stepped into the pale moonlight. The great angel stood with his wings folded behind him, neither armed for battle nor surrounded by guards. His expression carried no anger, only quiet sorrow, as his single golden eye settled first upon Nera, then upon Cien, before finally lingering on the sleeping twins. Nera stopped walking. "I didn't want you to find out like this. I suspected the moment I saw the way you looked at them today," the Primarch said as his eye drifted toward the ship. "So, you truly mean to leave?" "I do." "Why?" Nera swallowed, looking at this being who had been her closest companion for many years. "Because this is the only way they'll ever have a chance to be children." "The Imperium would protect them," Sanguinius answered. "No, it wouldn't," Nera snapped back. "The Emperor... They are fragments of the Emperor's own soul." Nera interrupted him. "The Inquisition would never allow them to grow up here. They would surround them with warriors, priests, and scholars until every choice they ever made served the Imperium's interests instead of their own." Sanguinius lowered his eye. "They would have 4 Primarchs protecting them. Myself, Vulcan, Gilliman, and Johnson. And eventually," Nera answered softly, "someone would convince those Primarchs that humanity needed them to fight." The angel said nothing as she stepped closer to him. "You know I'm right." After several moments, he looked toward Athion. "And you?" The custodian inclined his head before answering. "I will accompany them." Sanguinius looked almost amused as he stared at the golden warrior. "You intend to travel the galaxy dressed like that?" Without speaking, Athion reached for the clasps, securing his magnificent auramite armor. One by one, the immense golden plates came free. Piece after piece was carefully laid upon the hangar floor as the custodian changed until standing before the Primarch remained not the towering golden guardian of terror, but simply a broad-shouldered 10-foot-tall man, wearing nothing but plain travel clothing, beneath where the legendary armor had rested. "I cannot hide while wearing my armor," he said, looking toward the gleaming suit. "Will you safeguard it until I return?" Sanguinius stared at the armor for several moments before smiling faintly. "I never imagined a custodes would abandon their armor," the Primarch said. Atheon looked from Sanguinius down to the woman standing at his side. "If Nera fulfills what she has shown me," Atheon replied, "then it is a price worth paying." The Primarch slowly nodded. "I shall guard it myself." His gaze returned to Nera. "Where will you go?" She hesitated only briefly before answering. "I'll search for the survivors of the Jedi Order, and then I'll build something better." Silence settled over the hangar until finally Sanguinius stepped aside. "I won't stop you." Nera blinked. "You won't?" He smiled sadly. "No, but I'm sad to see you go." Cien quietly boarded the transport while Atheon carried the last of their supplies inside, leaving Nera standing alone with the angel beneath the quiet Naboo sky. She looked at him for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a run. Sanguinius barely had time to react before she threw her arms around his neck. The towering Primarch smiled warmly, lowering himself onto one knee so he could embrace her properly. "Be safe," he whispered as she buried her face against his shoulder. "I'm going to miss you." "And I you." "I'll see you again." "I know." She finally pulled away, wiping her face before smiling one last time. "Take care of them." Sanguinius glanced toward the mausoleums in the distance where so many heroes now rested. "I always will." Nera boarded the transport, turning to face him one last time before the boarding ramp slowly closed. Moments later, the engines roared to life, lifting the ship gently from the hangar floor before it ascended into the peaceful Naboo night. Sanguinius remained exactly where he stood, one hand resting upon Atheon's abandoned armor as he watched the vessel become a distant point of light among the countless stars overhead. Though sadness weighed heavily upon his heart, another emotion lingered beneath it. Hope. 216, 211, A New Hope, End. Nera. The first rays of dawn stretched over the forests of Typhon, painting the towering trees in warm gold, while a gentle mist drifted between their trunks. From the highest balconies of the Jedi Enclave, the entire valley could be seen awakening to another peaceful morning. Smoke curling from chimneys, farmers already tending small gardens carved into the woodland, children chasing one another across the open courtyards, and young Padawans beginning their daily meditations beneath ancient trees whose roots had stood longer than the Republic itself. It had been 19 years since Nera had fled Naboo beneath the cover of darkness with 2 infants in her care, carrying nothing but a promise made to a dying friend. And as she walked slowly along the stone pathways of the sanctuary, she found herself marveling, not for the first time, that the impossible promise had become reality. Here, life had continued. Here, children laughed and ran around as if nothing mattered in their small world. Here, Force-sensitive boys and girls learned compassion before being trained in combat, understanding before being taught obedience, and freedom before sacrificing for their duties. Every laugh she heard reminded her that Anakin had been right. They had escaped the machinery of endless war. People greeted her warmly as she passed through the settlement. Elder Jedi inclined their heads respectfully while mechanics repairing old starfighters paused to wave. Families sat together sharing breakfast, husbands beside wives, mothers beside fathers, something the old Jedi Order would once have forbidden. Yet now it all seemed so wonderfully natural that it was difficult to imagine life any other way. Younglings sprinted through the streets in small packs, wooden practice sabers clutched in their hands as they pretended to duel legendary Sith Lords, while an exhausted instructor desperately attempted to restore some semblance of order. One little girl nearly collided with Nera before looking up with wide eyes. "I'm sorry, Master Nera." Nera laughed softly, kneeling just enough to brush a loose strand of hair from the girl's face. "No harm done. Just remember, if you spend all your energy running around before breakfast, you'll have none left for Master Tano's lessons." The child groaned dramatically. "Master Tano makes us do footwork forever." "She does," Nera agreed with an amused smile, "and one day you'll thank her for it." The little girl sighed as though burdened with the greatest injustice imaginable before running back toward her friends, already forgetting the conversation. Nera watched her disappear around a corner before continuing toward the temple, the quiet joy of the settlement warming her heart. The training courtyard beyond the temple echoed with the familiar crack and hiss of practice sabers colliding. Nearly 40 students moved across the polished stone under the watchful eye of Ahsoka Tano, whose age had done nothing to diminish either her presence or her skill. The years had etched faint lines into her face, but she had a handsomeness to her face that her scars and old wounds only seemed to enhance. She stood in the center of the courtyard with 2 sabers in hand, demonstrating a flowing sequence before turning to the gathered apprentices. "No," she called, stopping a pair of teenagers before their blades could meet again. "You're trying to overpower each other. That's not the lesson. Read your opponent. Feel where they're going before they move." She glanced toward the edge of the courtyard and noticed Nera watching. She gave her old friend a smile and continued teaching. Nera smiled and continued deeper into the temple. Inside, vast halls were lined with shelves of salvaged Jedi texts, and classrooms or meditation halls lined the walls. In one chamber, Shakti patiently guided a group of children through ancient meditation techniques, her calm voice barely louder than a whisper. Nearby, Quinlan Voss enthusiastically described cultures from across the galaxy, gesturing so wildly that several children giggled more at his storytelling than the lesson itself. Down another corridor, Plo Koon stood before an enormous star map, explaining different diplomacy tactics for different regions of space. "The Force," Plo Koon told his students, "does not exist so that we may win battles. It exists so that life may flourish. If you can solve a conflict without drawing your lightsaber, that is the greatest victory a Jedi can achieve." Nera paused only briefly to watch, before continuing onward. The old order had died with the Republic, but perhaps that had been necessary. This new generation would inherit something better. By the time she entered the temple's central hall, sunlight streamed through its towering windows, illuminating marble floors polished by nearly 2 decades of peaceful footsteps. Standing near the entrance was an elderly man whose white beard had grown long enough to brush against the front of his robes, yet whose blue eyes remained every bit as kind as she remembered. Beside him walked Satine Kryze, her own hair now touched with silver, elegance replacing her youthful beauty without diminishing it in the slightest. Around them walked 3 children who had inherited features from both parents. Their eldest son, nearly 17 now, carried himself confidently, while the 14-year-old daughter listened intently as her mother spoke. The youngest, a boy of perhaps 9 years, glanced curiously around every corner, unable to contain the boundless energy of childhood. The family came to a stop upon seeing Nera. The 3 children bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Master Nera." "And a good morning to all of you," she replied warmly. The eldest smiled. "We're due in Master Plo's class." "Then don't let me delay you." The children offered another respectful nod before continuing down the corridor together, Satine watching them disappear with pride before turning back toward Nera. "They're growing far too quickly," Satine said. "They always do," Nera answered softly. The older man smiled at her. "Good morning, Nera." She inclined her head respectfully. "And to you, Grandmaster Kenobi." Obi-Wan studied her face for a long moment before speaking again. "You're up earlier than usual. Something's on your mind." Nera was silent for several heartbeats, her smile becoming tinged with sadness. "I came to say goodbye." Obi-Wan stared at her. "Goodbye?" She nodded. "It's time." His shoulders sagged almost imperceptibly. "I had hoped, selfishly perhaps, that we'd have much more time." "So did I, but it's time. The Emperor is calling me to his side finally." "Do Luke and Leia know?" "No, though I suspect they know something." Silence settled comfortably between them before Nera continued. "My part in this chapter is over. Luke and Leia no longer need me to guide them. They have teachers and family, and each other." Satine reached over and gently squeezed Nera's hand. The Grandmaster stepped forward before opening his arms without another word. Nera smiled sadly before embracing him. For a long time neither of them spoke. They had survived wars, buried friends, watched civilizations rise and fall, and together helped rebuild something everyone else had believed impossible. To Nera, Obi-Wan had become an older brother. When he finally spoke, his voice was almost a whisper. "I'm going to miss you." She tightened the embrace for just a moment longer. "I'll miss you too." He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes. "You've given this sanctuary more than you know. These children, this order, none of it would exist as it does without you." Nera smiled gently, reaching up to wipe a stray tear from his eye as they looked at one another. "We'll meet again someday in the embrace of the Force." Obi-Wan smiled sadly, in the Force. Satine embraced her next, holding her tightly. "Take care of yourself," she whispered. "I will." The three shared one final smile before Nera turned toward the great doors of the temple. Sunlight spilled across the steps outside, bathing the sanctuary in warm morning light as birds circled above the ancient towers. She paused only once to glance back. Obi-Wan and Satine still stood where she had left them, side by side, watching her with expressions of pride and sorrow in equal measure. Obi-Wan raised one hand in farewell. Nera returned the gesture. Then, without another word, she descended the temple steps and disappeared into the bustling streets. The path leading back to her, the small estate wound through gentle fields of tall grass that swayed beneath the morning breeze, the modest home sitting comfortably on the outskirts of the hidden settlement. It was far from the towering temples of the old Jedi Order or the vast fortresses of the Imperium, yet to Nera it had become something infinitely more valuable than either. It was home. Before she even reached the front gate, however, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed through the air. Metal rang against plasma with practiced rhythm, boots dug into the earth, and the occasional grunt of exertion carried across the yard. Nera smiled to herself before slowing her pace, already knowing exactly what she was about to find. Stepping around the corner of the house, she came to a stop and quietly folded her arms, choosing not to interrupt the spectacle unfolding before her. The training field behind the estate had been worn smooth over nearly 2 decades of daily practice, and standing in its center was the towering figure of Atheon. Even without his auramite armor, the custodian remained an imposing giant, standing 10 feet tall with a physique that bordered on impossible for any ordinary human. His simple training clothes did nothing to diminish the overwhelming sense of discipline and power that surrounded him, and in his hands, his guardian spear moved with effortless grace, despite its tremendous size. Opposite him stood Luke and Leia, now fully grown into adulthood, each holding a training lightsaber whose brilliant blue and green blades painted streaks of light through the morning air. Nera watched with pride as the spar unfolded. Years ago, the twins could scarcely survive a single exchange against Atheon before finding themselves flat on their backs. But those days had long since passed. Now they moved with confidence, born from countless hours under the teachings of Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, the surviving Jedi Masters, and the relentless instruction of the custodian himself. Luke launched himself into the air with remarkable agility, flipping completely over Atheon's head just as the massive warrior swept his spear low enough to have shattered both of the young man's legs had it connected. The custodian did not hesitate after the missed strike, flowing seamlessly into another attack as he reversed his grip and swung the weapon upward toward Leia, the heavy haft colliding against her lightsaber with enough force to send a shower of sparks spraying across the training yard. Leia slid backward several feet, boots carving shallow trenches through the dirt, but before Atheon could capitalize, Luke came down from above, his blue blade angling toward the custodian's head. Atheon calmly raised the shaft of his guardian spear, intercepting the lightsaber mere inches from his face before twisting his wrists and shoving Luke backward with surprising speed. The young man barely had time to regain his footing before Atheon blurred forward, thrusting the spear with enough force that the strike would have pierced Luke clean through had it been real combat. Luke reacted instinctively, turning his lightsaber just enough to redirect the thrust past his shoulder instead of trying to overpower it, allowing the spear's momentum to carry harmlessly by. "Good," Atheon called as the exchange continued. "Never meet superior strength head-on. Redirect it." Luke grinned despite the intensity of the battle. "I've had 19 years to learn that lesson." You require 19 more. The custodian immediately flowed into another attack, the spear becoming little more than a blur as he swept it around. Luke ducked beneath the strike so low that the weapon ruffled his hair before planting one foot against Athion's knee. Using the giant warrior as a springboard, he vaulted high into the air, twisting gracefully before driving his knee directly into Athion's jaw. The impact forced even the massive custodian to take a step backward. Leia saw the opening instantly. She surged forward, green lightsaber dancing through a rapid sequence of thrusts and slashes that would have overwhelmed almost any opponent in the galaxy. Athion retreated another step, his spear spinning so quickly it seemed to weave an impenetrable wall of silver around him. Every strike Leia delivered was blocked, each deflection placing her exactly where he wanted her, while Luke circled behind him to press the attack from another direction. For several exhilarating minutes, the battle became a seamless dance between all three combatants. Luke attacked high, while Leia pressured low. Athion answered both without ever appearing rushed, though for the first time Nera noticed something she had never seen before. The custodian was giving ground, only inches at a time, but he was retreating. Eventually the three separated simultaneously, breathing steadily as silence settled over the training field. Athion planted the butt of his guardian spear into the earth and regarded the twins with unmistakable pride. "You have both improved again." Luke laughed, wiping sweat from his forehead. "You say that every week, because every week it becomes more true." Leia tilted her head. "So, how close are we?" Athion actually smiled, a rare expression on the stoic warrior's face. "If your progress continues, then within 6 months, perhaps 1 year, I believe I shall no longer be capable of defeating either of you." Luke blinked. "You're serious?" "I am." Leia looked genuinely surprised. "You've never admitted that before." The custodian merely shrugged, a strange action for someone like him, because until now it was not true. Only then did all three notice Nera standing quietly near the corner of the house. Luke's face immediately brightened. "Nera!" Both twins hurried across the yard before embracing her tightly. She returned the hug without hesitation, wrapping both of them in her arms as though they were still the tiny infants she had once carried across a war-torn galaxy. "My stars," she whispered with a smile, "we've missed you. I've only been gone a few hours." It was a very long few hours. Nera laughed softly before glancing toward Athion, who had approached and respectfully bowed his head. "My lady." She returned the gesture. "Athion." The warmth faded from her smile as she looked at the twins. "I need to speak with the two of them." Luke immediately noticed the change in her expression. "What is it?" She gently motioned toward a nearby stone bench overlooking the fields. "Come with me." The twins exchanged uncertain glances before following. They sat together beneath the shade of a broad tree whose branches stretched across the yard, birds singing quietly overhead while a cool breeze rustled the leaves. For several long moments, Nera simply looked at them. She saw Padme every time Leia smiled. She saw Anakin every time Luke tilted his head. It made what she had to say infinitely harder. "You both know," she finally began quietly, "that before we came here, I served another civilization." Luke nodded. "The Imperium." "Yes. And Athion came from there too," Leia added. "He did." Nera drew a slow breath. "The Imperium is ruled by a man called the Emperor of Mankind. Many years ago, before either of you were born, I made an agreement with him." The twins' smiles slowly disappeared. "He asked something of me. In return, he gave me something I wanted more than anything else. The chance to raise you." Nera looked at her with loving eyes. "His part of that agreement," she continued softly, "was to let me remain here until both of you reached adulthood." Another long silence followed before Nera finally forced herself to speak the words she had dreaded for years. "My time has come." Neither twin looked surprised. Instead, they exchanged a sad glance before Luke reached over and gently took Leia's hand. "We knew," he admitted quietly. Nera blinked. "You knew?" Leia nodded. "Not exactly when. But we always knew it was coming," Luke finished. "You've been preparing us our entire lives." Nera felt tears beginning to sting her eyes. I hoped, maybe, you hadn't realized. Leia smiled sadly. We know you too well. The tears finally escaped as she pulled both of them into another embrace, holding them tighter than ever before. I love you, she whispered, more than either of you will ever understand. Nera leaned back just enough to cup each of their faces in her hands. Luke's blue eyes, exactly like Anakin's. Leia's gentle features. She could be Padme reborn. She smiled through her tears. Neither twin could hold back their tears any longer. We're going to miss you, Luke whispered. Oh, Nera laughed weakly through her own tears. I'm going to miss you far more. They embraced again, remaining together until words were no longer necessary. Eventually, Nera stood. I should say goodbye to Cien. She entered the house quietly where she found Cien already waiting. The Twi'lek crossed the room without a word and wrapped her in a fierce embrace. For several moments, neither of them spoke. When they finally separated, Cien wiped tears from her own eyes. Goodbye, Nera. Take care of them, Cien. You know I will, the woman said. Minutes later, Nera stepped back outside, carrying only a single travel bag. A small transport waited nearby, with its engines already humming quietly. She had barely taken a few steps toward it when Atheon moved to stand beside the boarding ramp. She looked up at the giant. Well? He looked down at her. Well? She smiled faintly. Are you coming? For the first time in nearly 20 years, Atheon closed his eyes in genuine contemplation. The silence stretched long enough that even Luke and Leia looked surprised. Finally, he turned away from Nera. Instead, he looked toward the twins. When he spoke, his voice carried an unfamiliar warmth. I think, he paused. I shall remain. Nera blinked. You've made your decision. I have, the custodian answered. He rested both hands upon the shaft of his guardian spear. The twins still require protection. They're adults now. They are. They can protect themselves. They can. She tilted her head in curiosity. Then why? Atheon looked toward Luke and Leia with unmistakable affection. They carry fragments of the Emperor's own soul. He slowly shook his head. I cannot abandon them. He looked back toward Nera. It is no longer merely my duty, but my deepest desire. He lowered his head respectfully. My brothers would understand. No, he corrected himself quietly. They would expect nothing less. Nera stepped forward and gently placed a hand against his forearm. Thank you. There is nothing to thank me for. There is everything to thank you for. They shared one final nod before Nera turned and climbed into the transport. They all stood together watching, and Nera turned to look out through the open hatch, raising one hand. Goodbye. I love you all. They all called their goodbyes back to her, and even Atheon raised one hand in farewell. May the Emperor watch over your journey. And may the Force guide yours, Nera replied. The hatch slowly closed. Moments later, the transport lifted gently into the sky before banking toward the horizon, disappearing beyond the forests of Typhon, while those she loved stood together watching until the last glimmer of the ship vanished among the stars. The morning sky above Theed was overcast, soft grey clouds hanging low over the royal mausoleums as a gentle wind stirred the flowers that had been left by countless visitors during the past 19 years. The white stone monuments remained immaculate, lovingly maintained by the people of Naboo, and every day someone still came to pay respects to the queen who had died too young, to the broken hero who had fallen into darkness, and to the 3 warriors from another universe whose sacrifices had become legend. Standing before the mausoleum that housed the empty coffins of Maximus, Raxor, and Sebastian were 3 towering figures. Robut Guilliman stood with his hands folded before him, his expression thoughtful and solemn. Beside him, Rogel Dawn remained as immovable as the fortress walls he had once built, his great mechanical hand resting quietly against the pommel of the sword at his side. Between them stood Vulcan, his eyes fixed upon the stone doors before him. For several long moments, none of them spoke. Finally, Vulcan broke the silence, his deep voice carrying gently across the quiet cemetery as he spoke of the men they had lost. He told Gilliman how Maximus had embodied every noble ideal of the Ultramarines, how even after losing both his brothers, he had continued to fight without hesitation, placing duty above pain until his final breath. Gilliman listened without interruption, though his jaw tightened ever so slightly as Vulcan described the courage of the son he had never been given the chance to truly know. He turned toward Sebastian's coffin, and even Rogel Dawn's normally impassive features softened as Vulcan recounted the impossible determination of the Black Templar, the warrior who had laughed in the face of annihilation itself and considered dying for the Emperor the greatest honor imaginable. Their remembrance was interrupted by the faint sound of footsteps echoing along the white stone path. All three Primarchs turned together, their heightened senses immediately locating the lone figure entering the graveyard. A woman cloaked in dark robes with her hood pulled low walked slowly among the monuments. She carried nothing but a bundle of fresh flowers gathered from Naboo itself, and without acknowledging the three towering Primarchs watching her, she continued toward Padme and Anakin's mausoleum. She knelt before the polished stone entrance, laying the flowers gently against its base before bowing her head. Though the Primarchs could not hear her words, they watched as she remained there for several quiet moments, speaking softly to those who rested within. She reached forward, resting her fingertips briefly against the cool white stone before quietly rising once more. The hooded woman then crossed the graveyard toward the second mausoleum, the one that housed the three empty coffins of the fallen Astartes. One by one, she knelt before each name engraved upon the stone. A white flower rested beneath Maximus's inscription. A crimson blossom was placed beneath Raxor's. Finally, she laid a blue flower before Sebastian's name. She remained kneeling there for a long time before slowly standing and turning toward the three silent Primarchs. Without a word, she reached up and lowered her hood. "Hello, Nera?" A gentle smile spread across her face. "Hello, Vulcan." She inclined her head respectfully before turning toward the other two giants. "You must be Robout Guilliman." Turning to Dawn, she offered the same respectful bow. "And you must be Rogel Dawn." The Praetorian regarded her thoughtfully for several moments. "Sebastian described you differently," Nera said with a tilted head. "Oh?" "I expected—" Nera paused, almost embarrassed by the admission. "Someone taller." Both Primarchs looked at her curiously. "The way Sebastian described you," she continued with an amused smile, "I expected to meet a giant nearly 30 feet tall whose chainswords could carve mountains in half." For just a heartbeat, Rogel Dawn smiled. "A slight exaggeration." "A very slight one." The small exchange eased the weight hanging over the gathering before Nera looked between them. "Are your brothers here as well?" Vulcan nodded. "Several wait aboard ships in orbit." Gilliman added, "Others remain beyond the ring." Nera hesitated. "And Sanguinius?" Instead of answering, Vulcan simply lifted his gaze past her shoulder. She turned. Standing at the bottom of the long staircase leading toward the palace stood the great angel himself. His white wings were folded neatly behind him. For just a moment, neither of them moved. Then Nera smiled and crossed the distance between them. The Primarch lowered himself to one knee just as she reached him, and without hesitation she threw her arms around his neck. His enormous arms embraced her with astonishing gentleness, lifting her completely from the ground. "You've aged beautifully," Sanguinius said warmly. Nera laughed. "I can't say the same for you." "I shall take that as a compliment." The two embraced for a long moment before Sanguinius set her down. "I've missed you, and I you, more than you know." Hours later, the great procession passed once more through the ring separating the two universes. Although Nera had never visited the Imperium before, nothing could have prepared her for what she saw. Ancient fleets stretched across the void beyond imagination, worlds covered entirely by colossal cities passed beneath them, and eventually the impossible majesty of Holy Terror filled the viewport. The Imperial Palace defied description. It was less a palace than an entire world sculpted into a monument dedicated to mankind itself. Golden towers pierced the heavens, while cathedrals larger than cities stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Millions moved through its vast halls, yet every voice seemed insignificant beneath the immeasurable weight of history pressing down upon the world. Surrounded by primarchs, custodians, and honor guards, Nera walked through corridors so immense that mountains could have fit beneath their vaulted ceilings. She met Lionel Johnson, whose piercing gaze seemed to examine every secret she possessed before offering a respectful nod. Jagatai Khan greeted her with an easy smile. Lehman Russ looked almost more beast than man now, centuries within the warp having left him wild-eyed and wolfish. Yet he embraced her with the fierce affection of an old friend after hearing she had been the one to help Sanguinius. Corvus Corax emerged almost silently from the shadows themselves, feathers drifting around his dark form as he inclined his head. "And Ferrus?" she eventually asked. Sanguinius answered quietly, "He leads the Legion of the Damned." Nera lowered her eyes. "I see." Eventually the enormous procession entered the greatest chamber within the palace, the throne room. Its sheer scale stole her breath. The golden throne stood impossibly far away, yet even at such distance she could already feel him. He was ancient, vast, and seemingly infinite. The master of mankind sat upon the throne, his broken body sustained by machinery beyond comprehension, yet the soul she perceived through the force and the warp eclipsed everything around him. He was like staring into a blazing sun made conscious, an ocean of countless lifetimes compressed into a single impossible being. For the first time in her life, Nera truly understood why entire civilizations worshipped him. Every instinct she possessed screamed that she stood before something immeasurably older than some of the stars themselves. Halfway to the throne, Nera unexpectedly stopped. She turned toward the towering golden warrior standing beside the central aisle and gazed up at the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. He regarded her silently from behind his guardian spear. Nera bowed deeply. "I bring you a message. Atheon sends his deepest respects." For the first time, the Captain General's eyes shifted. He has chosen to remain with Luke and Leia. He believes protecting them is no longer merely his duty, but his purpose. Then, to the astonishment of many present, the Captain General lowered his head in a deep, formal bow. Nera returned the gesture before continuing toward the golden throne. She came to stand only a few paces from the Emperor himself. The Primarchs halted behind her. Sanguinius smiled gently as he came to stand behind her. "So," Nera turned toward him. "Goodbye, Sanguinius." His expression immediately changed. "Goodbye." She smiled sadly. Before anyone could react, the force and the warp flowed together around her as light blossomed outward. An immense sphere of shimmering energy expanded in every direction, surrounding only herself and the golden throne. It solidified instantly into a barrier of impossible strength, translucent enough for everyone outside to see through, yet utterly impenetrable. The custodes moved before anyone could react. Dozens of them slammed against the barrier simultaneously, but nothing happened. Not even the slightest ripple. "Sanguinius," one custodian called. The angel himself stepped forward, placing one hand against the glowing wall. "Nera." Inside the sphere, she merely smiled apologetically. "I love you very much." She turned away from them all and slowly looked up at the broken body seated upon the golden throne. Reaching out with every fragment of her being, she formed a connection with the Emperor of mankind. The instant their minds truly connected, the noise of the throne room, the frantic pounding of custodian weapons against the translucent barrier, and the endless machinery of the golden throne all ceased to exist. Nera found herself standing within an endless expanse of white that stretched beyond sight, a place without horizon, shadow, or sky. There was no throne of gold here, no impossible cathedral, no mountains of cables. Instead, sitting upon a plain wooden chair that looked as though it had been carved by an ordinary craftsman centuries ago, was a weary old man dressed in simple robes of faded gold. His shoulders were stooped, his hair white, his face lined by countless ages, and his hands trembled against the worn armrests, as though even remaining seated demanded immense effort. Yet despite appearing so fragile, the universe itself seemed to revolve around him. Every heartbeat of existence echoed faintly from his soul, and every distant star seemed connected to him by invisible strands of light. Slowly, with obvious exhaustion, he lifted his head toward her, a gentle smile finding its way across his weathered face. "I have waited," he said quietly. "For a very long time, Nera." She simply stood there for several long moments, studying him. This was not the god emperor who inspired fanatical devotion from trillions, nor the conqueror who had united humanity beneath a single banner, nor the architect of the Imperium. This was merely an old man who looked unimaginably tired. He noticed the surprise in her expression and slowly lifted both hands from the chair, palms upward, offering a faint shrug that somehow carried thousands of years of resignation. "What did you expect?" he asked with a weary chuckle. "After all these millennia, I find pretending to be magnificent rather exhausting. After so long, this is the state of my soul." Despite everything she knew about him, despite all the legends and horrors attached to his name, Nera felt something break inside her heart. She slowly crossed the empty space between them before lowering herself onto one knee beside his chair, just as a daughter might kneel beside her aging father. Reaching upward with infinite gentleness, she brushed a loose strand of white hair away from his forehead before leaning forward and placing the softest kiss against it. The old man closed his eyes, releasing a slow breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Thank you," she whispered. His eyes opened again, confusion touching them. "For what?" "For trusting me," she answered. "For allowing me to raise Luke and Leia away from the Imperium. For letting them be children and choose who they wanted to become." The Emperor smiled, though sadness lingered behind it. "Even after I cast those fragments of myself away," he murmured, "you kept your promise. You nurtured them instead of using them." His smile widened ever so slightly. "You even reconnected them to me, though only gently. I have felt them, every birthday, every lesson, every triumph, every tear. I never interfered. I simply watched." Silence settled between them once more before Nera finally inhaled deeply. "I'm changing our agreement." The Emperor looked toward her, curiosity replacing fatigue. "You have already upheld your bargain." "I know," she replied softly, "but I'm asking something more of you." He gestured for her to continue. "I want you to leave my universe entirely. Pull everything from it. All your Astartes, all your administrators, every single thing you claim. Leave only the connection you've rebuilt with Luke and Leia, nothing more. Their galaxy deserves the chance to heal without another empire deciding its future." For the first time since she had arrived, the Emperor's expression became unreadable. "And what," he asked carefully, "would you offer in exchange for asking me to abandon an entire universe untouched by the warp?" Nera smiled. "The greatest gift I can possibly give you." Understanding slowly dawned across his ancient features. "No." She nodded. "I will heal you." The old man stared at her. "No. I'll use both the Force and the warp." His voice grew firm. "It will kill you." "I know." "It will consume every fragment of your soul." "I know." "There will be nothing left." "I know." His eyes searched hers desperately, as though hoping to find hesitation. "There is still time to walk away." She simply smiled, and there wasn't even the slightest trace of fear within it. "They're my children," she whispered, "not by blood, but by every other measure that matters. I watched Luke take his first steps. I stayed awake when Leia had nightmares. I celebrated every birthday, every victory, every scraped knee, and every triumph. I taught them, laughed with them, cried with them. Tears slowly welled in her eyes, though her smile never faded. Unlike you, I loved them as if they were my children." The old man remained silent for what felt like an eternity before finally looking back at her. "Once you begin," he said quietly, "there can be no stopping." "I know." "If you fail." "I won't." He searched her face one last time before slowly inclining his head. "You have my word. Within 6 months of my awakening, every remaining influence of mine will withdraw from your universe. Humanity there will choose its own future." Nera smiled warmly. "Thank you." She rose to her feet. "Nera." She paused. "In all my countless years," the Emperor said softly, "I have known conquerors, philosophers, saints, tyrants, heroes and monsters. I have watched civilizations rise and die. Yet never, not once, have I met someone quite as extraordinary as you." Her smile became almost shy. "Thank you." Outside the shared realm, reality itself convulsed. Within the throne room, the Emperor's mutilated body suddenly arched violently upon the golden throne. A scream unlike anything ever heard erupted from his ruined lungs, a cry so impossibly vast that it seemed to echo across both the material universe and the warp alike. Every Primarch instinctively staggered backward. Sanguinius's wings spread reflexively. Guilliman felt every instinct scream that something impossible was occurring. Vulcan clenched his fists so tightly his gauntlets groaned beneath his grip. Around the barrier, the custodes attacked with everything they possessed, guardian spears hammering against the shimmering wall, while the Captain General himself barked orders that were drowned beneath the Emperor's terrible roar. "Break it!" one custodian thundered. "Get to the Emperor!" The barrier never so much as flickered. Golden light erupted from the Emperor's ruined body in blinding waves. Flesh began crawling across his exposed bone. Ancient scars vanished before the watching eyes of the Primarchs. His severed arm reattached itself, muscles weaving themselves together before skin sealed over them as though time itself flowed backward. Dead organs came to life again, his ruined spine straightened. The shriveled corpse that had remained imprisoned upon the throne for 10,000 years slowly transformed into the perfect form he had once possessed during the Great Crusade. Inside the white expanse, Nera extended one trembling hand. Power unlike anything she had ever commanded exploded from her soul as the Force and Warp both answered. Every lesson she had learned, every sacrifice she had endured, every ounce of love she carried for Luke, Leia, Anakin, Padme, Obi-Wan, Sanguinius, and every soul she had ever called family, became fuel for the impossible miracle unfolding before her. The Emperor was hurled backward into empty space, crying out as wounds 10 millennia old were ripped away from existence itself. Outside, the golden throne shook so violently that entire sections of the imperial palace trembled. Statues cracked, pillars split. Across Holy Terror, trillions looked skyward as psychic lightning danced across the heavens. "Nera!" Sanguinius screamed, pounding against the barrier. "Stop! You're killing yourself!" She couldn't hear him anymore. She poured more of herself into the healing. Her hair turned white, her skin wrinkled, and her hands began to crumble. Still she pushed. The Emperor screamed again. Every chain binding him to endless suffering shattered one by one as every fracture in his soul mended, becoming whole. Nera smiled as her arms dissolved into shimmering dust. Her shoulders followed, then her chest. The last thing to disappear was her smile. Within the white realm, she simply faded into countless tiny lights that drifted peacefully upward before vanishing forever. Back in the throne room, her body collapsed soundlessly into a small pile of silver-grey ash. Silence fell as the barrier disappeared. The Emperor slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his restored hands, flexing them slowly as though remembering what they felt like. Then, with measured purpose, he placed one foot upon the steps of the golden throne. Every soul in the chamber forgot how to breathe. The master of mankind began to stand. For the first time in 10 millennia, the golden throne sat empty behind him as he stood. None of the custodes moved, none of the Primarchs spoke. Guilliman simply stared in disbelief. Dawn's normally impassive face was overcome with emotion. Vulcan bowed his head, Corax dropped to one knee, Russ stood frozen like a beast that had suddenly found its lost king. Even the lion lowered his gaze. The Emperor stopped beside the small pile of ash that had once been Nera. For several long moments, the most powerful being humanity had ever produced simply looked down in silence. Then, without another glance, he simply stepped over the ashes and began his descent down the golden throne. Luke stood at the edge of the open fields, where tall golden grass rolled in slow waves beneath a warm wind that never seemed to stop moving. Typhon stretched endlessly in every direction, a world that felt untouched by the weight of the galaxy beyond it, as if war and political struggles were things that belonged to another life entirely. Beside him, Leia stood with her arms folded loosely, watching the horizon. They didn't speak much in moments like this. There wasn't always a need for words when the sky itself seemed to answer whatever questions lingered between them. Atheon stood a short distance behind them, still and watchful. A faint blue glow lingered just above the grass, coalescing into a familiar figure some ways away, overlooking the estate where his children had grown up as he watched them. Anakin Skywalker watched them from afar before another presence emerged beside him. Neera stepped forward from the same quiet light. Anakin turned toward her, and for a long moment neither of them spoke. Neera met his gaze, and something unspoken passed between them. "You kept your promise," Anakin said at last, his voice low, almost lost in the wind. Neera's answer was soft. "Of course I did." The wind moved through the field again, bending the grass like a living tide, and the sky above Typhon burned with the last light of the setting sun. Anakin and Neera stood side by side, watching the twins in silence, as if committing the moment to memory. There was no farewell spoken. None was needed. They simply knew, deep in their hearts, that everything would be okay. Luke looked at his sister, who met his gaze. "Well," he said, gazing back at Atheon, "I wonder what adventures await us." Oldihas. Author's note. I can't tell you how I feel in this moment. This entire novel came from a single scene I had thought of, that of a Force user healing the Emperor. Not only that, but it's kind of what started me off. This has been 2 years of my life writing this novel, and I have to tell you, through all the good and the bad, I've learned so much from writing this. Thank you all so much for reading until now. I am so grateful for each and every one of you in this moment. As for what's next, I'll be beginning to write for the Grey Knight in Marvel novel, which I've already posted the first 9 chapters on my Discord if that interests you. I'm also going to be writing for my own personal novel, which I talk about on my Discord as well. If you've read this far, please leave me a review. Please tell me what you liked and disliked. Leave me constructive criticisms on how I can improve as an author. I love you all. Thank you for taking this journey with me.